The night
Oh, no.
Aryavale's world cracked open, it didn't roar, it whispered. A shelf collapsed at the bar where she worked, sending bottles shattering like glass confessions across the floor. Most people would have swept up the mess and moved on. Arya should have. Instead, she caught the man watching from the corner booth. Lucian Hale. Sharp suit, sharper eyes, a presence that felt less like attraction and more like gravity. He didn't just see her, he chose her. Arya had survived by being invisible, by making herself small enough to slip past the city's hunger. But Lucian saw the fracture lines in her silence and decided to turn them into leverage. A brother she had to protect, a secret he refused to name, and a proposition disguised as salvation. Now, every step pulls her deeper into a world of velvet rooms and cold steel, where alliances are bargains and love is the most dangerous currency of all. She knows better than to trust a man like him. She also knows she's already burning. And when desire feels like survival, the difference between a cage and a promise is only one word: mine. Touch the darkness. Chapter 1. The debt. The night the bill came due for a life I hadn't even lived yet, I was wearing a second-hand black dress that pinched my ribs and a smile I'd stapled on with espresso and spite. Halo wasn't a bar so much as an alibi. The LED ring hovering above the dance floor made sinners look canonized while they shouted over bass and confessed with their hips. The walls sweated perfume and ambition. A bachelor party unboxed a bottle like it was a trophy. Two influencers argued about ring lights, as if salvation depended on color temperature. Somewhere in the bathroom, a girl cried to someone named JJ that she was so done. Which meant she wasn't. Arya, we're out of limes again. Des called from the dish pit. Wrist. Deep in suds and disaster. It's a bar, not a citrus conservatory, I said, cracking a fresh bag of ice. The cubes avalanched into the well like sleet. Make the gimlets ugly. Tell them it's rustic. And rustic is for barn weddings and my cousin's Jeep, he said, grinning. You're on table 12 and 10. Table 12 was the only corner of Halo, with a clear sightline to everything and everyone. Also the only corner guarded by men shaped like gym equipment, with unresolved childhoods. The kind of table where business found itself flirting with crime, and both pretended they were just networking. I lined up 4 rocks, glasses, sugar cubes cracking under the muddler like knuckles. Angostura bloomed. Orange oils burned bright against my fingers, and I didn't look up when a manicured hand drifted too close to the tip jar. Touch it, and lose a finger, I said pleasantly. The hand disappeared as if educated by lightning. I had a system because systems keep you from drowning. 4 drinks at a time, a joke every 3, a boundary every other sentence. Halo required masks. Mine was brisk, unbothered, and allergic to nonsense. Underneath it, math ticked. Rent overdue again. An electric bill flirting with shutoff. My brother's text from an hour ago. Field trip fee? Pels? Quietly burning a hole in my apron pocket. Gimme something top shelf that makes me forget I'm getting married, said a man leaning too far over the bar, cologne aggressive enough to file a police report. Personality transplant's not on the menu, I replied. But I can do a rye Manhattan that will make you believe in second chances. Like, a woman waved $100 bill like a flag of truce. 2 dirty martinis and one of those spritzy things. Not sweet. Skinny. Like ethically skinny. So, a club soda with an apology, I said, and made it anyway. Des slid a tray in beside me. Old fashions. Table 12. Don't spill. They have the kind of shoes that sue. Be still, my heart, I said, loading the tray. The glasses chimed against one another, nervous teeth. The aisle guard at 12 looked at me the way TSA looks at liquids. He shifted exactly 1 inch, which was the difference between inconvenience and insubordination. I slid past, stabilized the tray with a hip, and set the drinks down with the kind of care I do not extend to men who call me sweetheart. Old fashions, I said. If you wanted cherries, you had to ask nicely. If you want apologies, call your mother. Chuckles. The men were variations on a theme. Expensive watches, confident teeth, shirts crisp enough to hold grudges. The one in the middle wasn't laughing, he was measuring. Not leering, not hostile, just quietly inventorying me like I might be useful later. Card on file? I asked. Bored only on the surface. He flicked 2 fingers. One of the guards slid a matte black card across the table, like a threat, pretending to be a rectangle. Name? He asked me, tone friendly in the way hurricanes are seasonal. No one you'll remember tomorrow. Untrue. His mouth fought a smile and won. What do they call you here? Overworked, I said, and turned before the conversation could start charging interest. The DJ throttled the bass until the room felt like a shared heartbeat. I layered drinks, traded quips, played the part. My phone vibrated in my apron. You on break? Rowan. Midnight, I typed. Door locked. Teeth brushed? Teeth are private medical info, he wrote, which meant yes. 14 and already better at the art of the dodge than most politicians. A small, warm ache unfurled under my sternum. If my life was a ship, Rowan was both anchor and horizon. Our mother lived in a thrift store frame on a thrift store shelf. Our father lived in the space where men grow absence like mold. It was me and Rowan, and a 2-room walk-up with a view of a brick wall and a future I was trying to widen with tips. It happened at 12:43, which felt like a cursed number even before it became one. A bachelor with a tie like a tourniquet decided gravity was negotiable and climbed a stool to perform something between a toast and a cry for help. A woman flinched. Someone jostled. A hand lifted a glass, slipped, and the glass kissed the display pyramid in front of the back bar with the tender force of a car crash. 10 top-shelf tequilas pitched forward. The case that had been my pride. The glass shelves. The bottles arranged like stained glass for the Church of Agave shuddered. We had 3 seconds to choose a future, where nothing broke, and an alternate timeline where everything did. Time picked for us. Crystal sang. The entire front display sighed and fell. A glittering avalanche in a room built to worship glitter. Shards inhaled the light and exhaled it in 1,000 directions. The sound was obscene. The clatter of a salary dying, the shriek of insurance premiums learning new curse words. Silence stumbled and then fled. People screamed. Someone filmed. The DJ murdered the track. I stood in the hallowed mess, mezcal and violent detail removed, stinging my lips, and tasted salt. When I touched my mouth, my fingers came away red. The cut was small and dramatic, auditioning for a better role. Des arrived beside me, eyes so wide they tried to escape his face. We are so fired. We don't even exist anymore. Kellen, our manager, materialized in a sprint that smelled like stress. His tie had given up on life. His eyes did the math, and then had a stroke. Everyone away from the bar, he shouted. Then his voice changed when it landed on me, shifted into the register boss's reserve for invoices and apologies. Aria, don't. His glance clipped the bachelor idiot, skated over the sea of wreckage, and returned to me like blame follows gravity. We're closed. We're not. We are now. He jabbed at the exit sign, as if he could charge it with meaning. Now. We began the evacuation ballet. Lights up to celery green, music off, security using their kind but firm faces. People complained, negotiated, filmed victory selfies with the carnage. I reached for a broom like a reflex, and Kellen smacked my hand lightly. Don't touch it, he said. We need to document for God. Aria, do you know what this costs? I didn't. He told me. The number was a new language. It translated loosely to You will not climb out of this hole in a year. Maybe not 2. Maybe ever. I swallowed. I'll work it off. Kellen's mouth did something complicated. This isn't community service. This is a... He stopped. Not because he'd run out of analogies, because the air had. The room altered with the precision of a diagram. Conversations snapped to half-mast. Security shoulders rearranged themselves into pennants. A shadow thickened near the back wall and decided to have a shape. He didn't belong here in the way that tectonic plates don't belong in living rooms. He made the light behave. Tall, not in that frantic gym way, but in the space gets out of my way. Suit dark enough to absorb the room's bad decisions. Hands easy at his sides, like he'd taught them that relaxation terrifies more efficiently than fists. His eyes were a calm surface over very cold water. "Lucian," Kellen said, which is the moment my night changed metaphors and never found its way back. The man looked at the ruin, then at Kellen, then at me. Up close, his face was all function sharp edges built to carry weight. If he smiled, it was a rumor I hadn't heard. "Problem?" he asked, voice sanded and expensive. "Accident," Kellen said to his shoes. "We'll file the claim. We'll..." Lucian's attention landed on me, and I understood why microscopes get blamed for disease. He didn't stare. He assessed. My cheeks sparkled with glass dust. My lip bled a small opera. I straightened because my spine had a memory longer than my fear. "Who?" he said. Not a question so much as a key that expects the lock to do the work. "Arya," Kellen said quickly, like throwing my name, could plug a hole in the hull. She's solid." Lucian tracked the bachelor clown being escorted out, returned to the jewel field, then to my face. I tried to invent a version of myself that didn't need saving. Nothing came. "Shut the doors," he said. The locks clicked with the finality of a gavel. "I'll take responsibility," I blurted, before reason could restrain my mouth. "You didn't do this," Des said hotly from behind me. Lucian's gaze didn't flinch. "You'll take responsibility," he repeated, looking at me. "Yes," I said, because pride is an animal that jumps at moving cars. "Good." He shifted his attention. "Inventory. Replacement? Wholesale. Not retail. And bolt the goddamn shelves this time." Kellen colored like he'd been caught cheating on math with feelings. A look amputated the apology mid-sentence. Lucian turned back to me. "Back office. 5 minutes." He didn't wait to see if I'd follow. He didn't need to. Gravity never checks with rocks. Des' fingers brushed my elbow. "You don't..." "I do," I said, and walked. The office was cinderblock chic. A desk that had known regret biblically. A window that pretended to be a view by offering another wall. The room smelled like paper cuts and electricity. Lucian stood by the window as if the wall were failing him. He didn't offer the chair. Fine. Standing felt like an argument I could still win. "How long?" he said. "Have you worked here?" 6 months. His glance flicked to my hands. Violent detail removed. Curved around a knuckle like a red thread. He extended a square of linen. Actual linen, not bar napkin, and I pressed it to the cut because bleeding on Halo's tax folder felt like a Greek tragedy I couldn't afford. "You live nearby," he said. Not a question. 12 blocks. 10 when the trains cooperated. 14 when the weather decided I should grow character. Family. A brother. 14. He nodded once. Something invisible in the air recalibrated the geometry of leverage. "The loss tonight," he said. "Not nothing. I can guess the number." My mouth was dust. "I can work it off. You won't make it in time." "You don't know me. I know numbers." His tone wasn't cruel. It was weary with certainty. I let the linen print my skin. "So what happens?" "You owe," he said simply. And I collect. My laugh was a cough. Collect how? Kidneys? I only have the standard set. Money, he said, as if the word had ever been a neutral substance. Or work. Work. I tasted the shape of it. Like extra shifts? Like work for me. Silence tried to be brave and failed. I already do, apparently, I said. Halo will file insurance. You said it like you own the verb. In the ways that matter, he said. What does that mean? It means what it sounds like. He let that sit. You will assist my interests. Errands. Deliveries. Hosting. Quiet. A beat. Loyalty. I'm not a dog. Dogs are easier, he said. A ghost of a smile considered appearing, decided against it. Pass, I said, even as the part of me that counted rent began running numbers like hamsters on espresso. He checked his watch. This is the choice window, he said mildly. 3 minutes. You can't force me. I won't. He considered me like a coin he hadn't decided to spend. You prefer choice? Here it is. You can work my way and be done with this before your brother's next birthday. Or you can build a ladder out of tips and climb until your hands bleed. You'll look back and discover you've moved 1 floor. My mouth was stubborn. My eyes burned. You make it sound generous. It's efficient, he said. What's the catch? You don't lie to me, he said. And you don't break my rules. What rules? I hated how my voice had to climb over curiosity to get to courage. You'll learn them, he said. 1, you answer when I call. 2, you don't improvise. 3, you keep your brother out of this. That last one was a hook. I felt it lodge under my skin. To be clear, I said, because sometimes you throw words at a situation hoping they turn into a net. I don't belong to you. In property? He asked, mild. No. In obligation? Yes. For the duration of the debt. It's a distinction you'll come to appreciate. I appreciate not being owned. Then we agree, he said. You didn't tell me what the job is. I told you what it isn't, he said. It isn't optional. I stared at him, the man-shaped answer to problems I didn't know enough to name. I needed a longer runway, a different life, a miracle wearing a human face. I had a brother who believed field trips were for other kids. I had a landlord who believed empathy was a tax shelter. I had a lip bleeding into a piece of linen I would be embarrassed to keep. Fine, I said. I'll work for you. He didn't smile. Approval moved through him like a shadow shifting. He slid a black card across the desk. No name. Just a number and a symbol too sharp to be a logo. Tomorrow. 11. Text when you arrive. I have work. You had work. He corrected. What do I call you? I asked. Boss? Mister? Lucian, he said. That's sufficient. You have a last name. Yes. You're not going to tell me. No. He moved toward the door, then paused. Does the boy know where you work? He knows I'm at a bar, I said cautiously. Tell him you found something better, he said. Tell him it pays more, and you'll be home earlier. Even if that's not true, it will be. He said it the way some people say grace. I don't like lying to him. Then don't, he said without turning. Tell him what is necessary. The door clicked. The room remembered how to breathe. I sat because my knees forgot the choreography for pride. The linen square in my hand had printed a small red flower. I folded it until the stain disappeared into corners. Out front, the world escaped its pause. Brooms gathered their courage. Kellen's voice tried out several tones and settled on managerial grief. Des laughed at something, a fragile bubble that refused to pop. I walked past the shattered display. The tile glittered with a galaxy dumped in fury. I looked for my reflection and found only fractured light. It felt honest. Outside, the air had that wet metal smell the city gets when it's thinking about rain. A siren stitched 2 blocks together. The halo sign over the door hummed, unbothered. He texted Rovan. Almost done. Dumplings? 17 dumpling emojis arrived, plus a blurry picture of the stray cat that lived under our stoop like it was paying rent and gossip. On the walk home, the night made more room for me than usual. Maybe I was larger. Maybe I was the same size and simply louder in the places that mattered. The black card pressed against my thigh through the lining of my coat, heavy as a promise I hadn't meant to make and couldn't find a way to unmake. My building's stairwell smelled like boiled broccoli and old arguments. Our door had a vertical scar like a lightning strike. I slid the bolt and listened to the apartment's small sounds. The radiator sighing like it had secrets. The neighbor's TV coaching someone through soup. Rowan's steady breath from the next room. A metronome for my better self. I leaned my forehead against the door and let out a laugh that didn't want to decide between humor and surrender. Better job. I told the darkness. Better hours. In the kitchenette, I washed the violent detail removed from my knuckle. The water went pink, then honest. In the mirror over the sink, I watched a girl who looked young and mean and tired, bare her teeth like she meant it. Okay, I said to her. She said it back. The city turned over in its sleep. The black card waited on the table between an overdue notice and a science worksheet about ecosystems. I thought about kindness and debt, and the shape of a man whose eyes looked like locked doors, and wondered if I'd already found the key or simply decided I would learn to live in hallways. Sleep was a rumor. Morning would arrive whether it had an invitation or not. I braided my hair like a person who had it together and set an alarm like Faith. When I finally lay down, the ceiling stain above my bed looked like an unfamiliar country. I mentally named its rivers for the things I owed. I pictured crates and glass and a hand offering linen I didn't deserve. I pictured the way the room changed when he entered, and the way my mouth said yes faster than my pride. If darkness was going to collect, it had picked a girl who could bite. Chapter 2. The Invitation. Morning. Debt with milk. Debt doesn't knock. It sits at your kitchen table and steals your breakfast. Our apartment smelled like burnt toast and ambition that had expired. The window over the sink framed a brick wall so close, it felt like a neighbor who'd stopped speaking to us. Rowan hunched at the table with his backpack half-zipped, hair sticking up like it was auditioning for escape. He slid a paper toward me without meeting my eyes. Field trip. Friday. I didn't need to read the bold number to know what it would do to my stomach. $70 for a bus ride and a museum with a gift shop that taught kids what want felt like. How much? I asked anyway, because denial likes formalities. 70, he said, throat clearing like he was trying not to swallow the figure. I poured milk. It sloshed like the sound of a cheap lie. We'll figure it out. He nodded. He believed me. Rowan always did. Faith looks good on a 14-year-old. It looks lethal on the person keeping him fed. When he left 3 steps to the door, 2 to the stairwell, 1 to the echo of his sneakers slapping down flights. The apartment changed keys. The cheap fridge hummed in E minor. The radiator sighed like it wanted to apologize for nothing in particular. The black card on the table had more presence than the rent notice beneath it. Tomorrow. 11. Lucian's voice didn't echo the way normal voices do. It took up residence. I palmed the card. Cold. Weighty. An invitation with teeth. Okay. I told the sink, because it was the only witness that didn't judge. Okay. The tower that eats light. The subway tried to rattle decisions out of me, but I'd stapled mine down. The car was a terrarium of city life. A woman in scrubs asleep against the pole. A man preaching efficiently about apocalypse between stops. A toddler conducting an invisible orchestra with a lollipop baton. I caught my reflection in the glass. I looked like a girl who'd slept 3 hours and lied to someone she loved before breakfast. Midtown was wind knifing through avenues and glass that didn't reflect so much as it multiplied. Lucian's building was a vertical, no black, mirrored, the kind of place that smiled with its mouth closed. Security took one glance at the card and decided my existence was not his business. The lobby smelled like lemon polish, and decisions made 2 floors below God. Heels clicked somewhere I couldn't see. The elevator swallowed me. My reflection became a chorus line of arias, each performing competence in a slightly different register. I tightened my braid with the kind of fury you save for knots you can't untie in your life, so you strangle your hair instead. When the doors parted, sound thinned. Money hates noise. My sneakers sank into carpet dense enough to hide a body. The office door was open. Of course it was. Predators don't need locks. The man and the window. Lucian stood with his back to me, hands clasped behind him, city laid out like a portfolio. The suit was black enough to swallow color. The light made a hard outline of him, as if he'd been inked in with a fountain pen that had never once run dry. "Sit," he said. Saturday. The chair was expensive in the way that made you aware of every flaw on your skin. He didn't turn. The quiet sharpened. I heard my pulse in my cut lip. "You're late," he said finally. "It's 11. I checked my phone to be petty." Even though he wouldn't care about proof, for me, that is late. "You bend time now? Time bends for people who don't waste it." He turned then, and the air temperature shifted. His gaze did that unspecific violence it did. Not a glare, just a tension so precise it felt like being cut to blueprint. He slid a folder across the desk with 2 fingers. Nothing dramatic, just paper shifting through air like a sentence. First task. I opened it. Inside, 1 slip of paper. An address in clean block letters that weren't trying to be friendly. "That's it?" I said, because my mouth had retained the right to sass when my life had not. "For today." "What's at the address?" "Your business is to carry, not to know." "My business is whatever keeps me alive," I said, and if my voice shook, it did so privately. Knowing helps. 1 beat. 2. The corner of his mouth considered motion. "A package," he said. "You will retrieve it. You will return it. You will not open it." "And if I do?" I asked, because there are questions that sit in the throat like fish bones until you cough them up. "Then you will learn quickly." His tone was pleasant, as if we were discussing seasonal produce. I pressed the paper flat, as if I could iron a life smooth. "Fine. Driver is waiting," he said. "You may go." "I'm not your employee," I said as I stood, because my spine still tried, bless it. "You are a debt," he said mildly, like a meteorological observation. For the moment, that is the same thing. The warehouse at the water's teeth. The car was black leather and silence. The city smeared by. Corner bodegas shouldering delis. Scaffolding like makeshift rib cages. A billboard telling me happiness was 0% April. We left the part of Manhattan that pretends, and arrived at the part that knows better. The river licked at pilings. A gull screamed a complaint no one would ever address. Inside the warehouse, air hung heavy with rust and old money's breath. A man waited, thick-necked and scar-landscaped, arms crossed like doors. He looked me up and down with professional boredom. "You're Lucian's girl," he said. "I'm not anybody's anything," I said. "I'm here for a package." He grinned the way a broken bottle might. Same thing, different word. He disappeared, boots talking to concrete in a language of wear. He returned with a black case the size of a shoebox and the weight of a sin. He set it on the table between us like an altarpiece. "No questions," he said. "I didn't ask. Not him. Not with the river listening and a camera somewhere pretending it wasn't." I took the handle. The case was heavier than it looked, which meant many, many things, none of which were legal. My forearms screamed. I shut it up with my jaw. Back in the car, the case sat on my lap like a living thing. I could feel my heartbeat trying to teach it rhythm. My fingers drifted toward the latch, animal curiosity taking the wheel like it always had for girls who learned too fast that information is armor. My phone buzzed. One word from an unknown number. Don't. The driver didn't look. The city didn't either. I lifted my hand off the case as if it had burned me. Maybe it had. I stared at the black matte surface and saw the bar's shattered glass. I saw my brother's smile when I'd said we'll figure it out. I saw Lucian's eyes, which knew too much about what I would do when no one was watching. Okay, I said to the case, petty whisper. You win. Return. And the weight of money. The office looked exactly like it had when I'd left half an hour ago, which was an insult to time and effort everywhere. I set the case on the desk. Lucian's attention brushed over it. Over me. Untouched? He asked. Untouched, I said, which was true in every way that mattered and one that didn't. Me. He took it, fingers grazing mine. It wasn't theatrical. It didn't need to be. Electricity is quiet and thorough. Good, he said. You follow instructions. I follow logic, I said. Today those were the same. A rare and fortunate alignment. He opened a drawer and placed an envelope on the desk. Thick. Color that said crisp. Your advance. I didn't reach for it. There is dignity in delay. You sure you want to pay me before I become useful? I invest before return. He watched me in that way again, the way that takes shape around your edges and then moves them. You will be useful. At last I picked it up. Cash has a smell. People pretend it doesn't. This smelled like ink and fingerprints, and the sound of other people's days. It was rent and late fees and a field trip and a week of groceries with real vegetables. It was also a chain. I could feel the length of it in my chest. You think this buys obedience? I said. I think this buys time, he said. Obedience you will give me for other reasons. The envelope tried to become a living thing in my hand. You're very sure of me. I'm very sure of myself, he said, which wasn't arrogance so much as an environmental condition. Of you, I know enough. Like what? I shouldn't have asked. I did. That you will test the latch again next time, he said. That you will stand between your brother and a train if you had to. That you will tell yourself, I'm not anyone's, until you are choking on the taste of it. I wanted to laugh in his face and choke him and kiss him and walk out and never come back. I said, You don't get to rewrite me with your mouth. I don't need to, he said. You're already editing yourself. Coffee and a mirror. He moved to a machine that did not belong in the same universe as my chipped French press, poured 2 coffees, handed one to me. The cups clinked. Outside the window, a helicopter cut the air with expensive intent. I held the coffee without drinking. Why me? I said, before the question could rot inside. Out of all the girls with debts, why put your hand on my life? 1 heartbeat. 2. The answer came soft. I hated it for that. Because you fight, he said, and because you notice. That's not a compliment, I said. It is a job description, he said. You see what people don't want seen. He tapped the folder from last night, photos of faces I didn't know, and would soon know too well. He flipped one out with thumb and forefinger. A woman in red, laughing wrong. What do you see? He asked. Too much lipstick, I said to be mean. Then I looked properly. The grip on the stem of the glass. The eyes that slid to the door every 3rd second. Exit strategy, he nodded. She is bait, he said. She does not know it. He put the photo away like returning a scalpel to its tray. You won't be. I don't like being trained. You will like being alive, he said. And being paid. That's 2 likes, I said. Obedience is still a no. He almost smiled. Noted, he said. And somehow the word sounded like he'd filed my resistance. Not honored it. The sound of the street. Outside. The city was still a mess, I recognized. Sirens flirting with one another across blocks. Scaffolds offering shade to the exhausted. A woman in a lemon dress, laughing into a phone as if no one had ever hurt her, and she had decided this would continue. I walked fast because walking slow makes you feel like people are watching. On the subway home, I counted stops by ads. Lawyer, dentist, language app, soul salvation. A man with a cello sang to no one and everyone. I opened the envelope under my coat and looked at the money long enough to prove it was real, then shut it again, because I didn't want to get used to that feeling. I don't trust feelings that big. They make you stupid. Rowan texted a string of robot updates, and a question mark that somehow looked like hope. I sent back a thumbs up and, "We're good," and wanted to be the girl who wasn't lying. Maybe I was. Maybe for once the lie had rounded a corner and met the truth coming the other way. Apartment. Late afternoon. The light through our window does what it can. Thin, loyal, a little gray. I put the envelope under a stack of cookbooks I never use, and the folder under the mattress, which felt like hiding a bad heart under a good one. Rowan came home loud, because safety lets you clatter. He dumped his backpack onto the chair with the broken rung and collapsed onto the floor, bits of plastic and wire already in his hands. "You're home early," he said. "New schedule," I said. "Better?" he asked, not looking up, fingers busy with a circuit board. He'd make the world if we let him, out of whatever was lying around. "Better," I said. The word tasted like wish and ash, he hummed. "Mr. Brown says I can stay late to work on this if I want." "You want?" I said. "You should." Money rearranged itself on the mental spreadsheet. I added a line for the bus fare I didn't have to steal from lunch. He glanced up then, eyes wide, and sometimes I think love should come with a warning about how physical it is, how it hurts in the ribs, how it stretches the skin. "Thanks, Ari." "Brush teeth," I said, because I needed to say something ordinary before I said something like I would bankrupt the planet for you. Night. Uncooperative. I lay in bed and watched the ceiling stain that looks like a country with a lake shaped like a tooth. I traced the border with my eyes. My phone pulsed on the nightstand. Unknown number. The same cold, steady beat as before. Tomorrow. 9. Same building. No, please. No punctuation. The voice of the world that doesn't bargain. I considered throwing the phone hard enough to hear plastic fracture. I considered telling the future to try me. I considered telling Lucian to go to hell, which is easy to say to a man who owns a staircase there. Instead, I texted Rowan's teacher about the permission slip and put my phone face down. I tried sleep. Sleep tried me back and found me uncooperative. The apartment made all its usual old building sounds. Pipe rattle, neighbors laugh through thin wall. The ghost of our mother's record player in my memory. Somewhere between 2 and 3, I dreamed I was carrying the black case into an ocean and opening it there. The water poured in and out, and when I looked down there was nothing inside except my own hands. The hook. Morning would come, and with it the next errand, the next rule to learn or break, the next small payment against a principle that kept growing by an interest calculation I didn't understand. That was the math of it. The rest of it, the part not measurable, sat underneath my sternum like a magnet someone else controlled. I hated that, and I also didn't move to step away. If darkness intended to collect, it had issued a very polite invitation. I had RSVP'd. That was on me. I turned the black card over in my palm in the dark, the raised symbol catching no light, and thought of the way he had said investment, like I was both problem and portfolio. "Fine," I told the ceiling. "Teach me your rules." The ceiling did not object. The city kept breathing outside our window. On the table, the envelope breathed too, and somewhere high above the brick and the sirens, in a room where silence liked to sit, a man who hated waste was counting seconds and pretending he hadn't already started counting me. Chapter 3. The First Chain. Morning. A false calm. Rowan was still asleep when I left. His room was dark, the glow of his half-finished robot blinking like a small, stubborn star. I stood in the doorway for too long, trying to memorize the sound of his breathing as if it might armor me for the day. It didn't. The street outside was alive in that ugly, glorious way the city always. His horns blaring, bus brakes screeching, the smell of bagels and garbage wrestling in the air. I clutched the black card in my coat pocket, its edges biting my palm. I could stay home. I could burn it. Pretend none of this happened. But I didn't. Because $70 had already left my hand yesterday, buying Rowan's place on a yellow bus. Because the envelope of cash still lived under my mattress, breathing like a second pulse. So I went back. The tower. Lucian's building rose out of the street like a blade, cutting the sunlight into harsh shards. The closer I got, the quieter the world became. Even the cab drivers stopped honking here. Inside, the lobby's marble floor gleamed so clean it hurt to look at. People walked quickly, eyes sharp, like they knew the price of time. The guard barely glanced at me once he saw the card. The elevator ride was a coffin lined with mirrors. 100 Arias stared back, all of them tense, all of them pretending they weren't prey. Don't flinch. Don't blink. If he sees fear, he'll know exactly where to dig. The doors slid open. The hallway stretched long and silent, carpet swallowing my footsteps. I knocked once. The door was unlocked. Predators don't need locks. The lesson. Lucian was at his desk this time, jacket draped on the back of his chair, sleeves rolled. His attention was already on me, calm and relentless, like a lighthouse beam that never misses. "Sit," he said. I did. My knees wanted to bend anyway. He slid a folder across the desk. The movement was precise. No wasted effort. Lesson 1. I opened it. Photographs spilled out. Grainy surveillance shots. Timestamps. Scrawled notes. One photo showed a woman in a red dress, laughing too brightly at a table in some restaurant. What am I supposed to do with this? Observe. It looks like spying. Observation. He corrected. The difference is intent. I snorted. Sounds the same to me. Not when it decides who lives. His eyes didn't leave mine. Tell me what you see. I looked again at the woman. Perfect lipstick. Perfect hair. But her hand gripped the stem of the glass like it was a lifeline. Her eyes kept sliding toward the door. She's nervous, I said slowly. Trying to look like she's not. Smiling too hard. Lucian leaned back, satisfied. Good. That's it? That's everything. He tapped the photo. Most people see the smile. The weak see the mask. The dangerous see both. I felt my cheeks heat, though I couldn't tell if it was pride or shame. You think I'm dangerous? I asked. I think you notice. That's rarer. The pushback. I shoved the photo back into the folder. So what? I become your spy? I didn't sign up for this. You signed up the moment you took the money. His voice was calm, but the air between us snapped tight. I said I'd work it off. Not this. This is the work. That. I stood too quickly, chair scraping across the floor. You don't get to decide who I am. He didn't flinch. You already let me. The words hit harder than they should have. My throat burned. You don't know me. Lucian rose then, slow and deliberate, and suddenly the space felt smaller. I know enough. Like what? That you test limits, he said softly. That you would have opened the case yesterday, if not for me. That you'll always choose your brother's safety over your pride. And that you're already in deeper than you want to admit. My pulse hammered in my ears. I wanted to, explicit content removed at him, to deny everything. But every word was true. And that was the cruelty of it. The interruption. The door opened. A man in a gray suit stepped inside, holding a sealed envelope. He froze when he saw me. I didn't realize. Leave it! Lucian cut him off. The man set the envelope on the desk, eyes flicking over me before retreating. I crossed my arms. Does everyone here treat you like God? No, Lucian said. God requires faith. I require results. Coffee and chains. He poured coffee from a machine so sleek it looked like it belonged in a spaceship. Handed me a cup. Our fingers brushed again. A spark I didn't want but couldn't ignore. Why me? I asked, voice low. Out of all the people you could own, why engineer my debt? He sipped his coffee before answering. Because you don't bend easily, you fight. And because you already know how to hide fear, that makes you useful. Useful. The word cut. Not chosen, not special. Just a tool. And yet a part of me, weak, traitorous, thrummed at being seen at all. I hated myself for it. The warning. When I stood to leave, his voice stopped me. Arya. Oh. I turned, heart in my throat. Curiosity will. Violent detail removed you faster than fear. The word slid under my skin. You don't know that, I said, though my voice shook. He stepped closer, not enough to touch, but close enough that I felt the heat of him. I do. Because you'll always want to see what's behind the door. And one day, you'll open the wrong one. And if I do? His mouth curved into something dark, something that made my chest ache. Then you'll find out why others never try. For a second, the air between us was thick with something I didn't want to name. Threat, pull, attraction, doom. Maybe all of it. I turned before he could see how much it rattled me. Night. That evening, Rowan sprawled on the floor, tinkering with wires and scrap plastic, his face glowing with concentration. You're home early, he said without looking up. New job really is better, huh? Better. I lead. He hummed, soldering iron sparking. For him, the world was still a thing you could build with your hands. Later, alone in my room, I shoved the folder under my mattress and stared at the ceiling stain that looked like a country I'd never visit. Lucian's words replayed. Every debt changes shape. I touched the black card in my pocket. Its weight was a chain, and I realized with a shiver that part of me wanted to see just how tight it would pull. Chapter 4. The Mask. Morning static. The city woke me like it always did, too loud, too close, too eager to remind me that peace doesn't live here. Sirens tangled with pigeons. Someone shouted in the alley. And the radiator in our apartment hissed like it had secrets it refused to keep. Rowan was still asleep, his blanket twisted around his legs, his face soft in the way only 14 can still be. I made instant coffee, swallowed the bitterness, and tried to steady myself. My phone buzzed against the chipped counter. 9 a.m. Sharp. Same building. Where's something better? No signature. No need. I stared at the screen until the letters blurred. Where's something better? As if my entire life wasn't a collage of secondhand fabrics and shoes worn thin by rent checks. I grabbed my black dress, the one that made me feel like I could survive a violent detail-removed fight, or a funeral, and left before Rowan could ask questions. The city's teeth. The subway was a storm. A violinist played something that was almost beautiful if you ignored the smell of fried grease leaking from someone's takeout bag. Across from me, a girl painted eyeliner with the precision of someone who wanted armor she could wear on her eyelids. Better, I thought. He wants better. Maybe better means expensive. Maybe better means invisible. I stepped off at Midtown. The tower sliced the sky, arrogant as ever, its glass skin refusing to reflect me. I tightened my grip on the strap of my bag, the black card tucked inside, like a secret burning through fabric. The office. Lucian was waiting when I entered, seated behind his desk, one hand resting on a file, the other steady on a glass of water he hadn't touched. He looked at me once, slow, cataloging. Better, he said, voice low. I hated the heat in my face. You texted like a stylist. Don't make it weird. His mouth almost curved. Almost. It's only weird if you're pretending you don't know the effect you have. I sat too hard in the chair, crossing my legs like a shield. Let's skip to the part where you give me another job. He tapped the file. You'll be attending a gathering with me tonight. Consider it. Observation practice. I blinked. You want me as what? Your date? You'll be there, he said simply. Beside me. People will make assumptions. Let them. My chest tightened. I don't play trophy. You'll play survival, he said, leaning forward. You'll watch. You'll listen. You'll learn. Masks are mandatory. I want to see how you wear yours. The argument. This is insane, I said. One day I'm picking up locked cases. The next I'm your what decoration at some mob gala. You think too small, Lucian replied. His gaze cut sharper than glass. This is a room where alliances are tested, where enemies look for cracks. I want them looking at you and wondering what you are. I'm nothing, I snapped. A bartender who can't pay rent. That's all. His silence was heavy, deliberate. Finally, he said, You're more than that. Or you wouldn't be here. I hated the way those words lodged in me. Like hooks. Preparation. He pushed a smaller envelope across the desk. Inside was a sleek invitation embossed in silver, and beneath it, money. What's this for? I asked. Clothes, he said. Something that makes people ask questions. More chains, I muttered. His eyes locked on mine. Or more tools. Depends on whether you prefer to call yourself bound or armed. The air between us tightened again. He didn't look away, didn't blink. My throat was dry, but I forced the words out. You think you know me so well. I know enough to bet on you, he said quietly. Something in my chest betrayed me. A tremor. A heat. I pushed it down, shoved the envelope into my bag, and stood before he could see more than I wanted him to. The street. Outside. The city was loud again. Horns. Vendors. Kids chasing one another across cracked sidewalks. It was almost enough to drown the echo of his words. Almost enough to make me believe I could shake him off. But the invitation in my bag pulsed like a heartbeat. Tonight, I'd walk into a room filled with strangers who hid knives behind their smiles. Tonight, I'd wear a mask and hope no one saw the cracks. And worst of all, tonight I'd be standing beside Lucian, close enough to feel his shadow, close enough to remember the spark in his eyes when he said, I know enough to bet on you. I hated how part of me wanted to see what else he might be willing to bet. Chapter 5. Masks and Mirrors. Evening. The dress. The store smelled like perfume and dust, the kind of place that wrapped hunger in silk and called it elegance. Dresses lined the racks, jeweled creatures waiting for someone foolish enough to believe in transformation. I held the envelope Lucian had given me, the weight of his money clashing with the weight of my pride. $70 for Rowan's trip had felt like salvation. This was something else. A saleswoman appeared, glossy hair and sharper smile. Occasion? Survival. I muttered. Out loud, I said, something formal. Ugh. Her eyes swept me cheap shoes, tired posture, the kind of face that belonged more behind a bar than beside a man like Lucian. She handed me a black dress cut like a blade. In the mirror, the girl staring back wasn't me. Not bartender Arya. Not sister Arya. Someone else. A stranger with sharp lines, bare shoulders, and a look in her eyes that dared anyone to underestimate her. I hated her. I envied her. A rival. The car Lucian sent was quiet leather and tinted glass. Outside, the city roared horns, laughter, footsteps echoing off stone. Inside, I could hear my own breath too loud. The gala was housed in a converted opera hall, chandeliers dripping light like diamonds, marble staircases sweeping upward as if daring anyone to fall. Music curled through the air, smooth jazz wrapping around laughter and whispered deals. Lucian waited at the base of the staircase, black suit precise, silver cufflinks catching the light. People moved around him the way water moves, around a rock, careful, reverent. His eyes found me, scanning from head to toe. His gaze lingered too long. My pulse stuttered. "Better," he said. "You've said that before. And it was true then, too." His voice dipped lower. "Tonight, you'll stay beside me. Smile when you must. Speak when I tell you. Watch everything. Am I your date or your dog?" I asked. His mouth curved like a blade sheathing itself. "Tonight, you'll find out." The crowd. The hall was a theater of masks. Men in tuxedos shaking hands too firmly. Women in gowns with eyes sharper than their jewelry. Waiters glided by with trays of champagne, liquid gold catching the light. Everywhere I looked, people performed smiles, stretched, laughter too loud, bodies angled to show deference or dominance. Lucian leaned down, his breath brushing my ear. "Who's lying?" I scanned. A man laughing too easily at a joke, his hand tightening on his glass. A woman gesturing widely, but her gaze kept flicking toward the exit. "All of them," I whispered. Lucian's mouth tilted in satisfaction. "Good." The interruption. A man approached, tall, with a grin too polished. His suit screamed money that wanted witnesses. "Lucian," he said warmly. "And company?" His eyes slid to me, curious, probing. Lucian's hand rested at the small of my back. Light, steady, a claim without words. Electricity, violent detail removed, through me. "Arya," he said. "She's with me." The man's smile sharpened. "Lucky man. Unlucky men mistake luck for strategy," Lucian replied, voice soft but edged. The man's grin faltered, just a flicker, before he excused himself. I exhaled. "Do you practice that tone in the mirror?" Lucian glanced down at me. "No. But you should." The dance. Later, the music shifted slower, heavier. Couples moved to the floor, masks of civility intact. Lucian extended a hand. I hesitated. "I don't dance." "You'll learn." His hand didn't lower. The weight of stairs pressed against my back. Refusal wasn't an option. Not here. I placed my hand in his. Heat flared up my arm. On the floor, his arm slid around my waist, pulling me close. Too close. My heart pounded. "Relax," he murmured. "You're impossible," I whispered back. His mouth brushed the edge of a smile. "And you're predictable. You pretend to resist, but you always step closer." My breath caught. "You don't know me." "I know the way your pulse feels under my hand," he said, his palm pressing lightly against my back. "Fast. Reckless. Alive." The music swelled. For one dizzy moment, it felt like the world had narrowed to the space between us. The warning. When the song ended, he led me off the floor, through a side corridor where the noise dimmed. The air smelled of old wood and wax. "You did well," he said. "You watched. You learned. I'm not your student." I violent detail removed back. "No," he agreed, stepping closer. "You're my investment, and I protect my investments." The words slid under my skin like a brand. My hands clenched. "You make it sound like ownership. How when you—" His gaze burned steady. "You make it sound like chains. Maybe it's armor. Armor against what? Against everyone else in that room." His voice softened. "Dangerous. They would eat you alive. I'd prefer they didn't." Something twisted inside me, fear, fury, something hotter I refused to name. I forced myself to step back, to breathe. "You don't get to decide what I survive." His eyes followed me, calm, certain. "Then prove it." "Ugh." The mirror. Later, in the bathroom, I faced the mirror. The girl in the black dress stared back, shoulders bare, eyes sharp, lips pressed thin. She didn't look like me, but she didn't look like prey either. I touched the sink, cool porcelain grounding me. My reflection whispered questions I didn't want to answer. Am I still Arya? Or am I already the mask he wanted me to wear? The music drifted through the walls. Laughter layered with lies. Somewhere in the crowd, Lucian was waiting. And when I returned to him, mask in place, I knew one thing for certain. The chains were already tightening, and part of me wanted to see how far they would pull. Chapter 6, A Dangerous Education. Morning ash. The morning after the gala tasted like smoke. Not because anything had burned, but because everything had. My nerves. My lies. Whatever thin line I'd drawn between myself and Lucian. Rowan slurped cereal across from me, his grin still pure. You looked nice last night, he said between mouthfuls. Different. The word violent detail removed. Different. I wasn't sure if he meant better or worse. I wasn't sure either. I shrugged. It was just work. He accepted that. Because Rowan still believed work was honest. I swallowed guilt with bitter coffee. My phone buzzed. A single message. Come. Now. No signature. Never needed. The tower again. By the time I reached Lucian's building, the city had already shredded me with noise horns, vendors, subways screaming beneath. Inside, the silence was worse. The lobby gleamed, like a polished lie. The elevator doors closed around me. My reflection looked taller than I felt, like maybe the dress from last night had left its ghost behind. Lucian's office door was open. Always open. Not an invitation. A dare. The assignment. He stood at the window again, jacket gone, shirt sleeves rolled to the elbows. His tie was discarded, but power clung to him anyway, tighter than silk. Sit. I obeyed. Because disobedience in this room carried consequences I hadn't yet mapped. He turned, a file in his hand. Lesson 2. I opened it. More photographs. More names. A different woman this time, smiling. But her eyes shadowed. Scribbled notes about meeting places, dates, transactions. Why are you showing me this? You need to learn how people lie, Lucian said. And how to see through it. I met his gaze. And if I don't want to learn? His mouth curved. But it wasn't a smile. Then you'll die ignorant. The push. I snapped the folder shut. I'm not your spy. No, he said evenly. You're my student. I didn't ask for that. You didn't ask for the debt either. His voice was sharp now, precise. But here we are. I wanted to throw the folder in his face. I wanted to walk out. Instead, I heard my own voice betray me. So what do you want me to see? His eyes softened, dangerous in their calm. I want you to see the cracks. The tells. The weaknesses that end people before they realize they're ending. And if I look too closely, then you'll see yourself too. The words scraped me raw. The demonstration. He walked to the desk, picked up a crystal glass, half full of water. He set it in front of me. Tell me what you notice. I frowned. It's a glass of water. Try again. I looked harder. The water level wasn't even. The rim smudged faintly, like someone's lip had touched it and been wiped away. A faint crack ran along the side. It's broken, I said. His eyes lit with approval. Not yet. But soon. And that is the point. I stared at the glass, at my own faint reflection in the water. My chest tightened. Is this what you see when you look at me? Yes, Lucian said. His honesty was a violent detail removed. But unlike the glass, you can still decide whether you shatter. The chemistry. He moved closer, leaning on the desk, his presence pressing into me. His cologne was sharp, cedar, and smoke. The kind that lingered after the man was gone. My pulse betrayed me. I hated it. You think you can fix me? I whispered. No. His voice was steady. I think you can fix yourself. If you learn, and if I don't want to, then you'll break, he said simply. His hand brushed mine as he took back the glass. Just a touch, but it sent lightning up my arm. My breath caught. I hated him. I wanted him. Both truths burned. The warning. The silence between us thickened, vibrating with something I couldn't name. Finally, he spoke. Tonight, you'll accompany me again. Watch. Listen. Say nothing unless I ask. Another mask, I muttered. His gaze locked onto mine. Masks save lives. Yours. For now. I swallowed hard. And what happens when I forget which face is mine? Lucian's voice dropped low. Then you've finally learned the lesson. Leaving, I left his office with the folder pressed to my chest like a curse. Outside, the city screamed its usual chaos horns, footsteps, the endless heartbeat of strangers. But all I could hear was Lucian's voice, calm and absolute. You can still decide whether you shatter. For the first time, I wondered if I already had. Chapter 7. Violent detail removed in the velvet. The noise of the city. The night was cold enough to make the street lamps look brittle. Steam hissed from a grate near the curb, wrapping around my legs like a warning. Somewhere down the block, a couple argued in Spanish, words sharp, almost musical. A cab honked, a dog barked, and the city went on being itself. Too loud, too fast, too indifferent. But me? I couldn't shake the silence Lucian left behind in his office. His words still clung to me like smoke. You can still decide whether you shatter, as if choice was anything but a trick. Rowan was already asleep when I slipped home. I stood in the doorway of his room, watching the rise and fall of his chest, the quiet safety of his dreams. My hands shook. I didn't know if it was from fear, rage, or the ghost of Lucian's touch. When my phone buzzed, I almost dropped it. Tomorrow, 8 p.m. Be ready. No signature. Never needed. The mask. Again. The next evening, I pulled the black dress from the hanger like it was a blade I was about to turn on myself. My reflection in the cracked mirror looked like someone rehearsing to be dangerous. My lipstick was sharp enough to be a threat. My heels steady enough to hide the tremor in my knees. Rowan poked his head into the doorway. You going out? Work, I said. The lie slid out smoother tonight. That scared me more than anything. He frowned. You don't look like you're going to work. You look like... Like what? He hesitated. Like someone else. I swallowed the sting. Go finish your homework. The car, the black sedan waited downstairs. Same driver. Same silence. The city's chaos pressed against the glass, muffled. We drove past neon signs, steaming food carts, a saxophone player pouring grief into the night air. I watched the blur of light and shadow, my thoughts a loop. Why am I still going? Why can't I walk away? The answer was simple and cruel. I was already too far in. The venue. Tonight's gathering wasn't a gala. It was sharper, smaller. A private club tucked inside a brownstone that looked harmless on the outside, but glowed with velvet and menace inside. The air smelled of whiskey and cigar smoke. Men in tailored suits leaned against the bar, their laughter jagged. Women in satin and diamonds drifted between them, smiles lacquered on like war paint. Lucian stood in the center of it, gravity in human form. When his eyes found me, the room shifted. People noticed me because he noticed me. That alone sent heat crawling under my skin. You're late, he murmured as I reached him. It's 8 on the dot. For me, that's late, he said, echoing words I'd heard before, and somehow, the repetition made my pulse stutter. The lesson in violence. He didn't waste time with introductions. Instead, he leaned close. his hand brushing the small of my back as he steered me toward a table. The touch was light, almost absent, but my body betrayed me, spine stiff, breath shallow. 2 men sat waiting. One was clean-cut, smile too quick. The other was heavier, his face carved with old scars. Cards lay spread across the table, though nobody was really playing. "Lucian," the heavier man greeted, voice gravelly. "And your guest?" Lucian's hand didn't move from my back. "Arya." The man's eyes lingered on me too long. My skin itched. "You bring her here? Dangerous place for someone pretty." Lucian's voice was calm, steel wrapped in silk. "She's learning." "Learning what?" The man smirked. "How to see through liars," Lucian said, his gaze cutting across the table. The smile faltered. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. "What game are you playing with me, Lucian?" Violent detail removed on velvet. The conversation sharpened. Words traded like knives. Numbers. Shipments. Alliances. Half of it I didn't understand, but the tension was clear. This was negotiation edged with threat. At one point, the heavier man slammed his fist down, glasses rattling. "You don't dictate terms here." Lucian didn't flinch. "I don't dictate. I decide." Silence spread like a stain. My pulse roared in my ears. Then the man laughed. Too loud. Too forced. Always the same Lucian. Always the cold bastard. "And yet," Lucian said softly, "you're still sitting at my table." The man's smile broke. He stood, muttered something about another meeting, and stalked off. My lungs remembered how to work. I hadn't realized I'd been holding my breath. "You're insane," I whispered. Lucian's eyes slid to mine, calm, relentless. "No, I'm precise." The corridor. Later, as the noise swelled in the main room, Lucian guided me through a side corridor. The velvet walls muffled the sound, leaving only the echo of our footsteps. "You're trembling," he said. "I'm not." My voice betrayed me. He stopped, turning to face me. The corridor was dim, shadows clinging to the edges. His gaze pinned me in place. "You watched tonight," he said. "You saw how fear works, how power works." I laughed bitterly. "All I saw was a room full of men pretending they're gods. And you stood beside one," he murmured. The words hit me in the chest. Too close. Too true. "Don't flatter yourself," I snapped. His mouth curved slightly. "That wasn't for me. That was for you." The touch. Silence stretched. My breath quickened. His hand lifted, fingers brushing my jaw, tilting my face up. The touch was light, reverent even, but it set every nerve on fire. "Why are you doing this?" I whispered. "Because you're mine," he said simply. The words stole my air. Heat and fury, and something darker tangled inside me. "I'm not," I said, voice shaking. His thumb grazed my lower lip. "Not yet." I stepped back, heart hammering, but the space between us still felt charged, like lightning waiting to strike. The mirror. Back home. I scrubbed the makeup off until my skin burned. The mirror showed a girl with raw eyes, lips still tingling, hands trembling. I pressed my palms against the sink. "He's pulling you in." "You're letting him?" From Rowan's room came the sound of quiet snores, innocent and steady. That was the only real sound in my world. Everything else velvet. Whispers. Lucian's touch was illusion. And yet, when I closed my eyes, it was his voice I heard. "Because you're mine." The words echoed, chains disguised as silk. And I hated myself for wondering how it would feel if I stopped fighting them. Chapter of the Forbidden Heat. Rain on glass. The rain started like a rumor, soft, uncertain, a whisper against the window that could have been the pipe in the wall losing a fight. Then the city decided to believe it, and the whisper fattened into a hush that swallowed sirens and made tires hiss along the curb. My phone was a dark coin on the table between an overdue notice and Rowan's half-finished geometry worksheet. He'd fallen asleep on the couch, with a soldering iron holstered like a knight's sword, and a strip of LEDs blinking a slow green pulse beside his cheek. I took the iron from his hand, the way you take a match from a child in a dream, then tucked a blanket over him. Cheap fleece, cartoon rockets fading, because love is maintenance as much as anything else. The vibration when it came was not loud, but I heard it like a fire alarm in a house that had already burned once. 8 p.m. Downstairs. No please. No name. No pretend. I could have turned the phone face down again. Could have made some imaginary better choice that women in safer books make. Instead, I stood up into my black dress, the one that turned my shoulders into geometry and my legs into rumors, and laced my boots with the calm of a person walking into an appointment they had no intention of surviving. I wrote a note for Rowan Pizza in the fridge. Heat it. Lock up twice. Back by 10. And left the apartment smelling of dust and the scorched sugar of solder. Outside, the rain had settled into a steady fall, the kind the city absorbs like penance. The sedan waited with its windows streaking neon into watercolor. The door exhaled leather and quiet when I pulled it open. Same driver. Same non-face in the mirror. We slid into traffic like a black thought no one wanted to own. I let the city pour past umbrella domes, juddering along the sidewalk, steam carrying the aluminum smell of the subway up through the grates. A kid in a translucent poncho laughing like rain was a personal miracle. Somewhere, a saxophone made midnight sound like forgiveness. None of it got inside the car. None of it could. I could say no. I thought it and watched the lie fog the window. I could. The truth was a colder thing. I already hadn't. The tower. After hours. The elevator didn't chime on Lucian's floor. It sighed. The doors slid open on carpet that looked like money, and swallowed footsteps like confession. His office door was open, the light low, the city thrown out flat behind him like a map he had already memorized and amended. He didn't stand when I came in, didn't do anything dramatical with his hands, just looked up, eyes cutting warm through the dim in a way that made the room a little hotter and my throat a little drier. "You're wet," he said. Observation, not concern. "I walked through weather," I said, because my mouth liked to push even when my brain wanted to measure. "Come here." Oh, 2 words. Simple as a glass of water. I crossed the room to the sitting area where he'd set a tray on the low table. 2 tumblers, a narrow carafe glassing amber, a bowl of lemon rinds like polished moons. The rain fingered the window behind him. The lamp made a cone of honey. We stood inside. He poured, held a glass out. When I took it, our fingers grazed. The tiny contact ran up my arm to my throat and hid there like contraband. "Lesson 3, he said. "Oh, good," I said. I was worried we were out of things to teach me. "Every room is a test of power," he said, unbothered by my static. "Who sets the rules? Who breaks them? Who pretends not to notice?" His gaze steadied on my face. "You came." "I did. That's a rule you broke." He drank, and the tendon at his throat flickered. "Your rule. Maybe I was tired of my rules. Or maybe you were curious. Maybe I was furious," I said, the word too honest in my mouth. And yet, his mouth tipped the smallest degree. "Here." The silence opened like a trap door under the conversation. The rain did quiet applause against glass. I lifted my glass and swallowed. "Honey. Smoke. The slow bloom heat that lights the chest and makes the edges of your fear go soft. Walk," he said. "What?" "See the room." I set my glass down and did what he asked. Because I kept doing what he asked and walked to the windows, then the bookcase, then a painting I had never studied. I pretended to be interested in the frame. What I was interested in was watching him in reflection. The way he sat, perfectly balanced, as if a pound of weight to either side would unmake him. The way his eyes tracked me without moving. The way his patience charged the air. "You turned the chair fractionally when I came in," I said, not looking at him. "So your body faces the door and the windows at once. It reads casual for people who don't know, and for people who do, it reads prepared. And you kept the door open," he said. "For yourself. Always. Always is a kind of prayer," he said. "Or a lie." I pivoted. "What am I here for, Lucian?" His answer was immediate and quiet. "You." My throat forgot how to work for a heartbeat. "That's not a job. It is tonight. Do I get a raise?" "You get clarity." He stood then, and the chair looked vaguely abandoned. He wasn't much closer than he'd been before. Maybe a step. Maybe two. But the space felt recalibrated, as if someone had nudged a planet while our back was turned. I should have stepped back to rebalance the solar system. I didn't. "You want me angry," I said. "You like me sharper." "I like you true," he said. "Anger is one of the few honest languages." "Is that all this is?" I asked. "A translation exercise?" His attention dragged over my face, throat, shoulders with the deliberation of a signature. "No," he said. "This is hunger, with rules." The room found a new voltage. It hummed in my wrists, at the backs of my knees. I set my glass down because my hand had started to shake, and I was not interested in giving him that. He saw it anyway. He saw everything anyway. "Say stop," he said, as if reading a manual out loud. Not challenging, inviting. The quiet after was a canyon. I didn't say it. He came the rest of the way. Heat is a language. The first touch wasn't his mouth. It was his thumb at my jaw, the pad of it slow against skin like he was noting a detail for later use. Then his palm bracketed my face. His other hand found the small of my back. My sternum lit like someone had struck a match and put it there to see if it would catch. "This is a mistake," I said, obligingly offering the scripted line we could later cite in our defense. "I make many," he said, close enough for the words to graze my lower lip. "This will not be one of them." His mouth on mine was not frantic. It was precise, the way a lock recognizes a key and does not upstage the moment with drama. He bracketed my head and angled it almost gently. I had a brief, ridiculous image of him moving a chess piece with 2 fingers. "Your queen goes here now." Heat rose under my skin with the accuracy of an accelerator graph. The city fell out of my ears. The rain moved further away. The flavor registered in layers smoke mint him. I kissed back like I was trying to verify the math. It wasn't sweet. It wasn't violent. It was an exchange of burning, measured in breath. When he pulled back, it was by a fraction, like he was making room for an answer. "You okay?" he said, not quite a question. "Define okay," I said, and heard how wrecked and present I sounded. He smiled. Actual brief. A thing like a light at the end of a long hall. Then his mouth was on mine again, harder, and our teeth clicked once, and the small sound tripped something feral in me that didn't care about furniture or tastefully expensive lamps. My hands, which had been clinging to choice, went unprofessional. His shirt, warm under my fingers, his shoulder, solid. The back of his neck, a heat seam my palm wanted to memorize. When his tongue brushed mine, my knees went untrustworthy. He guided me backward the smallest distance, and my spine found the cool of the window. The rain was there. A chill through glass. The city a smear of light behind closed eyes. It made a geometry of sensation. Cold at my back, hot everywhere else. Him a constant and a reckless. "Lucian," I said into his mouth. "A benediction or a complaint." He answered by coming closer, which is a language I understand. His hand slid from my jaw to my throat, not squeezing, just the weight of it, the claim of pulse. He felt it stutter, and God help me, made a small, approving sound into my mouth. The sound traveled through me like a signal. "Say stop," he said again, a whisper against skin. I tried to find the word. I found want instead. The lift and the landing. He peeled himself back a fraction and studied me like he was memorizing a map he might have to cross blind. His breath was controlled in a way mine was not. He looked in control in a way I was not. And the only thing that kept this from making me furious was the fact that I could see the cost of that control in the set of his mouth. "We will not do this here," he said, as if the room might be offended. "Come, bossy," I said because I needed to put a word between us that had humor in it, or I might have broken open like a cheap glass. "Consistent," he said, and his hand, which had been on my throat, slipped to my wrist. Warm and firm. He didn't drag. He guided. I let him. The corridor beyond the office was dim as a throat. The elevator for private floors accepted his print like a tame animal. We rose in silence, and in the silver of the doors I watched us become a pair. It should have frightened me more than it did. Maybe it would, later. His penthouse was the kind of quiet that makes libraries feel like block parties. Glass. Shadow. A minimalism so ruthless. The one indulgence, a long, low piano near the windows, looked almost obscene. The city flared below like a circuit board. He dropped his keys in a dish that made an expensive chime, then turned and watched me in the doorway as if he was taking a picture he did not intend to share. "You can still leave," he said. "I know," I said. We looked at each other across a room large enough to hide a herd of regrets. Then we closed the distance, the way people who have been circling do, without choreography and with incredible accuracy. How things break open. The second kiss didn't waste any time on the ritual of surprise. My back found the piano, the cool wood against my spine a precise note. His hands found my ribs, my waist, my hips, mapped me with the urgency of someone who had memorized a country and was relieved to learn the roads still existed. I discovered his shoulder blade, the tendon in his forearm, the angle of his jaw under my thumb. He was built of decisions. I wanted to vandalize them. He lifted me onto the bench with the same inexorable politeness he used to open doors and remove threats. My breath stuttered. The bench creaked the smallest sound. The rain wrote lines I couldn't read down the glass. He braced a knee between mine and waited for me to decide whether they opened. I did. God help me, I did. His inhale was audible. He kissed my throat like he was taking a measurement there. His hand slid lower. His mouth said my name, in a tone I had not heard on anyone else's mouth, like a man tasting a word that had been denied to him, and discovering it fit. "Lucian," I started, because I wanted to say a list of things. "I hate you. I want you. I am afraid. Do not hurt me. Do not stop." None of them would come in the right order. "I know," he said against my skin. Either a lie or a mercy. I discovered the first button of his shirt, then the second. He let me. The feeling of undressing power is foul and holy. His skin was warmer than I expected, as if heat lived under it like a second atmosphere. His chest hair rasped against my knuckles, humanizing him by inches. He exhaled once, the sound not controlled, and the lights in my body went very bright in answer. He took my hands and pinned them lightly to the edge of the bench, not restraining, just offering a frame. "Look at me," he said. I did. He had that expression he sometimes wore when a plan arrived fully formed in his head. Only this plan was me. The realization should have sent me out of my skin. Instead, it held me inside it for once. The kissing got less civilized. There was a moment where I thought, hazy, oh, this is why people wreck countries over this. There was a moment where fear knocked. I opened the door. It was not empty out there. It was the part of me that did not believe in safety. It asked for a seat. I gave it one. Then the world got straightforward. Yes and oh and please. I won't inventory what followed like a thief. We were not gentle, but we were careful. We were not quiet, but the rain drowned the city, and I drowned the last of my protests in him. Consent was a lumen we kept checking. Every time he asked eyebrows a question, hand a little stillness. Something inside me that had never been consulted in my life answered first. It said more. It said now. It said mine in a voice that was not his. And not mine, but the one we used together. After, the bench had shifted half an inch, and my hair had completely betrayed me. He made a sound that might have been a laugh if men like him laughed openly. I made a sound that did not belong to language. He braced his forehead to mine, breath rough. Teeth found my lower lip as if he needed proof I existed. Then he pressed his mouth there as apology and punctuation. Lights from a helicopter smudged us with passing white. The piano did not play, but it hummed. Maybe that was me. The interlude of ordinary. He disappeared for a minute, and returned with water, a towel warm from a drawer, a shirt he didn't put on but put near, because caretaking is sometimes the same as possession, and sometimes the opposite. I drank greedily. He watched like he was verifying I had solved a problem he had set. "You're shaking," he said. Not accusation. Not triumph. "It's raining," I said, which was nonsense. His mouth quirked, that flicker of human. He slid the towel between his palms like a ritual. "Do you regret it?" I could have built a cathedral of words. I tore that down and installed a simple lamp. No. Relief moved through him so fast it rippled his composure. He hid it well. Not well enough for me. "Do you?" I asked. He looked honestly startled. "No?" he said. Then, quieter, "I thought I would. It is inconvenient." "Inconvenient," I echoed, a little appalled, a little aroused by the honesty. "Good. Let it inconvenience you. Believe me," he said. "It already does." We migrated to the couch without discussing it. He stretched one arm along the back. I tucked my legs under me, stole the corner of a throw I pretended not to notice. Matched nothing in the room. The city threw silver coins of light across the glass. My body felt altered at the border, like the first day after a haircut. "Tell me something true," he said. I was tired of true. It had cost so much lately. "I'm afraid of elevators," I said anyway. "Not ours. Other people's." "Why?" he said. "The way you ask for a passcode." "Because once," I said, "when I was 8, it stalled between floors for 40 minutes with both of us inside, and my mother already dead." "Oh, bet." He didn't say I'm sorry, because he never said soft words he didn't believe, and that, for once, was a mercy. He reached and adjusted a curl behind my ear, the way you correct a word on a page. "And yet you get in them. Because the stairs take longer," I said. "And because fear doesn't get a veto," he nodded, something satisfied flickering under his ribs. "Another." "You," I said, and it was unfair, and I did it anyway. He tipped his head back. For a second, I thought he would tell me nothing. Then, I was 17 the first time I realized that if I didn't become dangerous, I would become dead. I caught the impulse to lighten it, did not. "And you like what you've made?" "I like that it works," he said. "That's not the same. It is sufficient." His attention returned to me, fastening. "Another." "You'll run out of me," I said, a complaint that sounded like a wish. "I won't," he said. I sifted my pockets for a truth that didn't taste like violent detail removed. I thought that if I kept my life small enough, nothing could wreck it. I said, "Turns out, small is just easier to break." His knuckles brushed my knee. Once, like punctuation, we sat in that room with the rain, both of us inventorying the cost of what had happened and not finding enough math to hold it. Costs. Itemized. It would have been a good place to end the night. Water, rain, a room that did not know how to be messy, and 2 people who did. But reality learned our address. His phone, which had been face down on the marble console like a sun you can choose to ignore, vibrated against stone with a small, efficient violence. He glanced, and the evening that had opened like a hand closed into a fist. "What?" I said, because I had earned the syllable. "A leak," he said. "Possibly 2. In the pipes?" I said, because sarcasm is my skin suit. In the world. He stood, and the man who had kissed me became the man people obey. It wasn't a change of mask. It was a change of weather. He was already putting on his shirt. He did it fast. He was good at it. I hated that. "Go," I said, before he could say stay like an order. "I'll get a car." His eyes cut to me. Held, warmed, sharpened. He buttoned the last button and crossed to me again. Ridiculous. Unnecessary. And kissed me once like a vow spoken in a language nobody lives long enough to learn. It was not the same as before. It was faster. It said I will be back, and I am already gone. "Lock the door behind you," he said. Twice. I wanted to say I always do. I wanted to say I'm not your investment now. I wanted to say a lot of brave things that would have been true in quotes and false out of them. What I said was, "Be careful." His mouth bent in that almost smile that occurs at the edge of belief. "I don't do careful." "Then do precise," I said. "Bring it home." That made something in his face ease, as if I had identified his god correctly. He left without theatrics. The door clicked. The penthouse absorbed him and did not change. I sat there breathing like I had lost a staircase under my feet, and was pretending I liked to fly. Descent. I did lock the door twice. I did not take the elevator immediately. I walked to the piano and put my fingertips on keys that were still faintly warm from the fiction of my spine. I do not play. The piano made a single sound anyway, soft, wounded, like a bed that remembers. In the elevator mirror, I looked like a girl who had chosen the thing that would ruin her, and had decided that if she was very, very excellent at the ruin, maybe it could double as a crown. The rain had smudged the city anew. Down on the street, a man yelled about mushrooms and the end of the world. A woman laughed and didn't put her umbrella up. A taxi made ocean noises along the curb. The sedan returned me to my block. The driver still a rumor. I let myself into our apartment, where the air was unconcerned and the fridge light was honest. I checked the chain on the door. Twice. Rowan had rolled off the couch and onto the rug, his blanket cocooned around his ankles like a failed chrysalis. I fixed him with gentle violence. He grunted and slept harder. In the bathroom, I looked in the mirror and had to put my hand on the counter, because the girl looking back at me was not rehearsing. She had learned a scene by heart and played it until the furniture moved. I washed my face. The water ran warm and then a little too hot, and I let it scald because after certain nights, your skin belongs to events and you have to claim it back. In bed, the ceiling-stained country looked closer. I thought of Lucian's mouth on mine, and the way he said stop, like a word he would honor even if the building was burning. I thought of the leak in his evening, and the way danger follows men who court it like a dance partner. I thought of my yes, and did not look for regret. I thought of the word mine, and who had said it, and what it meant, and how it could be both a chain and a handrail depending on which way you were falling. I slept badly and deeply, and not long. In the hour that lives between 3 and 4, a text arrived and turned on the dark. Home. Handle held. Sleep. It was a code I hadn't been taught. It felt like alive. Control retained. Rest. I put the phone under my pillow, like a childish charm, and did what he ordered. Not because he ordered it, but because I wanted to wake up in a world where I could text back something ordinary and mean it. Morning. After. The city resumed its unsupportive song. Rowan dumped cereal like confetti, his hair a map of every toss and turn. "You're smiling," he said, suspicious and pleased. "Weird." I am not," I said, smiling. He squinted. "You are. You look different." There it was again. Different. My mouth did a thing that could have been a smirk or an apology. I kissed the top of his head like a shield I could manufacture out of affection. "Finish your homework. Mr. Brown will eat you if you don't." "Cool," he said. "Cannibal teacher." He clattered away. The apartment smelled like coffee and rain dragged in on shoes. In my pocket, the black card sat warm from my body, on my skin. Other warmth had been, and hadn't left. When my phone buzzed again, it was a single word. "Tonight." I wrote back something that wasn't quite yes, and wasn't quite a question. "Where?" The answer came instantly, like he had not moved since last night. "You'll know." The ledger inside me added a new column I did not have the education to name. The ceiling stain country receded to the middle distance. The city put on its teeth. I washed the 2 tumblers I'd forgotten in the sink. I hung the towel, straightened the note I had left, threw it away, wrote a new one because the first one had a different person's handwriting. And then I went to work at the hard, ordinary task of the day, which is the only work there is. To hold 2 truths in your jaw without letting either cut you, this is danger, and this is desire. And to keep walking even when the floor tilts, because you have decided that falling can be a kind of flight if you land holding the right hand. Outside, the rain stopped. The city steamed like an animal. Somewhere, a piano remembered us. Somewhere, a man who does not do careful did precise, and came home. And under my breastbone, a small, disciplined fire arranged itself to burn for a long time. Chapter 9. Chains of Desire. Morning. The ghost of a kiss. The city didn't care that my mouth remembered him. Buses still breathed diesel onto the curb. A jackhammer pecked the street like a rude woodpecker, and the woman downstairs shouted at her boyfriend about a lie so specific, I knew it had to be true. But my body hadn't received the memo that life goes on. Every shift of fabric against my skin sparked small fires. Every time I swallowed, I tasted smoke, and something sweeter I refused to name. Rowan padded out in socks, hair performing anarchy. He clocked my face the way only brothers do, eyes narrowing. "You're smiling," he said, suspicious. "I'm not." I put a mug under the coffee drip like I hadn't just flinched from my own reflection. "You are." He spooned cereal with the solemnity of court testimony. "It's weird." "Don't," duly noted. I sipped coffee that tasted like regret and a bad decision I was going to make again. Rowan's robot, which had begun to look like a robot if you squinted and believed in evolution, blinked a green diode. He nudged it with his toe. Mr. Brown said if I get the line, "Follow sensor working. I can come early next week." "You will," I said, with a dramatic flourish. I kissed the top of his head because I needed to do something that felt like goodness. When my phone buzzed on the counter, Rowan raised an eyebrow. I flipped it over like the guilty do. "Tonight. 8. Don't be late. No name. No please." "Of course." I typed back before I could pretend I had principles. "Where?" The 3 dots appeared, smug and inevitable. "You'll know when the car arrives. You have to work?" Rowan asked, casual voice, eyes not casual. "Kind of." I put the phone face down as if that controlled anything. "Eat. Brush. School. Oh." He saluted with a spoon, and milk dripped onto his hoodie, and something inside me that still believed in religion decided this was mine. The boy, the mess, the small world that wanted to stay small. I told myself that if I kept it safe, what I did outside it wouldn't matter. "Liar," a quieter part of me said. But it was kind about it. which almost made it worse. The wait that eats you. Time has a personality when you're waiting. It gets sly. It rubs your nerves raw with the same corner. I tried to work. Words grenaded into nonsense. I tried to clean. The floor judged me. I put on music. Took it off. Put it on again. Noon burned down to dusk like a fuse. At 7:58, I stood at the window, palms cold, in a black dress that made my shoulders look like geometry, and my motives look simple. The street below glowed a wet silver. A black car glided up to the curb so quietly it felt like an apology. Rowan drifted by the door with his backpack slung on one shoulder even though he wasn't going anywhere. "You sure this new job is safe?" he asked. "Define safe," I said, immediately regretting the joke. "I'm being careful." Another lie, or an attempt at one. He nodded in that way that means you don't believe me, and you are choosing to anyway, because love is a terrible negotiator. "Text when you're done." "I will." I locked the door twice. I breathed once. I descended into a version of the night that had my name on it, printed in a font I couldn't read yet. The car and the city that pretends not to watch. The sedan's door was opened by a driver with a face like a rumor. Inside smelled like leather and restraint. The city outside smeared neon and rain into watercolor. A man in a poncho ran, shoes slapping rhythm. A couple argued with their foreheads touching, rage and tenderness, wearing the same coat. Somewhere a saxophone made a sound like midnight remembered your birthday. "You'll know when the car arrives," Lucian had said. The car arrived. I knew. I pressed my palm to my knee to stop the tremor. My body didn't care for my decisions. It had a crush on my mistakes. I could feel the afterheat of him in the marrow of my fingers. I could feel a word forming in my throat, and I knew if I said it, I wouldn't be able to unsay it. I told the word to behave. It smirked. The car slid to a stop outside a hotel that pretended to be discreet and charged extra for it. The doorman nodded. The elevator whispered its assent, and when the doors opened, silence poured out like an expensive perfume. The room above the city. The private dining room was glass and shadow, and a table set like a dare. Candles stood like small, obedient fires. The city was a board of light spread beneath us, the river a dark cut. Lucian sat at the far end of the table, suit a black grammar, gaze already wrapped around me. He didn't stand. He didn't say hello. "You're late." "It's 8, I said. "For me," he said. "That's late. Buy a better clock. Learn mine." The exchange should have been foreplay. It wasn't. It was what we did to keep from saying anything truer. He gestured to the chair beside him. Not across. Beside. He poured wine that colored the crystal like a bruise and pushed the glass toward me with 2 fingers. His hand was steady. Mine wasn't. "Why this?" I asked. "The set. The script. The candles. You don't strike me as a candle man. It isn't romance," he said. "It's strategy." "For who?" "For us." The word landed like coins in an empty jar. Too loud. Too few. I took a sip. It tasted like summer and violent detail removed. "You think I can be bought with a view? You can be taught by one." He picked up his glass. "And you can be seen in one." "Seen by who?" I wanted to make the word an insult. It came out a question. "Everyone who matters," he said softly. "And everyone who doesn't, because they matter to the first group. So I'm bait." I wanted to spit the word. I swallowed it and choked a little. "You're a mirror," he said. "Tonight you'll learn how to hold one." The lesson in posture and silence. They brought food because that is the ritual for pretending we are animals that dine and not animals that hunt. Slices of steak as red as a stop sign, greens that tasted like money. Everything on the plate had a story. None of the stories were about hunger. "Sit as if you own the table," he said, low, for me alone. "Not as if you were invited to it." I wasn't. "You were," he said. "By me." That isn't the same. When it is to them. He tilted his chin, almost imperceptibly, toward the glass. The reflection held the room behind us. Another table. Men pretending their teeth were part of their financial portfolio. They will read you in the first 5 seconds. Give them something they don't know how to price. I put the glass down without sound. I rested my wrist on the table so the vein showed, not the pulse. I looked neither deferent nor eager. I thought, Queen, a word I had never owned. Don't fill silence, he said. Everyone does. What do I fill instead? Space. How? His mouth moved in a micro measure of approval. With looking, he said. With knowing when to look away. With not rewarding questions you don't want to answer with answers they don't deserve. And if I want to answer, make them pay, he said. For me? For the privilege of hearing you, he said. The rest will follow. I speared a piece of steak because I needed iron. The city glittered like it wanted to be bought. His profile looked carved by a very patient, violent detail removed. The candles painted his knuckles in honey. You like teaching me, I said. I like results, he said. That isn't the same as liking me. What would you do with my liking? He asked, head turning, eyes finding me. Probably ruin it, I said. And that earned me a breath of something like laughter, and I hated how hungry I was for it. The interruption that wasn't. A waiter appeared with champagne. Lucian nodded, and the waiter nodded back, like two generals agreeing not to bomb the same field twice. He poured, bubbles racing up like they were trying to escape. To what? I said, because I know the ritual, and I refuse it when I can. To clarity, he said. I clinked the rim of my glass against his. Good luck. We drank. He watched me with that terrible, steady attention. You're angry, he said. You like me angry. I like you honest. He set his glass down. Anger is an honest shape. Desire, too. He had the audacity to say it calmly. Heat went through me like an elevator that forgot most floors. The words made a geometry of the air, and I fit inside it even as I wanted to break the diagram. I shouldn't be here, I said, which in any language translates to, I want to be here more than it is safe to want anything. You are, he said. That is the only truth that matters in this room, and outside this room. He considered that. I watched the consideration cross his face like weather over water. Outside, he said. Wish is not a truth, and in here it is. In here, he said. It is a rule. What it feels like to be seen. He moved. Not a lot. Just his hand, across the table, until the back of his fingers touched the back of mine. Not a claim. A temperature. And then it wasn't a temperature. It was a chain, but one I had picked up with my own hand. You scare me, I said, because the wine had quieted my sensors, and because the truth wanted to hear itself out loud. Good, he said lightly. Fear is a seatbelt. Fear keeps people from living. It keeps them from dying stupid, he said. We are negotiating the middle, are we? I wanted to smile and couldn't find the function. And what am I in that negotiation? Oh, the only variable I didn't plan to want, he said. The sentence rearranged my bones. I curled my fingers so his knuckles pressed into my palm. He noticed. He noticed everything. Don't say things you can't defend in daylight, I said. I don't say things I can't defend in court, he said. Daylight is easier. The kitchen door swung. Silver dome. Steam. We ignored it like the well-fed do. The city moved through its night. 1,000 rooms. 1,000 small negotiations. I want. I won't. I will. Teach me something else, I said, which was not about posture or wine. The difference between need and want, he said. I know that one. You think you do, he said. Define them. Need keeps you alive, I said. Want makes you foolish. He shook his head. Need makes you foolish, he said. Want makes you honest. Oh, creating. Is that your defense for tonight? It's my indictment, he said. The word landed like a verdict, and I, ridiculous, felt acquitted. The ride, down the throat of the night. We didn't touch again at the table. That was the discipline. I felt the not touching like static under skin. When we stood, he didn't offer his arm. He didn't have to. He walked beside me and the room edited itself around us. In the elevator, a mirrored box small enough to smell each other, I watched the footage play back, my chin up. His body canted slightly between me and the doors, as if metal could be persuaded by posture. The doors slid open. The lobby tried not to stare. The car took us through a city that had put on its velvet jacket. Clubs spit laughter onto sidewalks. Street vendors steamed peanuts into the cold air. The river slept with one eye open. He sat close enough that the heat of him seeped through the fabric into my skin and provided data points I did not need, but collected anyway. My hand on the leather between us twitched toward his a fraction and stopped, like a dog that has learned a rule and hates it. He covered it with his. The contact wasn't a grab. It was weight. It was warm. It said, "Be still," and I'm here and more later without moving. My body, traitor, stilled. The city displayed its 1,000 versions of loneliness through the window like a boutique window. I had selected mine. He had selected his. They overlapped for now. "You're not looking out the window," he said. "There's nothing out there I want more." I startled at my own honesty. "Good," he said. And it wasn't praise. It was relief. The high floor. Where the air is thin, his penthouse didn't try to pretend it wasn't designed by a person who likes control. Everything was precise. The long, low couch, the piano near the window, the books arranged by intention rather than color. The city lay at our feet like something tamed. It wasn't. I stood at the window because I needed to perform indecision for a second longer. My reflection in the glass looked like a woman trying to decide if she was about to jump, or had already done it, and was waiting to see if she could fly. His reflection came up behind mine. Dark suit, light hands. "Say it," he said. Quiet. A suggestion dressed as a command. "Say what?" "That you want me." I barked a laugh that wanted to be a sob. "You already know. Knowing isn't enough." His breath grazed my ear. "I want to hear it." I swallowed the pride that had kept me upright my entire life and felt it scratch on the way down. I closed my eyes. I opened them. The city didn't blink. "I want you," I said, and it felt like a sentence, and a sentence grammar in prison. His exhale hit my neck. It shook me the way sound moves a glass of water. His hand bracketed my hip. We moved through the same choreography and made it brand new. The mouth that had taught me strategy taught me fire again. It was less careful and more careful. It was a vow and a threat and a promise that did not require language. At some point I said his name, the way I shouldn't say a man's name if I intend to keep him out of my bloodstream. At some point he said my name like he was cashing a check he had written on a dare. The city did not object. We didn't head for the piano. We found a wall I had not noticed, because we were very busy being architecture. His fingers learned, adjusted, remembered. Mine tried to catalog, failed, surrendered to the study of heat. Time did its trick. Lost 2 hours, and found them later stuck in my hair. When we stopped, it wasn't because we wanted to. It was because breath is a finite resource. We slid down the wall until the floor caught us. I made a sound that could have been a laugh. He made a sound that could have been a prayer. "Aria," he said, and my name sounded new, like a coin after minting. Too bright, too hot. "Yes." This will complicate everything." "Good," I said. I was bored. He huffed something that was secretly delighted, and would sue me if I called it that. The reckoning in the quiet. He gave me water and silence. The silence was more intimate. I drank both. My dress had lost the argument with gravity. His shirt forgot its buttons. The rain had quit. The city breathed its metallic morning breath already, a little too early. He sat with one knee up, one hand around the back of his neck, looking like a man considering a move that would win the game and end the sport. "You're thinking," I said. "I am," he said. "Dangerous habit. Very." He glanced over. "You're not." "I am," I said. Just too loud to hear. "What are you thinking?" "That if you ask me to choose between this and my life, I'll choose my life," I said. "But this is in it now, so the math changed." "Oh," he nodded as if I had balanced a ledger he had been staring at for months. "I won't ask you to choose," he said. "Liar," I said, but softly. He looked, then really looked as if something important had occurred to him. "I will not ask," he corrected, "but others will. And when they do, you will choose wrong once for the right reasons or right once for the wrong ones. That is the law. I hate your laws. I didn't write them," he said. "I only obey the ones that keep us alive." End of .com. The word us rang the way steel does when struck. I put my palm on his knee. It felt like signing something. He didn't flinch. "Tell me why me," I said, because the question was a splinter, and I was done pretending it wasn't there. He considered the easy lies, dismissed them, found the hard answer. "Because you see. Because you fight. Because you scare me," he said. "And because the night I decided to engineer your debt, I thought I was choosing a piece on the board. I discovered I had chosen the board." "That's not romantic," I said, my throat a little wrecked. "It's true," he said. "The truth did more for me than romance ever could. Leaving, and not. I should have left before dawn. Habit said so. Survival manuals said so. I didn't. I watched the skyline pink up like the city had violent detail removed, and it showed through. I watched him stand at the window, sleeves rolled, eyes already somewhere warlike. I buttoned the wrong button, and he fixed it without looking like almost ruin. "Tonight," he said. "I have a brother," I said. "I know," he said. "Bring him to the safe house after school." "Safe house." He looked at me, unblinking. "You are not the only variable," he said, "and I am done leaving him in the open. This isn't your decision," I said, angry at how right it sounded in my chest. "It is mine until you make a better one faster," he said. Not cruel, accurate. I hated him for his accuracy. I loved him for it. I kissed him. Instead of deciding which verb won, he walked me to the elevator like a man to a door he has to keep closing. The doors slid shut on his face and opened on the lobby's cold morning. The car returned me to a street that had not asked where I had been. At home, Rowan stood at the sink, pouring orange juice like it required calculus. He looked up, saw something, pretended not to. "You're smiling again," he said. "I'll stop," I said. "Don't," he said, and his voice was so serious I had to touch the counter to keep from floating off the floor. I packed his lunch with too much food because penance is domestic. He shouldered his backpack. I locked the door twice. The black card burned between the pages of a cookbook we never used. When my phone buzzed, it was one word. Later, I typed back the only answer that told the truth and didn't give it away. Yes, the city started its day with teeth and schedules. I started mine with a yes that sounded like a chain and felt like a key. Somewhere above the noise and the deals, a man who did not know how to be careful had said something that sounded like confession to my mouth, and my mouth had answered like a woman who had finally decided to be honest with her own hunger. I washed a mug. I wiped a counter. I breathed, and under the life I had protected like a candle cupped in rain, another life lit, steady and disobedient. It flickered once. It held. Chapter 10. Fault lines. Morning with edges. The morning after a night like that should come with instructions. It didn't. The city hauled itself into being with its usual lack of ceremony. Garbage truck hydraulics, grunting like they were lifting the day by the spine, pigeons bickering on the fire escape, a bus coughing at the corner. In our kitchen, the light came in thin, loyal stripes through the blinds and landed on a bowl of cereal gone soft. Rowan hovered over it with the concentration of a scientist on the brink of discovery. His hoodie sagged under the weight of a backpack that carried too many circuits and not enough algebra. "You're staring," he said without looking up. "I'm stretching." I lied, lifting my arms over my head until the stretch turned into a small, private, explicit content removed. At a memory my body refused to file away, Rowan grinned. "Gross. Eat." I poured coffee and swallowed the bitterness, because I was trying not to swallow anything else. Regret. Fear. A word that wanted to be love and had not earned its citizenship yet. My phone buzzed against the counter. I didn't have to flip it over to know. 9 a.m. My office. Bring the boy's schedule. No punctuation. No, please. My pulse did that humiliating skip anyway. Rowan noticed. He always did. Is it the new boss? Boss is a strong word, I said, and hated the way it landed in my mouth as if my tongue already knew the taste. "You're different," he said. "So are you. Your hair invented a new dimension overnight." He shoved a hand through it and made it worse. "Mr. Brown says if I finish the line, follow code by Friday, I can take the robot to regionals." "That's amazing." I meant it. It hurt. How much I meant it. "We'll make it happen." "You say that like a superhero." He squinted at me. "You're not a superhero. You're short. Heightest," I said. And he laughed, and the apartment felt almost safe for a second. "I need your schedule," I said, casual as a thrown pebble. "For the new job." Rowan rattled it off between mouthfuls, and I typed as if I wasn't inventorying daylight like contraband. School. Lab time. Aftercare when Mr. Brown stayed. Bus routes. He finished, eyebrows up, waiting for the reveal. "Cool," I said. "Finish your cereal. Brush your teeth. Shoes. We're leaving together." "We?" He made the word 3 syllables of suspicion. "We." I kissed the top of his head on my way past. A badge or a target. I didn't know which. He watched me lock the door twice. "Paranoid," he said. "Prepared," I corrected. "Same letter," he said. "Different words. Different lives," I said, but only in my head. The tower and the boy. Lucian's building ate light for breakfast. Midtown wind carved at our jackets as we crossed the plaza. Rowan slowed in the lobby like a kid stepping into TV. Marble floors so polished they looked like water, a chandelier that could have sold our rent for a decade. Security didn't ask for my ID. He looked at me, then at Rowan, then at the black card in my hand, and nodded like we had passed an exam. Rowan's eyes went wide as we stepped into the elevator. I can feel it in my ears. "Swallow," I said. We rose like a secret. Lucian's office door was open. Predators don't need locks. He was at the window with his back to us, sleeves rolled, tie in a precise half knot that looked like it had thought through 3 consequences before committing. The city lay behind him like a map he'd drawn, and dared the world to contradict. Rowan stopped just inside the threshold the way the devout do at an altar. "Aye," he said, small voice, big room. Lucian turned. The adjustment in his face was microscopic and total. The edges softened half a degree, the attention widened, the danger bled back under the skin. "Rowan," he said, and made it sound like a name he'd been expecting to say all morning. "I'm Lucian. My sister says that like it's the weather." Rowan blurted, then flushed. Lucian's mouth tilted. "Sometimes it is." "Are." Rowan's gaze flicked everywhere at once. The glass wall, the desk with a pen that probably cost rent, the tray with water that looked too pure to be legal. And then he did the thing I'd hoped he might not. He walked straight to the window and put both hands on the glass, the city 50 floors under his palms. "Whoa, careful," I said, the word jumping out of me like it had its own legs. "It's tempered," Lucian said, not moving closer. "He's safe." I bristled anyway. Rowan's safety was a place I lived, not a concept I let other people speak into existence. Lucian flicked 2 fingers toward a low chair. Rowan sat like a knight obeying a king, and then, realizing what he'd done, rolled his eyes at himself and slouched like a teenager who doesn't respect monarchy. "You like robots," Lucian said. Not a question. Rowan blinked. "I like making things that move because I told them to," he said, then suspicious. "How do you know?" Lucian's gaze cut to me for a microsecond and back. "Your sister told me." "I didn't," I said automatically, then realized I had. In the dark, and laughter, and a breathy confession between yes and yes, I had said too much. Rowan leaned forward, elbows on his knees, suddenly conspiratorial. "I'm building a line. Follow bot for regionals. The sensor is trash, but I can hack it. I just need more time. And maybe a better op-amp. And also—" He stopped, realizing he was speaking a language not all adults speak, and braced for the blank stare. Lucian didn't blank. "So, you need precision," he said. "And funding," Rowan said. "But precision is sexier." "Rowan," I said, and he flushed again, proud and mortified. Lucian's eyes warmed the smallest fraction. "Precision is the difference between a wish and a win," he said. "You'll have time. And better parts." Rowan's head snapped to me. "What did you tell him?" I swallowed. "Nothing I didn't already tell you. That you're brilliant. That you need space to be brilliant in." Rowan tried to scowl, and his face failed him. I'm going to be late," he said, and stood fast enough to trip on the air. He shoved his hands into his hoodie and yanked them out again. "Thank you. Mr. Lucian," he said. "Sufficient." Rowan nodded, as if receiving a new universal constant, and headed for the door. In the hall, he called my name over his shoulder. "Ari? I'm right behind you." I looked at Lucian. He was already watching me watch him. "I'll take him," he said. "You have 5 minutes." "The hell you will," I said on reflex, then made my voice civil in front of the boy. "I'll take him. We don't outsource mornings." Lucian inclined his head the bare minimum. "Then come back. Alone." Rowan and I rode the elevator down. In the lobby, as the doors slid open, he grabbed my hand. "I like him," he said, urgent and guilty, like a confession. "I like him, and I know I shouldn't." I squeezed until our bones remembered each other. "You're allowed to like who you like," I said. "Just keep your mask on." "What mask?" "The one that says you belong anywhere you stand." Rowan grinned, crooked and brave. "I already do." I watched him through the glass until the bus swallowed him. My phone buzzed. "Come back. Now." I went. Invisible fences. He was where I'd left him, but the temperature had changed. The room hummed with the invisible current of a plan in motion. He gestured me in with 2 fingers. "Close the door." I did. I stood in front of his desk and made myself keep my hands at my sides. I wanted to cross them, armor myself. But I was learning too. Sometimes armor reads like fear. "You moved fast," I said. "With the safe house idea." I move when it matters," he said. "And it matters. We're past the point where hoping you won't be used as leverage is responsible. I won't be used as—" "You already are," he said quietly. "Every day you are near me." The truth cracked through me. I wanted to deny it. I couldn't. "So what lock us up? Put us in a tower?" A flicker of humor passed over his mouth and was gone. "It would suit you." "Don't," I said. The plea in it surprised me. "Don't make a joke out of this." "I'm not." He set a folder on the desk and opened it between us. Photos. Printouts. Maps with red circles that drew attention the way violent detail removed does. Dimitri is not a rumor. He is a math problem. He has fewer men than he thinks, more pride than he should, and at least one person who feeds him crumbs from my table. Who? The word came out then. I thought of marble lobbies and velvet rooms, and men who smiled while measuring your pulse for the perfect moment to cut your throat. "We'll decide that when they run out of crumbs," he said. "For now, you and Rowan move to the safe house. Tonight?" I laughed ugly. "You want me to uproot our entire life by dinner?" "I want you to be alive by breakfast," he said, so flatly the room felt cruel. His phone lit. He looked. His jaw tightened, and nothing else moved. "You have an appointment in 7 minutes," he said, and I realized he meant me. "I do?" He nodded at the door to the left, a corridor I hadn't noticed, or had refused to notice. "Mara will take you to get the basics. Clothes, toiletries, whatever you need. She'll drive you to the safe house at 4. I'll meet you there at 7. You're organizing my day. I'm organizing your survival. My survival is not your job." He looked up, and for a second I saw down to the bottom of him. "It is," he said. "You made it mine." "Lau. I didn't ask. You didn't have to," he said, and the air between us contracted and burned. He could do this to me. Say something in that voice, and make the world simpler. I hated him for it. I loved him for it in a way that would get me killed. "Fine," I said. "We'll go. On one condition." His brow ticked. "Name it. You tell me the truth." I leaned in. The folder lay open like a wound. "Did you engineer Halo?" He went still in that very particular way, like a pane of glass deciding whether to crack. "Define engineer." "Don't." My voice broke and I let it. "Did you set me up? Did you make the shelf fall so you could put a collar on my life?" The room listened. The city outside held its breath like it was eavesdropping 6 floors down. He could have lied. He didn't. "No," he said. And then, because he never gave me the version I wanted when the truth would hurt more. "Not the shelf." Something in my chest went cold and hot at once. "What then?" "The audit," he said. "The insurance. The timing." He looked me in the eye and did not blink. I weighted the scale. I did not build it. "So you didn't cut the wire," I said. "You greased it." He inclined his head the smallest degree. "Yes, it shouldn't have mattered." It did. The betrayal felt more surgical like this, less cinematic. Worse, because it required imagination. He hadn't sent a man to break a shelf. He had let gravity do the work and taught the ledgers how to read it. He had chosen me for the kind of crime no one could film. Why? My throat was raw. "Why me?" "You know," he said. Soft, cruel. "Say it," I said. "Say you wanted me. Say you wanted control. Say both and watch me break." "I wanted you," he said. "And I wanted control." He looked down at his hands as if considering whether to defy them. "One of those is no longer useful." "Which?" I said, though I already knew. "Control," he said. I closed my eyes, because the room got too bright, and the violent detail removed in my face got too loud. I wanted to throw the folder at his head. I wanted to climb into his lap and call him every name I had. I wanted to walk into the river. "Say you're sorry," I said. I couldn't believe I wanted it until I heard the words leave me. "I am," he said. "For the setup," I said. "For all of it," he said. The apology didn't unbreak anything. It only acknowledged the shape. My anger had nowhere to land that wouldn't be my own feet. "You don't get forgiven." I said. I didn't ask. He said. I know, I whispered, and the worst part was I believed him. A knock at the side door. A woman in black with efficient hair. Ready? She asked. I stood on legs that had learned an entirely new set of instructions overnight and picked up my bag. At the threshold, I turned. If you hurt him, I said, if you so much as turn him into leverage, I will burn your empire from the inside out. You'll have help. He said without irony. No, I said. I'll do it alone. His eyes warmed like a bruise when you press your thumb to it. Of course you will. Oh, the house that pretends to be ordinary. The safe house was designed by someone who knew how to hide teeth under carpet. From the street, it was a modest townhouse, with a gracious stoop and a planter full of indifferent ferns. Inside, it was steel and plasters clothing, reinforced frames, a vestibule that could slam shut like a throat, cameras disguised as recessed lights. The air smelled like new paint, and the kind of lemon that isn't trying to be a tree. Mara took me through it like a docent in a gallery of paranoia. Kitchen stocked, she said. 2 bedrooms upstairs. Panic room behind the hall closet code on your phone. She handed me a new phone. It lay cold in my palm, a clean slate with a tracking number. Great, I said. What every girl wants. Flan and a bunker. You can order flan, Mara said without smiling. Don't open the door for anyone unless he says. He, I said. You mean God. You know who I mean. She checked her watch and turned the act of looking at time into a small offense. He'll be here at 7. I have to pick up my brother, I said. Our school dismissal is not optional. Mara's face did not move. A car will meet you at 3:20. If you are late, the driver will come inside. I'll be on the curb, I said, because some wars you choose for the morale boost. At 3:20 on the dot, a gray SUV stitched itself to the curb outside Rowan's school. He trotted down the steps with a peeled banana and an expression that said he had chosen not to ask questions today in exchange for the right to ask them all later. This is nice, he said, climbing into the back seat like the upholstery might bite him. And sketchy. Both things can be true, I said. They usually are, he said, and the driver pretended not to hear. He looked out the window as we drove into a neighborhood where the brownstones had learned to pretend to be humble. We don't live here, he said. Not an accusation, a calendar entry. We do 4 now, I said. Rowan's room at the safe house was a childless adult's idea of teen comfort, soft gray bedding, a framed print of a mountain, a desk that hadn't known an elbow. He stood in the doorway and cataloged the clean lines. The lack. It smells like air freshener commercials. We can make it smell like socks by morning, I said. He dropped his backpack on the bed. Will we go home? Yes, I said, because it was either a promise or a prayer. He looked at me, searching my face for what the word meant today. Okay, he said, choosing trust. And I wanted to pay him interest for that. We made pasta, because that's what you do when the world tilts. You make pasta. He talked through robot logistics. I said, uh-huh, and that's smart. And maybe you should test after dinner. While part of my brain monitored the quiet hum of the security system, the intervals between cars outside, the way the house settled like a body remembering it had bones. At 6:58, there was a knock at the door that wasn't a knock so much as a compromise with a door that already knew who was on the other side. Lucian walked in with the night on him like a jacket. He put a paper bag on the counter, and the kitchen smelled suddenly of sesame and ginger. And a city that keeps cooking, even while people bleed. Dinner part 2, he said, in case pasta is insufficient. It is never insufficient, Rowan said, eyes bright with the kind of adoration that terrified me. He looked at Lucian the way a boy looks at a picture of a plane and suspects it would like to be flown. We ate at the kitchen island like a family in a commercial for knives. Rowan explained line-follow algorithms with his hands. I corrected his posture with a glance. Lucian asked the right questions and pretended not to take notes with his eyes. "Can I show you?" Rowan asked, already half up from his stool. "After?" I said, because I wanted 5 more minutes of pretending. "Now," Lucian said, and Rowan was gone, a blur toward the stairs. "You don't get to be good at this," I said, low, because anger needed a coming-out party. "At which?" Lucian said, face unreadable. "This," I said, gesturing at the boy-shaped chaos upstairs. "You don't get to slide into our life and look like you were always here." "I won't always be," he said, and the honesty in it hit me badly. "Then don't practice," I said. "Arya," he said softly, and my name on his mouth made me want to throw something and to lean into him until the shape of me changed. Rowan thundered back down with the robot in his arms. Wires like hair, eyes like LEDs. "Watch this." We watched. The bot followed a black line he'd taped on the floor, with the stubborn elegance of a thing that knows what it's for. It wobbled at a corner, corrected, and carried on. Rowan whooped. I clapped. Lucian's mouth did the thing again, that nearly smile like lightning behind clouds. "That adjustment at the corner," Lucian said. "How did you teach it that?" "Weighted average," Rowan said. "And some lying." "Good," Lucian said. "Lying has its uses." "Blah. Not at school," I said. "Especially at school," Rowan said. And we were a chorus of bad influence with good intentions. The bot hit the baseboard and stopped, patient for further instruction. "Bed," I said, tapping my watch. "Brush, pajamas. Don't argue with my authoritarian regime." Rowan saluted, the banana peel from earlier mysteriously reappearing in his hand. "Banana for the road." "Trash can," I said. He dropped it in with a violent detail removed, so clean Steph Curry wept somewhere without knowing why, then took the stairs 2 at a time. Lucian had been quiet through the tiny domestic theater. He was looking at the robot, at the line tape on the floor, at the house that had decided to pretend to be ordinary for a minute. "You did good," he said. "I boiled water," I said. "Don't make me a saint." "You walked him up a mountain," he said. "Now, there is air." Ugh. The compliment landed and lodged and made me tired. "What are we doing, Lucian?" "Eating, teaching, not dying," he said. "In that order. After that, after," he said. "We'll see." It wasn't enough. It was all he had. How quiet becomes a weapon. At 10, the house settled into a new version of itself. Rowan's door made its small click. His robot blinked once. A nightlight swapped for a machine. The security system whispered, reassuring things in a language only I was listening for. Lucian stood at the window, thumb gliding over his phone. It lit his face like a bad story around a campfire. "Your neighbor at the old place saw a man in a gray hoodie sitting on your stoop at 8, he said. "He left when the lights went out." My skin prickled. "You have eyes on my building. I have eyes on anything that would bite you," he said. "Paranoid," I said again. "Prepared," he said again. I went to the hall closet and opened it. The panic room had a steel door smiling behind coats. The keypad glowed a neutral blue. I wanted to hate it. I made myself memorize the code. "Try it," he said, "so you don't fumble it at speed." "You practice fire drills in your spare time," I said. "I practice survival," he said. I punched the code. The locks withdrew with a sound like a bank making up its mind. Inside, metal, air, a narrow bench, batteries, water, a radio. It smelled like a winter that wasn't coming if we did our jobs. I hated that it made me feel safer. I hated that without it, I might not sleep at all. The house was so quiet I could hear our breaths separate into 2 patterns. I stood beside him at the window and looked out at a street that looked like every other street until it didn't. I could see our reflection in the glass. 2 figures standing together and apart. "Your man at the table," I said. "The one who slammed his fist. He's the leak?" "He's the hole," Lucian said. "The leak sits with us. You're saying there's a traitor in your house," I said. "And you brought us into it." "I brought you to the only place I can lock from the outside," he said. "Terrifying," I said. "Accurate," he said. "Do you know who?" I asked. He didn't answer. And in his silence, I heard the truth. Yes. Or almost. But not yet. Not enough to cut without bleeding. I moved to the kitchen because standing still felt like an invitation to be struck by lightning. Dishes. Water. A towel. Small good work. He watched me from the doorway, like he was trying to learn the trick of normal. When I turned, I almost collided with him. The motion resembled an accident. It wasn't. His hand found my waist like he was remembering where it went. Mine went to his chest because heat lives there, and I am not wise. "Don't," I said, which is what you say when the thing you want is also the thing you shouldn't take. "Say stop," he said. I didn't. I felt the terrible, precise relief of surrender in the place where my fury sleeps. His mouth found mine, and the kiss tasted different here, in a safe house kitchen with a boy sleeping upstairs. It tasted like refusing fear the right to own everything. It tasted like we were building a room inside a war. I broke it this time. "We can't," I said, breathless and entirely dishonest. "We can," he said. And then, because he is who he is, he took his hands off me and stepped back a fraction and set the rule down between us like a line of tape on the floor. "But not now." I nodded. My pulse did not. We stood an arm's length apart and pretended to be people who could obey themselves. The house breathed. The refrigerator knocked. Upstairs, Rowan turned over, and the old floorboard told on him with a small, explicit content removed. I smiled and felt it like a victory. That was when my phone buzzed. Not the new one, the old. The number that still lived in my pocket like a habit. I frowned and pulled it free. Unknown number. Video message. 10 seconds. "Don't?" Lucian said immediately, stepping closer. His hand closed lightly over my wrist. "Send it to me. It could be spam," I said. "It never is," he said. We looked at each other for the length of a heartbeat I wished belonged to some other animal. Then I tapped it. The video filled the screen. The angle was low. A camera hidden in a grate. My apartment door. My apartment doormat. The picture of a cat Rowan had drawn in marker last summer, curling in the corner where the tape had failed. Footsteps. Gray hoodie. A hand entering frame with something small and black pinched between thumb and forefinger. The hand lifted the doormat, tucked the something underneath, patted the mat like a mother smoothing a child's hair. The video cut. A text followed immediately. Tick-tock. The kitchen's cheap light socket hummed. The fridge hissed like it had a secret. Lucian was already moving phone to ear. Voice a low blade. "Take it," he said. "Sweep the floor, the stairwell, the mailbox. Do not let the building bite itself." Oh, I stared at the last frame, until the pixels blurred, and the world narrowed to a small black rectangle, under a cheap mat outside a door that smelled like us. "Talk to me," Lucian said, suddenly closer in a way that was not about bodies and all about sight. "Arya, my brother," I whispered, and then caught up with the fact that he was upstairs and asleep and safe for now. "I'm okay." "You're not," he said. "But you will be. Look at me." I did. He took my chin lightly between his fingers and remained a man I could hate cleanly if he ever stopped being the man I could want. "We do not go back there," he said. "We do not tell the boy. We do not scare him for practice. I have to clean it," I said. "I have to scrub our name from under that mat." "My people will," he said. Your job is to keep him breathing and keep your hands calm. My hands are calm, I said, and realized they were shaking. He took both and wrapped them up in his. Stillness bled from him into me, a transfusion. Now they are. You're good at this, I said, because sarcasm is how I keep from saying thank you to a man I am not ready to thank for anything. It's the only thing I'm good at, he said. Not true, I said, and let that stand because there are some lists we don't recite with the boy upstairs. His phone buzzed again. He listened, eyes narrowing. Gone, he said to me, covering the receiver. Device removed. Mailbox clean. Stairwell clear. Doorframe wired. The gray hoodie left 20 minutes ago headed west. Good? I said, and the word tasted like glass. We assume the video was from the person who planted it, he went on. Or from the person who wants us to think he is sloppy enough to send a video. Either way, you stay here. I wasn't leaving, I said, which was only half a lie. There's a version of me that would have sprinted across town in bare feet and ripped the mat up with my teeth. Lesson, he said, voice quiet as a scalpel. When you're being watched, you do not perform. I nodded because my throat had become unhelpful again. He put the phone down and leaned his hip against the counter, looked at me, really looked, and something braced inside him eased. This will get worse before it gets better, he said. Because you killed his friend's deal? Because you cut his line on a shipment? Because you exist? I asked. Yes, he said to all of it. Will he come here? I asked, even though I knew. He'll try, Lucian said. So he can learn why he shouldn't. You sound proud, I said. I'm tired, he said. Of men who think they will teach me my lesson by touching what is mine. The word should have made me flinch. It didn't. It landed and slid into the groove it had been carving in me for days, weeks. Maybe since the moment he handed me a linen square and a debt. Don't say that where he can hear, I said, motioning upstairs. I won't, he said. Say it anyway, I said, a different person speaking with my mouth. He didn't. He stepped closer and kissed my cheek instead off-center, the corner of my mouth, a promise and a refusal. And then he stepped away to keep the promise to the refusal. Sleep, he said. I'll take the first watch. You don't sleep, do you? I said. Sometimes, he said, in rooms where the doors know my name. I started down the hall, then turned. Lucian. He looked up. Yes. How? Say you won't lie to me again, I said. Not the kind where you grease a wire and tell yourself gravity did the rest. I won't, he said. Not to you. You're not good at promises, I said. I'm very good at them, he said. It's the keeping that is complicated. Sleep. I went upstairs. I checked the code twice. I listened at Rowan's door. He was snoring into his pillow like a small engine. I lay down fully dressed, the new phone under my pillow, the old one face down in a drawer that had nothing in it yet. The ceiling here didn't have a stain to name. It had a smooth, blank face, like someone had decided this house would not collect weather. Under my skin, weather raged. I slept badly and fast, the way people do when they have accepted that their bodies will, for now, insist. At 3, something woke me, a sound like a camera swallowing. I sat up and listened. The house was a held breath. Then a soft click, like a door that had chosen to change its mind. My heart accelerated into sprint mode. I was moving before all of me had agreed. I stepped into the hall. Lucian was already there at the bottom of the stairs, one hand lifted to tell me stay, the other low at his side where a weapon is a fact, not a threat. He didn't look at me. He didn't have to. He jerked his chin toward the window. A red dot trembled on the glass for a heartbeat. Held. Disappeared. We held the silence between its vanishing and the next thing. Lucian's phone buzzed. He listened, nodded. Across the street. 3rd floor. Moved on. He looked up at me. Back to bed, he said, and it might have been the gentlest order he had ever given me. Did you see his face? I whispered. I saw his habit, he said. What is it? He forgets to breathe out when he holds a rifle, he said. He'll miss. I lemino. You can tell that from... I stopped. I could. I was learning to. The man held his breath like a prayer he wasn't ready to release. Maybe I did too. Tomorrow, he said, so quiet I couldn't tell if I imagined it. We start the part where I teach you to shoot. I should have said no. I should have said absolutely not in a voice that slammed doors in a way even predators respect. Okay, I said instead. I went back to bed and put my hand on my own throat to feel the pulse I had offered him, and to remind myself it was still mine. A rain that had not fallen in hours wrote its memory on the glass. Downstairs, a man who had engineered lines and broken them in equal measure stood in the dark and kept a promise he had not made. Upstairs, a boy who trusted us slept between a robot and a dream, and in my chest, the fault line I'd tried to outrun cracked another inch. Not a break, not yet, but the sound of a shift that was going to move the landscape, whether anyone signed for it or not. Chapter 11. Recoil. Morning. The house learns our names. The safe house woke like it was new to the business of being alive. Vents breathing, pipes clearing their throats, the security panel yawning into green. I came up from sleep too fast, heart already sprinting, that leftover image of a red dot on glass blazing in the back of my eyes. For one disoriented second, I thought I was back at the apartment, that the hallway stain would be above me and the radiator would be clicking its metronome. Then the ceiling looked back with its hotel smile, and I remembered we had relocated to a place where walls do more than keep weather out. I rolled, checked the new phone under my pillow, checked the old one face down in the drawer like an exiled memory, then stood. The floor was cold. Rowan's door was ajar. Downstairs, I heard the low clink of porcelain and the hush of an espresso machine that had opinions about pressure. Lucian stood at the kitchen island in shirt sleeves, tie discarded, back to me like a deliberate choice. He was looking out at the street with that stillness. He wears less pause than position. A second mug steamed near his hand, and because he knows what bodies require, there was toast. The butter, violent detail removed, shone like a polite weapon. You slept, he said without turning. Define slept, I said. I was unconscious. That counts? It does. For beginners. I'm advanced. Level exhausted, I said, and hated the honesty curling inside the joke. He turned then, attention sweeping to me as if the room had just remembered what it was for. Good morning. Ugh. The words were ordinary enough to hurt. I went to the sink, splashed water on my face until my skin snapped back into its borders, then took the mug. He watched my hand as I lifted it. Not because he wanted to correct me, but because he wanted to know if I was steady. I was. Now. He had wrapped my hands in his last night until the tremor quit. I resented the memory and the gratitude equally. Rovan? I said, sipping. Upstairs, Lucian said. Reading code, like scripture. He has 20 minutes before we leave. We? I echoed. You to train, he said. Him to school. Right, I said. The part where I learned to stop being a civilian. You were never a civilian, he said mildly. You were just unarmed. I should have argued. I didn't. I hate that I don't hate this. You hate the need for it, he said. That will keep you careful. He set a plate in front of me, toast, eggs, sliced fruit, and the ease with which he performed domesticity was offensive. I ate because fuel is a survival skill, not a pleasure. The coffee pressed a coherent hum into my nerves. The quiet in the house felt braced, but no longer foreign. like we had slept in it long enough to teach it the sound of our breathing. Rowan thundered downstairs on the dot, hoodie askew, a not quite clean toothbrush in his hand. He froze when he saw Lucian, and tried to reverse back up 2 steps like he needed to add a tie to his outfit. "It's fine," I said. "We're not at the consulate." "You never know," Rowan said, swallowed toothpaste like a criminal, then made a face. "Gross." Lucian handed him water before I could. Rowan drank, wiped his mouth with the back of his wrist like a savage, and beamed. "Can I bring the robot?" he asked, already scooping a tangle of wires and plastic into his backpack. "No," I said. "He needs to learn separation anxiety." "Cruel," Rowan said. "Necessary," Lucian murmured. Rowan took in our faces, filed whatever he saw, then pulled on his sneakers with the solemn energy of a soldier rebooting. "You okay?" he asked me in a low voice, leaning into my shoulder. "I'm learning how to be," I said. He nodded like I'd passed a test, then executed a perfect banana peel, violent detail removed at the trash can, just to prove he was still himself. The SUV out front was gray, understated money. The driver had a posture that said he had worked at the end of the world and found it tedious. We bundled Rowan in, the door thunked shut, and Lucian took 1 step back like he didn't entirely trust his own impulse to reach for us again. The car pulled into the slow churn of school traffic. "Don't hover," I told him. "I'm not hovering," he said, which was almost funny, given the way his body angled to see the car at each intersection. "Do you have anything to say before you turn me into someone with a license for violence?" "Yes," he said, and when I looked up softer, "You don't owe me for what I'm about to give you." "I don't?" "No." He held my gaze like a level. "This one is mine to want for you." My throat burned. "You and your martyrdom," I said, because sarcasm is where I go when the ground opens. "Precision," he corrected. "Right," I said. "Let's go learn precision." "Oh, the range. How to hold a tremor." It wasn't a violent detail removed range the public can yelp. The elevator opened on concrete polished to a navy sheen and a corridor that smelled of oil and ozone. The air thrummed ventilation, HVAC, a city breathing in its bones. Behind a glass pane, a room stretched targets, mechanics, lanes. A blonde woman with a scar along her jawline and a posture that said, "Come try me," stood waiting with a clipboard. "This is Tasha," Lucian said. "She'll hate you equally until you earn it." Tasha's grin showed a chip in her left canine. "He thinks he's funny," she told me. "He isn't. Your hands?" I held them out. She didn't shake. She examined. "Calluses," she said. "Work. Good. Index finger flexible. Good. Shoulders." She touched my scapula as lightly as a sparrow. "Tension. Bad. We'll fix." "I hate that I like you already," I told her. "You won't by noon," she said with cheer. She slid a case across the stainless table and opened it with reverence. A priest reserves for relics. A compact pistol, matte black, edges that looked respectful and intimate. She tapped the slide. 9mm. Reliable. If you're going to sin, pick a doctrine that doesn't jam. Lucian stood back and watched the way men who could teach choose not to when there's a better teacher present. I glanced at him. He nodded once. He would not reach for my hand here. That was the allowance. That was the cruelty. Tasha began with parts and language and motion. "Names matter," she said, tapping each element until my mouth could say the words without tripping. "People violent detail removed, what they don't name. Don't be people." She put my palms on metal. It was colder than I expected. Heavier. I thought of the red dot on glass, and that unfamiliar calm that had risen in Lucian when he said 3rd floor. Moved on. I wanted that. I didn't admit it. "Feet," Tasha said. "Hip width. Knees soft. Breathe like you're telling your body there's air here. There is, I said. Convince your bones, she said. We built the hold like a house, muscle by muscle, until the architecture steadied. She stepped behind me, adjusted my shoulders in by inches. You're a forward leaner, she murmured. Want is a weight. Use it. I exhaled and felt my mouth ask please to a thing no one could give me. I sighted down to the paper man at the end of the lane and tried to think nothing. The world narrowed. Front sight, rear sight, target, breath. On you, Tasha said. On you, I echoed. Trigger prep, she said. My finger took up slack with a delicacy I had never given anyone. Break, she said. I squeezed. Recoil slapped my palms, and the world jumped, sound cracking against the concrete and bouncing back into my chest. A mark bloomed on the paper shoulder, left of where a heart would be if the paper man had earned one. Again, Tasha said, entirely unmoved. We worked until my arms shook and sweat collected under my hairline and I could taste oil on the back of my tongue. Tasha moved me with the patience of a surgeon. Lucian stood behind glass and watched like a man giving away his own pulse and pretending it was easy. On the 20th round, I felt it. A small cooperation between bone and breath and sight. The violent detail removed, broke. The paper jerked. And a neat wound appeared exactly where a body keeps its secrets. Good, Tasha said, and there was something like respect in the word. I set the violent detail removed down, safe, the way she'd taught me, and stepped back. My hands shook with afterlight. I waited for shame. It didn't arrive. Pride did, and with it fear. I had wanted power. Now power wanted me back. I turned. Lucian was there, inside the room, closer than glass, something unguarded in his face, that I would call pride if I thought he'd let it breathe. You will not carry it all the time, he said quietly. Only when I tell you. And if you're not there to tell me, then you'll know, he said. And you'll hate that you do. I already do, I said. He reached for my wrist light, a touch that asked permission, and turned my palm up. His thumb pressed one bruised point where metal had kissed skin too hard, then lifted. You'll blister, he murmured. I always do, I said. Tasha cleared her throat with a noise that suggested she was not paid enough to supervise whatever was happening between us. Lunch, she said. Then, stress drills. Stress drills? I said. Phone buzz, lights change. Someone shouts fire in your ear, she said cheerfully. Because that's what the world does. Can't wait, I said. Do you also teach sarcasm? That you came with, she said. Lunch. The part where we pretend to be people. The cafeteria would have been called a lounge in a nicer building. Tasha disappeared, with the efficiency of a ghost and a sandwich. Lucian and I took the table near the wall, where sightlines are honest, and the floor is not an ambush. He slid me a bowl of something green that tasted more expensive than it looked. Do you remember the first time you were afraid? He asked suddenly. Yes, I said. You? Every day, he said. At 17. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. We ate, and in the small domesticity of chewing, I noticed details I hadn't catalogued. The scar just under his collarbone, pale and small, not asking for attention. The way his left hand rests half-curled when he's not using it, like it remembers work. The line at one corner of his mouth that has not softened under any softness I have given him. He caught me looking, and didn't perform. That might have been intimacy. You will never point it at me, he said, as if we were discussing groceries. I know, I said. You will point it at anyone who tries to take you, he said. I know, I said, and my throat found that calm that had eluded me all morning. You will not point it at yourself, he said, and the words were so soft and so precise. I almost did something embarrassing, like put my hand over his. I didn't plan to, I said. and my smile came out wrecked. His phone vibrated. He glanced. His face didn't change. The air around it did. "What?" I asked. "Dimitri's man is baiting the trap he thinks I'll step into," he said. "He's rented a room across from the bar where you used to work. He expects you to go righteous. He expects me to be predictable," Lucian said. "He expects I care enough to risk the pieces." "You do," I said. "I do," he said. "But I also expect him to expect it." "And around we go," I said. He tilted his head, just enough to uncoil a small thought. "Come," he said. "There's a thing you should see. The shadow of the bar." The neighborhood around Halo wore its sweat honestly. The awning drooped like an exhausted lid, and the gutter carried the city's confessions downriver. The bar was closed. The plywood over the broken pane had been replaced by glass, but the tape X across it made the newness look tentative. I stood across the street with Lucian, one hand in my coat pocket because I was learning where to keep my hands. "You kept eyes here," I said. "I keep eyes where the story is unfinished," he said. "And the story here is..." "What?" "Girl survives." Bar continues. "Story here is that the shelf fell and you blamed gravity instead of the man who loosened the screws." His voice didn't soften. It didn't know how. "You didn't," I said, because I needed to hear it once more from that mouth. "I didn't," he said. "I wanted you before the shelf fell. I was prepared to want you after. And the audit. I arranged," he said, a surgeon narrating. "I placed weight where it would be noticed. I watched where it landed." "How clean of you," I said. The rage tasted like pennies. He looked at the bar and not at me. "I learned young to pick violence you can defend in court and sleep with," he said. "I sleep badly. You are changing one of those." "Which?" "Oh, you know," he said. "And sometimes I want to strike him for not sparing me. And sometimes I would follow him through a war for it." He nodded toward the building opposite Halo. "Third floor, drawn blinds, a shadow at the edge." I saw it now, the outline of a man who wanted to be a roomer, and failed because habit told on him. The stillness that isn't still. The breath held too long. The posture of a student who expects to be called on. "He's sloppy," I said. "He's confident," Lucian corrected. "Which is worse? Are we just going to stand here and let him practice?" "We're going to stand here and let him think we don't see," he said. "And then we're going to make him choose between shooting and living." "How?" I asked. He glanced at me like I had requested a weather report. The SUV rolled up as if conjured. Tasha was behind the wheel. Her grin showed the chipped canine again. "Field trip. Field test," Lucian said. We got in. Tasha drove to the end of the block, turned down an alley that had contemplated violent detail removed, and decided against it for now, and stopped. Lucian handed me binoculars that felt more expensive than some apartments. "Spotting," he said. I steadied them, sighted up to the third floor. The curtains shifted. A muzzle peeped. He held breath. He forgot to let it out. A flash bang of adrenaline detonated under my ribs. "He's waiting for you to come out," I said. Lucian's phone clicked. His attention never left me. "He won't get it." "What does he get?" I asked. Lucian's mouth went thinner. "The lesson," he said. The building across from Halo went dark in a stuttering grid. On our side, Tasha counted under her breath. 3, 2, and on 1, a silhouette appeared in our window that was not a person but would do. The rifleman across the street fired too soon. Glass rang. The silhouette jerked in a choreography that didn't read as death. Tasha was already out the door, a shadow moving with the grudging grace of someone who has done this in worse weather. The alley swallowed her. The street did not react. The city's genius is indifference. "Won't he run?" I asked. "He'll choose the wrong exit," Lucian said. People always do when they think they're the only ones who studied the building. Because pride, I said. Because habit, he said. The back stairwell door opened in my field of view, and a man spilled into the iron throat of it, looking both ways like I used to on the way to school. Tasha was a shadow behind him where he hadn't looked. The scene folded in on itself. Arm, wrist, leverage, pavement, that exquisite economy of violence. The rifle skittered. The man made a sound that belonged in barnyards. Tasha cuffed him with a small, grudging kindness, like you do a dog you don't want to bite you again. Lucian exhaled. Not relief. Conclusion. You'll learn this too, he said. To disappear a man into a car. To see the hole he thinks you don't. He met my eyes. That's the whole profession. I lowered the binoculars. And the rest of it? The rest? He said. And there was my name in his voice. Is not professional. Afternoon. The price of lessons. We picked up Rowan just before the bell like dignitaries sneaking into a parade. He barreled down the steps, face alight with a problem solved. I made it track a curve, he announced, climbing in, eyes glittering. It hesitated twice, then adjusted. I could cry. Please don't, I said. Your tears are corrosive. He laughed, then caught sight of the band of fatigue around my eyes. You okay? Yes, I said. It had become the prayer I said to keep the day moving. Lucian. Rowan tried the name on his tongue like a candy he hadn't been allowed. Yes, Lucian said, because lies are for other rooms. Rowan studied him with unsentimental curiosity. You look like you didn't sleep. I did not, Lucian said. Cool, Rowan said. Can I have that life when I'm rich and terrible? No, I said. We'll discuss it, Lucian said. And violent detail removed him a look that would have shriveled a lesser man. Back at the house, we fell into the choreography we were inventing. Rowan to homework and wires, me to pasta and the illusion of control, Lucian to the quiet hum of too many messages. The doorbell did not ring. We did not open for ghosts. When Rowan left the table to wash a dish so violently I feared for the dish, I said without looking up, Don't bring more men into this house. I didn't, he said. Tasha, she's not men, he said. She's hunger with rules. You like that phrase a lot. It describes the only ones who live. Does it describe me? I asked, and I hated the tremor under it. He set his phone down. It used to describe your debt, he said. It describes you now. I let the compliment soften a strip of me I hadn't admitted had frozen. Rowan came back. Permission to stay up till 10:30? Denied. I said. Appeal. He said. Denied, Lucian said, and Rowan groaned, delighted by the idea that 2 judges knew his name. Night. A house with ears. At 9. On some signal he didn't make, the house shifted into alert. A car rolled slowly and rolled away. The security panel blinked a polite, insistent blue. Upstairs, Rowan pretended sleep long enough for sleep to win. Downstairs, I stood at the sink and watched water behave itself. Walk me through it, I said. Panic room code, he said. I repeated it without glancing up. He nodded. Phone if I fall, he said. If, I echoed. Small word, he said. Big life. We walked the house in a quiet that felt like we were learning the insides of a shared body. He showed me where the wall thickened, where the cameras hid in trim, where one of the framed prints conceals a keypad because the architect had a sense of humor. I memorized because that is what I do when I'm afraid. At 10, I stood close enough to smell his skin, and far enough that the space could keep us disciplined. You wanted me before the shelf, I said, because the question had refused to leave the room since morning. Before the audit, he looked at me in a way I might someday allow myself to call gentle. Yes, you would have found a different wire, I said. I would have asked, he said, and if I said no, I asked. He considered, honestly considered, the way men with real power must if they intend to remain human. Then I would have learned the art of patience, he said. Badly. Oh, I stepped into him then, because this counted as an answer, and because I wanted to owe him less. My mouth found his. His hand found the small of my back like it was checking a familiar lock. The kiss didn't escalate. It settled. It said we are alive, and we are not done paying for it. It said after this, more after this, when I pulled away, we were both breathing like we'd just outrun something with teeth. Go, I said. Stay, he said. I will, I said. And for once the promise didn't cut. He took the first watch in the chair by the window, a book open that he did not read. I went upstairs and lay with one ear turned to the hall. At 2, a car paused too long. At 2:07, it left. At 3, the house made a soft sound like a swallow. At 4, my alarm went off for no reason but habit. I turned it off. I went down. Lucian had not moved. His eyes were closed, not asleep. More like he was letting a moment try to hold him. He opened them when I reached the last stair. Nothing, he said. Sometimes nothing is work. I can take the watch, I said. He considered pride, rejected it. Yes. Saturday. He stood over me long enough for his shadow to wrap my shoulders, then leaned and put his mouth against my hair, a blessing I didn't know how to accept and couldn't refuse. He went down the hall and into the guest room and closed the door with that soft precision I was beginning to crave. The house hummed. The river breathed 10 blocks east. I watched the window like a lover waiting for a face. I watched the hallway like a mother waiting for a cry. I thought of the range, of trigger prep and break, and calling my violent detail removed. I thought of the man in the 3rd floor window, and how easy it is to stop being a person if you train yourself to be a purpose. My phone buzzed once in my lap. A message from an unknown number. We see you. I did not jump. I did not perform. I typed back, fingers steady over the small lit alphabet. Not well enough. 3 dots. Then nothing. Which is a kind of answer. Dawn found the edges of the buildings. The safe house remembered the shape of morning. Upstairs, Rowan coughed and swore and laughed at his own cough. The guest room door opened. Lucian came out with his tie in his hand, and his face human for 3 seconds. We start again, he said. We never stop, I said. He smiled with one corner, like a confession. Rowan barreled down, backpack already too full. He looked at us 2 people at a window, pretending to be furniture, and nodded to himself like he had solved an equation, and was choosing, graciously, not to ruin the surprise for the rest of the class. Breakfast? He said. Always, I said. We moved. Eggs, toast, coffee, a banana that would never see the trash can because some rituals should be respected. The city put on its armor. I laced my boots. Lucian knotted his tie with the casual violence of competence. Rowan huffed into his hoodie and pretended he wasn't checking our faces for cracks. At the door, I looked back at the hallway, the keypad, the bench. I thought of how small my life had been, a candle cupped tight, and how much light I had let in, and how much heat. I thought of a violent detail removed in my hand, and a boy's head under my palm, and a man at a window who mistakes the word mine for a threat, instead of the prayer it sometimes is. We stepped out into the morning like people who mean to survive it, and behind my breastbone, an engine I had not possessed a week ago turned over and caught. A low, disciplined hum that knew the shape of recoil and would not let me forget it. Schepter Dew's crosshairs. Morning. Negotiations with air. The house learned our rhythms faster than we learned its locks. The vents breathed awake at 6. The panel blinked its little green vow, and the kitchen light came on with that hotel smile that says, "We can simulate comfort if you meet us halfway." I woke like I'd been pulled up through water, mouth dry with dreams I didn't bother to assemble. The red dot from last night still burned on the inside of my eyelids, a ghost laser I couldn't blink away. Rowan's door was open a hand's width. I listened in old habit the house would never unteach me to the rise and fall of his breath. In the kitchen, Lucian stood in shirt sleeves at the range, rolling his cuffs like he was bartering with the day. 2 mugs steamed next to a plate of toast and eggs. The smell was clean, unambiguous. Outside, the city was putting its armor on. A bus huffed at the corner. Tires hissed through last night's wet. A dog yapped at something it didn't have the words for. "You're already negotiating with breakfast," I said. "Breakfast is reasonable," he said without turning. "It knows what it is. Teach me that trick." He turned then, attention hooking into me. "It's not a trick." "Oh, it always is," I said. But the coffee was already in my hand, and the sink was cold under my palm, and the day began because we fed it. "Rowan?" he asked. "Dreaming," I said. Solder and glory. A corner of his mouth acknowledged the image. He slid me the plate. "Eat. You train at 9. Range again? Different range." He looked out the window. "Moving range." "Moving," I said. "Like attached to a car?" "Like attached to a city." He handed me a second fork for no reason, except that he understood nervous hands need errands. "Tasha will ride. I'll shadow." "You always shadow," I said. "You always look back to see," he said. "We're in a working relationship." "Is that what we call it?" I said, and it was almost a joke. Rowan thundered down the stairs like a young god who hadn't decided which planet to ruin yet. "Do we have milk?" he asked, opening cabinets like they owed him debts. "Fridge," I said. "Bowl. Teeth. Ma. Military," he sang, rolling the R, because it delighted him to mock us. He gulped cereal like a race with gravity, then planted himself in front of Lucian, who was slicing bananas with an efficiency that looked like a felony in some states. "Will you come to regionals?" Rowan asked, pretending to be casual and failing adorably. Lucian didn't flinch at the ambush. "Yes," he said, like the question had been sitting on his tongue all night, a coin he'd been waiting to spend. Rowan's smile strained the seams of his face. "You can't wear a suit." "We'll negotiate," Lucian said. "Not negotiable," Rowan said. "Suits scare judges." Lucian inclined his head as if to a board vote. "Then I'll frighten them with charisma," Rowan cackled, sprayed milk, wiped it with the back of his wrist, and the house forgave him because houses forgive children the way countries forgive kings. The SUV pulled up at 7:45. The driver had that posture again, the end-of-world veteran bored by Earth's lack of imagination. We loaded Rowan with backpack and warnings. I kissed the top of his head, and he pretended to be annoyed, and we both pretended we were playing a game we could control. "You okay?" he mouthed behind the half-closed door. "Always," I mouthed back, "because this is the liturgy and it keeps the day moving." When the taillights turned the corner, Lucian exhaled into the space they left. Not relief. Conclusion. He faced me fully. "You carry today." My mouth went dry a second time. "Now?" He nodded. "Only when I tell you. This time, I'm telling you." "What about the part where you like control better than air?" "I like you alive more than both." He set a matte black case on the island and opened it like a priest, revealing the good silver. 9 mil. Loaded. 2 mags. 1 in, 1 spare. Safety here. He touched the small lever. The contact ran up my arm like a wire I had offered him. "I remember," I said, and hated the tremor that didn't make it into the word but hummed under it. His thumb grazed my palm just once, a corrective to the way I was holding my own hand. "Good," he said, and closed the case. "Tasha's downstairs. Let's go." The city as classroom. It wasn't a range, and it wasn't a warehouse. It was the street. The actual stupid, wholly indifferent street with its cracked mouths and its scraps of flyers, coffee steam, dog piss, men in suits, women in leggings, life happening at a speed that didn't care about our personal wars. Tasha stood near a newsstand as if she had been printed there. She wore a baseball cap that had never witnessed baseball. She slipped me an earpiece like candy. "No shouting," she said. "If I shout, you already missed it." "Comforting," I said. "You'll be fine, or you won't." She pointed with her chin. "Walk." We walked. Lucian ghosted a half-block back, 2 lanes over, present the way weather is present. Felt even when you pretend you don't believe in it. Midtown churned. A delivery truck contributed a spool of cursing to the soundtrack. A construction crane drew a delicate middle finger against the sky. "Eyes," Tasha said into my ear, and the word rearranged my habits. I looked and looked again. I watched the man selling batteries, whose shoelaces didn't match the ones in his bucket. The couple arguing with their hands and not their voices. The kid who broke into a sprint at the sight of a cruiser. Not because he was guilty, but because running makes you feel like no one can. The world became a ledger. I hated it. I loved it because it worked. "Shadow," Tasha said, casual. 4 o'clock. Tan coat. Hat too clean. I let my head stay where it was and changed my angle with my shoulders. Tan coat. The hat had a brim like it had attended church. Too new. Eyes that slid without landing. He wasn't following us. He was following the space around us, the worst kind. The kind that knows you know. "Don't look," Tasha said. "Look. Copy," I said, and the thrill of it should have made me ashamed. It didn't. We turned down an avenue that smelled like pretzels and ambition. A sensor beeped in the earpiece, one soft chirp. Tasha's tone stayed even. "Stop at the window." "One affray." I stopped in front of a jewelry store where the diamonds were pretending to be stars. I looked at a ring I would never want, and saw a tan coat reflected doing what amateurs always do, making a decision too close to his mouth. "Left or right?" Tasha asked. "Left," I said. "His right heel is worn down. He'll fare. Good," she said. "Keep moving." We moved. Lucian crossed the street, not glancing. Tan coat checked his phone like he had suddenly remembered he was late for something important. I put my hand against my coat where the weight sat, new and too intimate. The sky glared. "On 3, Tasha said, cheerful. "Pretend to drop your bag." "I don't have 3, she said. I stopped short, fumbled the strap that wasn't there, made a small, deliberate mess of myself. Tan coat took the bait like a fish with a PhD. He closed distance to help, because that is what predators do when they think they've earned the role of savior. He reached. I stepped sideways, let him touch air, and looked up through my lashes at exactly the angle I had practiced in mirrors, when my life was small and I needed something else. "Sorry," I said, breathless, a woman who had just lost gravity and found it in his hands. He had nice hands, clean nails, a scar at the base of his thumb. He blinked. Smile. Teeth too, even. New. He was either well off or recently upgraded. "No problem," he said. Accent that couldn't commit. "Careful." "Oh, always," I said, and he peeled off because we had confused his script. He crossed. Lucian drifted. A dark current. "Good," Tasha said. Again, we did it in little variations until the city felt like a board, and I hated myself for improving. At a corner, Tasha stopped, like someone had pressed her pause button. A man in a gray suit had stepped out of a building 2 blocks up, heading south. Not the same gray suit as the envelope man from the office, but the same confidence in the shoulders. Tasha's voice went flat. "Say when you see it." "The tell?" I asked. "The leak," she said. I watched the man. He was average in the way actors are just handsome enough to be a problem, just forgettable enough to survive it. He smiled at the doorman like he'd practiced. He checked his phone without needing to. He passed a flower stand like a man in a movie, and did not notice the smell. The shoes, I said. Different shine. One's been buffed, one hasn't. Uh-huh, Tasha said. His left arm hung easier than his right. His right hand stayed near his ribs like it had a reason that wasn't pain. He kept his face at a city angle, open enough to look friendly, closed enough to survive. He's armed. And he isn't used to it, I said. Or he is used to it. And today something is off. Good, Tasha said again, and I had to fight not to be proud. Name? Don't know, I said, but he works for somebody who owns the kind of hotel with orchids in the lobby. Everyone does, she said. Watch the crosswalk. The man slowed as we poured into the crosswalk, as if listening for a cue. Across the street, a woman in a camel coat stood with a tote bag and a bouquet. Her hand went into the tote. She took out nothing. She put the hand back. The bouquet folded in on itself a fraction, revealing a glint that had no reason to be there. Umbrella, I said into the mic. Not an umbrella. Tasha's posture changed by a degree that meant two men had just found themselves inconvenient. On me, she said. Everything got very still for half a heartbeat, the way it does right before cars hit and birds scatter. The light changed. The crowd swarmed. The camel coat woman lifted the bouquet. Gray suit lifted his phone. Tasha stepped into the street like authority. I moved because my body had learned how to translate her tone. Eyes, she snapped. The bouquet angled. A skinny metal tube, too neat to be a flower stem. The world narrowed to the small circle of possibility where bullet meets target. Gray suit's phone flashed not a camera light as signal. The bouquet flickered. I was already moving, my shoulder colliding with a man who swore and then didn't, because I was smaller and angrier than him. Down, Tasha said, and I folded in the middle like prayer and fury. 2 cracks. Not loud. Cracks always seem quieter if they're aimed at you. A stranger's explicit content removed, taxis yawping, the city busting into theater. The bouquet woman's face flinched. Tasha hit her not a strike, a subtraction. The bouquet on the ground, the tube skittering. A doorman shouted for police like a man auditioning for a myth. Gray suit turned away in the crowd, and I saw it too late. The corner of his mouth, not content with escape, smug with message. Aria, Lucian said in my ear, voice calm in a way only a limited number of men are allowed by the universe. Stay down. Hate that tone. I said to no one, to him, to the air. Stay down, he repeated. I did because I wanted to live long enough to break rules with him later. When I looked up, Tasha had already transformed Camel Coat into a citizen waiting for a taxi. The tube was under her shoe. The bouquet was innocent again. The crowd had decided to forget this because New York is merciful like that it knows how many people survive because strangers choose not to notice. Tasha didn't smile. Field test complete, she said. And in my ear, a laugh from Lucian that was not laughter. Not really. Something that had remembered how. Lunch we didn't earn. We ate in a hole in wall, where the soup looked like a threat and tasted like forgiveness. My hands shook 2 minutes into the bowl. I set the spoon down and pushed it around like I was drawing a map. Lucian sat across from me, tie off, shirt open at the throat in a way that should be illegal. He had taken a chair that put his back to the wall and the door in the corner of his eye, because some habits are cheaper than locks. You did well, he said. I didn't do anything, I said. You didn't panic, he said. That's everything. I did panic, I said. I just did it the way you taught me. Inside. He took that in like a man accepts a win as evidence of work rather than miracles. Tasha? Across from us, Tasha was busy making her way through the menu like she had murdered it first. She held up 2 fingers without looking away from her plate. Second team across from Halo was a decoy. 3rd floor boy was backup. You dragged the primary into daylight. He jumped. We clipped his shadow. He'll hit the river. If he lives, he'll walk with a limp. Ugh, So we flush mice and then we drown them, I said. We teach mice to find other kitchens, she said. And gray suit? Later, Lucian said, and his voice had turned into a room with a lock on the inside. Name him or he will eat me, I said. Calder? He said. He came up fast because he doesn't trust gravity. People who don't trust gravity try to hold it down with their hands. Your operations, Chief? I said. Gray suit. Envelope that day. He didn't correct me. He watched me draw the shape of the betrayal across the table, my finger on plastic, the route from trust to treason in 3 swipes. What does he want? I asked. Besides to break your spine and wear it. To watch me choose, he said. He thinks I won't pick you over the board. And will you? I asked, so quiet I wasn't sure the city would allow it. He didn't answer. That was worse than no. That was... not here. Not while you're looking at me. We left it on the table next to the check. The day pressed its hand to our backs and moved us along. The garage that knew our names. At 4, we collected Rowan. The school's steps had learned his weight. He came down them like a piano on a dolly, unwieldy, joyous, prepared to flatten whatever stood in its way. Did you fight any dragons? He asked, dumping misery in his backpack and hope in my lap. Only the small ones, I said. His eyes clicked to Lucian. Did you? Only the ones that looked at your sister like a meal, he said. Rowan's face took on a burnt sugar grin and turned toward me like, see? It was dangerous. The way the boy believed, and I wanted to too. We pulled into the parking garage under the safe house because the city demands rituals. The air smelled like cement, trying hard to be rock. The echo turned every footstep into math. The driver took a curve too tight and hated himself in the rear view. We rolled up to our bay. That was when the lights cut. Not all of them. 2 rows failed. Another row stuttered. The panel blinked a kind of Morse. I didn't speak. Silence went fat. Tasha's hand went to her jacket. The driver cursed through his teeth. Rowan whispered, cool. And then, properly, oh, out, Lucian said. And that voice is one I will always obey. We were already moving. Left, Tasha said. Cover. We slid behind a concrete column that had never done anything noble in its life, and now had to try. Across the gray, an engine idled that didn't belong to us. My heart jumped, caught, decided to be useful. I put my hand where the weight Saturday Lucian's body angled between us and the space. Rowan stayed because he'd learned fast, and because fear makes children obedient in a way adults never are. Footsteps. Not running. Not stealth. The rude middle walk of a person who thinks he has already won. Calder, Lucian said into the dark, and there it was, the name opening like a door. The man who stepped into the bad light was cleaner than a man, belongs in a garage, gray suit, crisp white, a tie with a faint stain where a salad had committed suicide. He smiled when he saw me, smiled when he saw the boy, smiled at Lucian like the violent detail removed in his hand was only a prop. Boss, he said, you keep interesting company. You're fired, Lucian said, voice calm as a trigger prepped. Are we having a performance review? Calder lifted his eyebrows. This is awkward. Put the piece down, Tasha said from the shadows. All warmth evacuated from her mouth. Calder's grin cut deeper. No, I'll break your arm, she said. You'd have to get to it first, he said, and widened his stance like a man who hasn't been hit enough to learn. I thought you'd send more men. Is this the budget version of a hit squad? You always did over order, Lucian said. He had moved half a step, enough to put his shoulder ahead of me and Rowan by a fraction. Don't pretend this is about theater. It's about value, Calder said. Dimitri pays. You lecture. I upgraded. You downgraded, Lucian said. He will do to you what he does to everyone he buys. Inventory you, use you, misplace you. I'll enjoy the window before he closes it. Calder tilted his head. You once told me never to be the first to blink. Sound advice. So don't blink now. Show me. The boy or the board? Something moved in the dark behind him, a shape ungluing from shadow. 2 men. No. 3. Dim outlines. Rushed shoes. My palm slicked on the grip, and the part of me that had sat at a bar and watched Tips pays the rent became a different creature. Eyes, breath, math. Look at me, Lucian said, and it wasn't to Calder. I did. He nodded once. Yes, he said without sound. Now. I took a breath that told my bones there was air here. I drew. The violent detail removed came up the way Tasha had built into me muscle by muscle. Calder's smile twitched. He had not expected me to be the first fire. That's the problem with men who count wrong. I did not shoot Calder. Violent detail removed the silhouette to his left. The man who had lifted his own piece too fast. The crack chewed the dark. My shoulder wrote it down. The man jerked, swore, went low. Tasha's violent detail removed took the second man's calf exactly where it ought to hurt more than it kills. The third rushed too eager, too brave, and hit Lucian's line of fire like a moth hits a lamp. Go, Lucian said, and the driver, who had been pretending to be irrelevant, Frog, marched Rowan to the stairwell door with the delicate brutality of someone who loves futures. Calder didn't move. His smile had become an interesting wound. You taught her, he said, admiration trying on Spite's jacket. That's adorable. She learns faster than you betray, Lucian said. Everyone does, Calder said, and took a step forward and pointed his violent detail removed at me like he'd always wanted to be the man who killed the girl the boss loved, and tonight he could finally be himself. Don't, Lucian said. Calder's finger tightened. I did not think. I practiced. Trigger prep. Break. The concrete column spit dust where the bullet hit. My second violent detail removed took Calder's sleeve and bit the flesh, a red mouth opening in his forearm. He hissed, twisted. His violent detail removed went wide. Tasha cursed as it gouged concrete next to her hip. The garage filled with that chalky breath old buildings cough when you ask them to witness crimes. Calder laughed once, breathless. I see why you like her, he said. Run out of lines, I said, and his eyes flickered with the animal recognition that he wasn't the only one who got to play predator in a suit. He retreated 3 steps, then another, then bolted for the ramp without elegance. Tasha moved to go after. Lucian didn't. Let him, he said. I prefer the river. Tasha made a face like a woman forced to ignore dust on a piano. Copy, she said. The driver came back down the stairs, face pale, eyes too bright. Boys in the room, he said. Door engaged. Don't say scared, I said, arguing with the keypad. He said instead, he wants to recode it. Hohen, that's my boy, I said, and my knees decided to try melting. I let them and held on to concrete until humility passed. Lucian's hands didn't touch me. They hovered, then dropped, then hovered again. Arya, I'm okay. I lied. Yes, he said, and didn't try to make it true. We climbed to the safe house in a procession of the newly reprieved. The hallway smelled like lemon and decisions. The panic room door was closed and sang to itself softly in steel. I keyed in. Opened. Rowan glared at me with wet eyes and bravado. I was about to break it out of stubbornness. Never break good locks, I said, falling to my knees to be level. We like those. You okay? He demanded. Reverse. Parenting me from inside his bunker. I'm okay, I said, which was our bargain, not the truth. You okay? Bored, he said, sniffling like he hadn't. The radio sucks. I'll complain to management, I said. Lucian stood behind me, a dark gravity. You did exactly right, he told Rowan. Voice even. You did not perform. Rowan swiped his nose with the back of his hand, then closed it into a fist to pretend he hadn't. Cool, he said. And he meant it. We had dinner like survivors. Pasta reheated, sesame something from a bag, an apple we cut into militant wedges. The house settled around us, offended and relieved. The aftermath we earned. Later, when Rowan's snores sought a steady line, we stood at the window again because we didn't know what else to do. The city glittered. Somewhere downriver a bar opened, and a man in a suit told a lie he'd told before and believed again. Violent detail removed, Lucian said softly. I did, I said. And you didn't miss. I did, I said. Once. That's allowed, he said. No, I said. But I will accept it. Oga. He made a sound that might have been a non-laugh. His hand lifted, hovered, landed on my shoulder. The warmth reached bone. He looked like a man calculating the cost of a war he already bought, and deciding whether to confess he was happy about the purchase. You were brave, he said. No, I said. I was furious. Same letter, he said. Different words. I made his. Different lives, I said, and we were back at our first joke in a kitchen with coffee, which meant we were a circle that had decided to be a spiral. Calder will try again, he said. Dimitri will try harder. The board will change. I won't always be in the room. Don't say that, I said, and my voice broke on the do not. Stop saying the parts where you leave. He turned me then. Slow, careful like I was, a glass he wanted to fill and not spill. His mouth found my forehead, then the hinge of my jaw, then the corner of my mouth, like he was writing a map, and trusting I'd keep it. I grabbed his shirt like a woman falling, and a woman climbing. The kiss tasted like copper and mint and ethics. Say it, he murmured into me. That I want you? I asked. That you will not leave before the fire, he said. I will not leave before the fire, I said. But if you burn us on purpose again, I will drown you in the river and call it art. No, he smiled against my mouth. Something small and young and terrible. Fair. We broke because breath is a currency, and we needed change. He rested his forehead against mine, eyes shut. I will not lie to you again, he said. Not the kind of lie that calls itself strategy and eats a person whole. Good, I said. I will not forgive you for the ones you already used. I didn't ask, he said, which is why I almost believed I might, one day. We stood there long enough for the city to change songs. Then his phone buzzed, a little machine that always knows when to intrude. He glanced. His mouth set. He looked at me. Say it's nothing, I said. It's something, he said. What now? Calder, he said. He took something from my house and left something in yours. What? A key, he said. And a map. My stomach plunged like an elevator that had been insulted. What door? Mine, he said. Yours. The building that pretends to be a church when it's full of men who believe they are God. He texted, typed, moved the world with 2 thumbs. We move in the morning, he said. We end him, and then we begin again. You say that like it's laundry, I said. It is, he said. And this time we will not bleed on the sheets. I shouldn't have laughed. I did. I put my head against his shoulder and listened to the ink beating in him. He put his hand on the back of my neck and found the exact pressure to remind me I had a body and that it was mine. Sleep, he said. I will if you will, I said. We didn't. We lay in the guest room where he hadn't the night before, completely dressed and entirely undone, hands fit into hollows like answers. We didn't make a worse promise with our bodies because the boy slept down the hall, and because some hungers are best fed when you can taste them longer. It was intimacy, which is sometimes more dangerous than explicit content removed, and sometimes the only thing that saves you from it. At 3, the house swallowed a sound and gave us back quiet. At 4, I woke to my own hand on my own throat, feeling a pulse I had offered him and reminding myself it still belonged to me. At 5, the panel blinked green in the soft way of houses that plan to keep you even when you don't deserve it. Dawn brushed its teeth on the skyline. I sat up, careful, and watched Lucian sleep like a man who doesn't edges soft, mouth younger, the weight gone from between his eyebrows. It broke me and fixed me at the same time. How beautiful he is when he is not in charge of himself. I wanted to be greedy with it. I wanted to build a small room around that face and feed it bread and coffee in 40 years. He opened his eyes like he'd heard me think it. Morning, he said. Define morning, I said. Time when we choose the hardest thing and pretend we wanted it, he said. Then yes, I said. Morning. We got up. We put on armor where other people wear clothes. I tucked the violent detail removed into the place my body had made for it. He tightened his tie like a man tightening a promise. We woke Rowan with pancakes we didn't have time for. He swore we had time. He was right because he was 14, and his time runs on a kinder clock. We stepped into the day. The city showed its teeth, the kind you admire before they bite. The plan stretched ahead like a wire you could walk if you didn't look down. Lucian looked down and kept walking. I looked at him and kept pace. At the door, I touched the keypad like a prayer and made a promise to the house. Keep him while I am gone. Keep him if I don't return. I will haunt you if you fail. It blinked green, which is the only answer buildings know how to give. We went to hunt a man who thought he was a lesson. We went to make him one. And under my sternum, a clean, disciplined fire sharpened itself to a point I wouldn't waste. Humming to the rhythm of a heartbeat I had, the night before, refused to surrender and learned how to share. Chapter 13, The House of Glass. Dawn. The weight of a name. Names can be keys. Names can be knives. Calder's name sat in my mouth like both. The city was still putting on its armor when we left the safe house delivery trucks, sighing against curbs, pigeons clapping dumb applause, a jogger panting like absolution. I checked Rowan twice. First as boy, jacket, backpack, chin up. Then as mission, route, driver, code. He rolled his eyes, tolerated the second check because the first had come with a kiss on the hairline. Regionals? He asked. A test. A hope. A contract. Regionals? I said. With witnesses. And no suits. I threw Lucian a look. I will terrify the judges with charisma alone, Lucian said. It should have been a joke. It was a promise. The SUV pulled away with Rowan, and a chunk of my rib cage. I watched the taillights take the corner, felt the safehouse lock speak in green, and turned to the business of the day. The part where we hunt a man who thinks he understands math better than gravity. Say it, I told Lucien as we slid into the second car, the one that smelled like leather and a budget line item called discretion. Calder left a key card to a building I own, he said, and a map to one I don't. He would like me divided between them. And you never split, I said. I split all the time, he said. I just don't show it. Great, I said. Teach me that magic trick later. Today? Church first, he said. Then the glass. Huh. The church that isn't one, I said, because the city excels at buildings that lie. He nodded. Dimitri's men like the echoes. Of course they do, I said. It makes their threats sound holy. The church that lied beautifully. The church was a squat brownstone that had outlived at least 3 denominations and learned to disguise itself as hope. Stained glass framed a saint who had definitely never carried a 9mm. A brass placard near the door read welcome. The deadbolt read conditions apply. We didn't use the front door. Tasha was already at the alley, cap low, shoulders loose, hands empty and ready. She handed me an earbud with that exaggerated gentleness she uses when she senses my nerves trying to perform. 2 inside, she said. Maybe 3. 1 is snoring. 1 is reading. 1 is trying to be the ceiling. Ceiling? I said. Always 1, she said. Lucian's eyes flicked up and down the block, a human scan line. No Calder? If he's here, he's folded, Tasha said. Calder likes to be seen. Then this is the key, I said. Tapping my pocket where the card he'd gifted us warmed the fabric. And the map is the violent detail removed. Most likely, Lucian said. We'll take the key first. Then the violent detail removed, I said. Then the throat. We went in quiet. The alley door had a keypad that pretended it didn't know us. Lucian persuaded it with a short code and a long look. Inside, the nave had been converted into a lecture hall for men who needed to be convinced they were wolves. Folding chairs, a whiteboard with bullet points like humility and discretion, and a projector screen rolled up like a tongue biting itself. In the back pew, a man snored with his mouth open, a hymn to boredom. Near the right transept, another man read the sports section as if devotion, index finger licking itself every 3rd page. Above us, in the dim of the rafters, the ceiling breathed. Ceiling, Tasha said, delighted. I looked. Shadows on beams. Weight where there shouldn't be. The human mistake of stillness that isn't still. Down, Lucian said with a look. Not a word. We moved. Tasha left. Me right. Lucian straight. The way water finds all cracks at once. It didn't go loud. It went precise. Tasha cut the reader's attention by asking for a light, then removed his wrist from belief. He folded to a seat like a man who has accepted a nap he didn't schedule. I slid along the aisle, palm on the pew back, breathing steady, and put a hand over the snorer's mouth before he remembered language. He woke to my eyes and went docile because sometimes your animal recognizes another animal and lets itself be shepherded. Above, the ceiling man shifted. Wood creaked. He dropped like an unholy fruit, a length of cord in his hands, intention to strangle written across his posture in clear print. Lucian took 1 step into his fall and interrupted the narrative. No flourish. No cruelty beyond the necessary. A grip on the wrist with the cord, a pivot that asked his shoulder to reconsider allegiance, a sound that bodies make when they realize they weren't built for this. The cord hit the floor, a thin snake. Ceiling man hissed. Lucian didn't. It was over in 30 seconds. The room remained a room. The whiteboard continued to ask men to consider humility. Hello, Lucian said to the ceiling that had become a person. We're looking for a thief, the man panted. Which one? Told you, Tasha said cheerful. Always one. Calder, I said, and the name knifed the air. The man's eyes did that flicker we all do when a name moves something inside our head. Recognition, fear, salary. He's not here, he said. He was. He dropped the card, like he wanted a dog to fetch. Where did he go? I asked. Another flicker. The man decided we weren't going to violent detail removed him if he said, which means he hadn't yet met us on a different day. The new tower, the one with the plant walls, glass like a lake. Of course, Lucian said. He picked a place that thinks transparency is a religion. Ho. Tasha zip-tied wrists, stacked phones, slid them into a hymnal rack, and turned the projector screen into a gag politely. Forgive us our trespasses, she told the room, and the room agreed with its sullen silence. On the way out, I paused at the brass bowl near the door. Holy water. Or a substitute. I dipped 2 fingers in and flicked the water at the threshold. For luck, I said. For ritual, Lucian said. For me, I said. Because sometimes superstition is armor too. The glass, The tower had been designed by a committee that wanted to prove the sky could be convinced to be a floor. Glass panels stacked on glass panels, green walls devouring CO2 like sin, a lobby full of curated plants that didn't thrive in nature but had learned to survive in offices. People with lanyards glided by, practicing a smile called "I deserve this." Calder had chosen well. If you want to be a ghost, haunt a place full of mirrors. We didn't go through the turnstiles. Lucian's keycard wasn't for this building. That was the point. Calder's violent detail removed. But people who design lobbies for wealthy clients also design service entrances for people like us. Tasha found the one that smelled like cut lemon and soap and resentment. We rode a freight elevator that hummed like a song under its breath. On 24, the doors opened on a floor still under construction. Drywall stacked like books, ladders leaning like drunks, a roll of carpet wrapped in plastic like a body. We moved through it like we belonged, because we had decided the word belonged to us. "Ears," Tasha said, and we all obeyed. Air conditioner, distant hammer, the tiny mutter of a walkie. One voice, then another, muffled by teeth. A third, waiting for his line. "Left," I said. "Conference room." Ugh. We entered a space made of glass pretending to be walls. Outside the wraparound windows, the city threw itself into day. Cranes, rooftops, a river that refused to move faster just because we asked. Inside, a long table stood ready for decisions. Someone had placed a glass of water at one end, with a lemon slice like a bright pupil. Calder sat in the chairman's chair because of course he did. His arm was bandaged where I had kissed him with a bullet. He had changed his tie. The stain had moved. Two men flanked the door like decorative columns. A woman stood to the side, black suit, efficient hair, eyes that had chosen the wrong team. "Arya," Calder said, like an old friend who tells strangers you dated. "And the boss. And a henchwoman. We're symmetrical." "You're late," Lucian said. "For you," Calder said. "I'm early." He put a keycard on the table. It wasn't the one he dropped at the church. This one gleamed with the building's logo, stylized leaves making a crown. He tapped it with a finger, flirtatious, like a man tapping a glass at a wedding he wasn't invited to. "You wanted me to bring her," Lucian said. "Not a question. I wanted to see what you would bring," Calder said. "A weapon. A woman. A future. You chose the most expensive." "You never learned how to price what you can't own," Lucian said. "Teach me," Calder said, and his grin cut. "No," I said. "I'll teach you." "Oh." Calder's eyes slid to mine. "Ah, the voice. You have one." "Today I do," I said. "Would you like your bar back?" he asked, as if he'd checked a charity box. "That shelf fell on its own," I said. "You only wrote the pamphlet that told gravity I deserved it." He laughed, short and ugly. "You two were made for this," he said. "For each other. For knives. You should leave." Tasha told the woman by the wall, bored. "You're not built for the part you've given yourself." The woman's jaw clicked. "I don't take orders from—" "You take them from men who pretend to be gods," Tasha said. "Same thing. I told you she wasn't men," I murmured. Tasha's mouth ticked. "Hush." Calder leaned back and extended his arms along the chair like a king in a bad painting. "This is theater," he said. "And I've always wondered, does the lead die in Act 3 or 5? Depends on the genre," I said. "Dark romance," he said, "with guns." "Oh, then the lead bleeds but does not die," I said. "And the villain thinks he's both." He clapped, delighted. "Sainthood and stand-up. How does he do it? How does he make you believe you're not a piece on his board?" "By not lying to me twice," I said. Lucian's gaze cut to me, a flash of heat and apology and pride, and something that might one day ask to be called love if the world stops laughing. Calder's smile thinned. "He lied to everyone," he said. "It's the nature of air. You breathe it. It fills you. It leaves. Say your point," Lucian said, patience ticking. "Here's the game," Calder said, tapping the card. "You walk out with this. I walk out with well. Let's see." His eyes found my hands, my throat, the small shift of my weight. He was counting my tells and miscounting. "You walk with this. I walk with the satisfaction of knowing you are predictable." "You want my predictability," Lucian said flatly. "I want you to make a choice that confirms my thesis," Calder said. "That the boy, the woman, the bored one must be sacrificed to save the others. I want you to save the bored and pretend you didn't. I want her to see it. I want the music to stop and you to continue dancing. I want to be right," I said. Like a freshman in a philosophy class. He studied me like he didn't quite know which violent detail removed to use. Then he shrugged. "Fine," he said. "You like pragmatic. Here, trade. Your exit for mine." "No," Lucian said. "Then your silence for my life," Calder said pleasantly. "Don't say my name in rooms where it matters. I'll go away. Dimitri will stroke your hair and tell you you're his favorite son again. This will have been a messy week. Nothing more. Messy weeks. Violent detail removed people," I said. "Not important ones," he said, smiling. "Aria," Lucian said, and my entire body answered. A nervous system, obeying a frequency. He didn't touch me. He didn't have to. "Go stand by the glass." "What?" I said. "Do it," he said, and I heard the map of a plan unroll between his words. I went. The window swallowed me into its cold. 24 floors down, yellow cabs stitched avenues together. A man walked a dog that didn't need a leash but wore a sweater. A crane swung a steel beam like a metronome. I placed my palm on the glass and thought about fragility, about tempering, about the difference between a window and a mirror. My reflection looked like a woman who had decided to trust a man who had deserved neither trust nor the grace to earn it. "Now what?" Calder asked, amused. "We make her want to jump?" Lucian didn't look away from him. "No," he said. "We make you stop liking this office." He depressed 2 buttons on his phone with his thumb. Somewhere in the skin of the building, something awoke a low hum, not audible at first, then present enough to rearrange dust. The green wall behind Calder shivered. The conference room's automatic blinds jittered and then, disobedient, slid down, turning the glass box into a dim enclosure. "What are you doing?" Calder asked, annoyance turning his mouth tight. "You don't own this building. I own the contractor who won the contract," Lucian said, and I paid extra for one panic feature. The hum deepened. The glass changed. It didn't fog. It didn't crack. It opacified, turning from clear to cloud. A smart surface deciding to become a wall. Calder stood, the chair skidding back a fraction. He hated losing horizon. Men like him think sightlines are moral rights. "Turn it off," he said. Curt. Lucian didn't. He walked 3 steps forward, which in a room like this is a battlefield. "Aria," he said, not raising his voice. "Hand." I held out my palm, feeling foolish and furious, and bone-deep sure he was about to make me do something I'd hate and forgive him for. He placed the church keycard in it. Not the crown leaves of glass. The other one. The lie of welcome. "You're carrying it like a secret," he said, too soft for Calder to hear. "I'm a secret," I said. "Good," he said. "On my mark. Drop." "Drop what?" Calder said, catching up too slow. Lucian met his eyes, tolerant. "Him," he said. The room jerked. It wasn't an earthquake, not exactly. It was a shift in pressure, like a plane cabin when someone opens a door you were told not to. The opacified glass kept the city out. The carpet heaved a little, then settled. Calder's 2 men drew late. Tasha was already moving. The woman in black decided to be smart, dropped, covered her head, crawled to the wall like a lizard. "Now," Lucian said. I dropped the keycard. For a second, it didn't make sense. Then the floor made a sound like a mouth opening. A square the size of the chairman's chair slid in 2 inches. Not enough to swallow, enough to terrify. Calder lurched, grabbed the table, barked a laugh that had hate in it now. "Okay," he said. That was cute. "It's the alarm for the maintenance shaft," Lucian said. "Hidden. Illegal. Useful." "Illegal?" Calder scoffed. "Please." "Useful," Lucian repeated, and moved again, a line drawn toward a point. His man on the left took the first swing. Lucian removed the violent detail removed from his hand by showing it a different owner, then declined to keep it. He slid it across the table. Tasha caught it without looking. The second man rushed and discovered Tasha's hip. It was educational. Calder had honed his cruelty on nouns. He was less competent with verbs. He came at Lucian with a lifetime of good posture and a bank account, and the kind of violence you pay other men to practice. Lucian didn't blink. He stepped into the swing and took Calder's balance like a cashier taking a bill. The 2 of them moved in a dance older than the city. Their hands spoke a grammar my body had been learning by osmosis. Calder was not incompetent. He just wasn't built to finish what he starts. "Stop," I said, and my voice did something I didn't authorize. I sounded like the better version of myself. Both men glanced, which is the tax you pay for caring. I hated myself for opening my mouth. I loved the way they both obeyed. "Calder," I said, "you wanted a choice. Here's mine. I'm going to walk out, and I'm not going to say your name in any room where it matters. You're going to go to the river and think about who you've chosen to be. If you try to come back to me by going through people I love, you will not have a body left to bring." He blinked, then laughed. "You think—" He didn't finish. He didn't finish because the window behind me faded back to clear, and the city punched all the way into his eyes again, and he couldn't decide what he hated more, me or being denied control of the horizon. In that indecision, the maintenance panel slid the rest of the way. A hole opened, mouth, black, the kind of square that leads to unglamorous parts of buildings. "Mark," Lucian said, and nothing in the room moved except Calder's foot, which had been planted exactly wrong for exactly this contingency. The carpet betrayed him by a fraction. His balance did the rest. He didn't fall far. He fell enough. His hand caught the edge. His other hand scrabbled at air. I moved on instinct that had nothing to do with mercy, and everything to do with deciding who I get to be. I grabbed his wrist. His skin was hot and slick and human. He stared up at me, stunned by a world where a woman he tried to break might try to keep him from breaking. "Why?" he gasped. "Because I want to choose the part where I don't become you," I said. "And because you still owe the board." His mouth twisted. He coughed a laugh. "You really were made for him." "We were made despite men like you," I said, and tightened my grip. "Take the other arm," I snapped. And Lucian was there, hands sure, muscles doing their quiet job. For a heartbeat, the 3 of us made a triangle that could decide the shape of a life. Then Calder did what men like him do when confronted with debt. He tried to take what wasn't offered. He yanked me toward the hole, all greed and panic. Lucian's hand left Calder and found me. The new triangle was better. Me, him, the floor. Calder made a sound that ate the end of a word. His fingers slid. His body dropped the rest of the distance. Not far, not fatal. The shaft wasn't a 60-story hunger. It was 4 floors of unpleasant. We heard the dull, messy punctuation of a landing. Not death. A chapter heading called Complications. Alive, Tasha said, peering over, unimpressed. 2 broken intentions. Good, Lucian said. Not satisfaction. Strategy. The woman in black had crawled to the door and discovered it was locked. She looked back at us with clean, pure hatred, which I respect. You're monsters, she said. No, I said. We're mirrors. You chose the view. How? Tasha trussed the 2 fallen men with zip ties, then tossed a roll to the woman, almost kind. You can tie yourself, Tasha said. Or I can try harder, the woman tied. Lucian straightened his sleeves, small crisps of dust on his cuffs, as if he'd brushed against an architectural error. Are we done? I asked, not trusting the word. For now, he said. And Dimitri? I asked. Tomorrow, he said. Calder will be heavier without his illusions. Dimitri prefers his tools lighter. He will cut. We'll be there, Tasha said. Lucian's eyes found mine, and did the thing that keeps happening despite my better instincts. They softened. You saved him, he said. The words carried both praise and rebuke, and something more private. I saved me, I said, because the truth today was a small, hard seed I refused to spit out. And me? He said. So quiet I almost missed it. I blinked. What? You saved me from choosing something that would rot, he said. I don't get many second drafts. We left the way we came: service elevator, lemon cleanser, lobby that judged us and forgot us. Outside, the wind tore paper off a scaffold and sent it tumbling down the block like a drunk bird. The car was where we left it. The driver tilted his head, listening to radios we didn't get. Rowan? I said, the way a throat asks for water. Lab, the driver said. 30 minutes left. Teacher says he is persuasive. Oh, of course he is, I said, relief trying to be coy and failing. We sat in the back seat without touching, and without needing to pretend we didn't want to. My body was singing a high, thin note adrenaline. Victory, fear. Lucian watched my hands until they were still. I meant what I said. I told the window. I won't say his name in rooms where it matters. I know, he said. And if I have to, I will. You'll be sued by my ethics. I'll settle, he said. With interest. I laughed. I couldn't help it. The city gave us a traffic light, and we accepted the delay like a sacrament. A boy on a skateboard dragged a hand along the side of a parked truck, a signature drawn in dust. A bus shelter held 3 people pretending to be busy. A woman with a stroller looked at us and didn't see us at all. Is this what it feels like? I asked. When you win a round? No, he said. What then? Like we survived to pay a different bill, he said. But the math starts to look less impossible. Cool, I said. I love arithmetic. You love force, he said. You love choosing where to put it. I love a boy who doesn't know he's a miracle, I said. And I love a man I haven't decided to forgive. That's enough, he said. For breakfast, I said. Maybe for a life. Regionals. Rehearsal. We arrived at Rowan's lab 5 minutes before the bell, because I have learned how to plan for the version of the day where everything breaks. The door buzzed us in. The room smelled like hot plastic and sugar. Kids hunched over laptops and part spins like surgeons with cheap insurance. Mr. Brown looked up from a 3D printer jam and raised an eyebrow at Lucian's shirt, which had forgotten its tie in a deliberate way. Visitors? He said, trying to make his mouth not smile and failing. Fans, I said. Rowan caught sight of us and lit up like a keypad. He snatched up his bot with a tenderness that made my throat feel crowded. Watch, he said, and set it on a course he'd taped on the linoleum sharp corners, an S-curve, a cheat line that forced the sensor to guess before it knew. The robot hesitated once, corrected, committed. It took the S, like a dancer. The room clapped, grudging and genuine. Mr. Brown nodded like a man who's seen enough to be hard to impress, and is willing to be impressed anyway. Regionals, Rowan said, grin cocked like a dare. Regionals, I said. Very serious, like the word could hold off bullets. Lucian crouched to the robot's level and looked at it like you look at a newborn you're not ready to call beautiful yet in case the universe overhears and takes offense. What did you change? He asked. The waiting, Rowan said. And the lie. Explain. Lucian said, if I wait for perfect data, I stall at corners. Rowan said, so, I teach it to pretend the world is a little more certain than it is, and then it catches up. Lucian looked up at me like, do you hear your son? I did. My eyes were already wet. Traitors. Proud? Mr. Brown asked me, kindly. Of course. I said, always, Lucian said, and didn't correct himself after the word slipped. We walked Rowan home through a city that had decided to pretend it wasn't dangerous for an hour. He swung the robot by its handle like a lunchbox. We made pasta because the day had demanded too many metaphors, and pasta is the opposite of metaphor. It is a fact. After, when Rowan clattered plates and sang something awful out of tune on purpose, Lucian leaned against the counter, shoulders down, mouth quiet, eyes on me. You know what the worst part is, I said. What? He asked. This, I said, opening both hands to the kitchen, and the boy, and the small piece we bargained for. I like you best like this. Not in a glass room with a plan. Here. Annoying, human, unimpressive. He nodded once. Me too, he said. Don't get used to it. I said. I won't, he said. I am already used to you. I should have told him to go to hell. I should have told him that love isn't a thing we are allowed while the world still thinks it has a claim on our throats. I didn't. I leaned into the counter until our elbows touched and let the small contact say a thing my mouth wasn't ready to. Night. The cost ledger. We put Rowan to bed with defiance and laughter and a lecture about not rewiring the panic room because that counts as treason. He saluted, pretended to sleep, actually did. Downstairs, the house listened as we debriefed the day without calling it that. Tasha texted, River, alive, quiet. Lucian typed something back that looked like a map folded into a sentence. My old phone buzzed once in the drawer like a trapped insect. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. Tomorrow, he said. Dimitri, I said. One more cut, he said. Then we sew. You promise? I said. He surprised me by not answering right away. He weighed the word. He weighed me. I promise to try, he said. And to stop when I fail. Good, I said. That's the only promise I believe. We stood at the window, because windows have become the places where we practice being honest. The city glittered like a lyre in jewels. The river kept its own counsel. He took my hand and pressed it to his mouth like penance. I let him. He did not turn the touch into explicit content removed. He let it be intimacy. Which is worse. Arya, he said, the name bare. Yes, if we don't come back, we come back, I said. If we don't, he said, patient, relentless. I need you to know I would have chosen you. You did, I said, and watched him flinch at the grace of being believed. He stepped in. The kiss was not a performance. It wasn't even a plan. It was breath and skin, and a thank you writ with mouths. It was terror admitting it has a body and desires it. It was the language we've been smuggling between wars. I opened to it. I didn't apologize for the sound I made. He didn't, either. We didn't take off clothes. We didn't take away the part of the night that would let us become careless. We let the kiss be the paycheck we were owed and put it in a savings account. Sleep, he said eventually, which is his favorite lie. Tomorrow, I said, which is mine. We turned the lights out on the kitchen's hotel smile. The panel blinked green with its small loyalty. Upstairs, the boy dreamed a line that curves and a robot that learns to trust a lie just long enough to get around a corner. Outside, a man with a bandaged arm counted his mistakes and named them other people's fault. Downriver, a different man arranged his pieces and believed they were not people at all. And inside my chest, the engine sharpened, then stilled, then waited for the key. I slept. Not because I wasn't afraid, but because I had decided to spend tomorrow's courage on tomorrow. Chapter 14. The violent detail removed, and the key. Morning. The quiet before the noise. The safe house woke before I did. Vents exhaled. The water heater cleared its throat, and the panel blinked its small green faith like a nightlight for adults who should know better. I surfaced hard, heart already punching toward decisions. For 3 seconds, I was nowhere. Just skin and breath and sheets that smelled like detergent. And him, and then memory slid in. Dressed for war. From the hall. Rowan, narrating his morning to no one. Shoes, wallet, brain optional. The thud of his backpack against the wall. A muffled ow, and an I meant to do that. Downstairs. The click of ceramic, the hiss of coffee, a low male voice telling the morning to behave. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and felt the weight of the violent detail removed, where my body had made a small home for it. Not comfort. Not yet. Familiarity. That was worse. Lucian was at the stove in shirt sleeves, forearms like arguments rolled up. He had 2 mugs ready. The toast was cut on a diagonal, so neat it looked like strategy. He didn't look over when I entered. He didn't have to. Morning, he said. Define morning. Whenever. The hours when we pretend we chose this, he said, and slid a plate toward me. Eat. Bossy, I said, but the smell of coffee reached past sarcasm and put an arm around my ribs. I took a mug. The heat steadied my hands before I even raised it. Rowan's teacher texted. He went on. Regionals confirmed this Saturday. He asked if you'll be there. If we're breathing, I said. We will be, he said with that narrow certainty I wanted to inhabit like a room. Rowan thundered in, hoodie up like armor. He sniffed the air theatrically. Is that toast? And menace? Yes, I said. Breakfast of villains. I prefer anti-hero, he said, stealing half my slice and failing to look guilty. His eyes hopped to Lucian. You coming tonight? To, you know. He waggled his hand like that made meetings with criminals into charades. Lucian's mouth didn't move. Yes. Cool, Rowan said, which is 14 for I have decided to be okay for your sake. He finished the toast pilgrim fast, then paused, sudden serious. Hey, Ari? Yeah? You always come back, he said. It wasn't a question. I always come back, I said, and lied like it was a promise tattooed on my tongue. He nodded, satisfied, grabbed his bag, and clattered toward the door. I followed. 2 locks. Double check. Ritual is prayer. On the threshold he turned, suspiciously casual. You like him, he said, eyes flicking toward the kitchen. I like coffee, I said. You like him, he repeated, because teenagers don't fear death the way they fear dishonesty. I like that he makes toast, I said. Rowan squinted, then grinned like he'd caught me shoplifting a smile. Good, he said, and vanished into the corridor, leaving the door open just long enough for cold air and the city's early teeth to sneak in. When I came back, Lucian was watching the empty doorway like it had asked him a riddle. You shouldn't promise him that, he said. I didn't, I said. I promised me. His gaze found mine, and did that heat-soft thing that wrecks me. Keep it, he said low. I intend to, I said. Now, tell me your terrible plan. The offer. Blueprint of a trap. He spread it on the island like a picnic for wolves. A folded set of floor plans, a satellite print, 3 names written in his precise block: Dmitri, Calder, crossed out, then underlined, Kolia. The paper smelled like toner and foregone conclusions. Tonight. 9. Dimitri's choosing the Battersea, he said. The what? Private boathouse on the river, he said. Looks like a wedding venue. Functions as a ledger laundromat. Clean on top, moving water underneath. Picturesque, I said. I assume we're not invited for cake. He asked for me alone, Lucian said. Which means he expects me to bring what matters. Rowan isn't a chip, I said. You're not a chip either, he said. But he will try to see you as one. Why go? I asked. Why not burn it down and send him a condolence card? Because he thinks he has a violent detail removed at our throat, Lucian said, tapping a corner of the plan where corridors narrowed to a choke point. I'd like to show him it's the blade we brought. Who's Kolya? I said, finger hovering over the 3rd name like it might stain. Dimitri's cousin. He believes violent detail removed is an argument, Lucian said. He'll run the door. Calder fed him old maps of my habits. He thinks I can be predicted. You can, I said. You don't blink when lesser men would. That's not a habit, he said. It's an economy. He traced the line from the service entrance along a hall, into a glass-walled room labeled River. Here, I studied the print. Too many sightlines. Too many exits that could become entries. A decorative staircase that looked like it wanted to be a spiral, and had been talked out of it by money. Outside, the low slap of river, the slick of dock, the silver of night. What's the signal? I asked. For break and run. If my mouth says now, you don't wait for the word go, he said. And if you go down, I said. I lift. You don't die lifting me, he said, voice without edges. You only lift if that action gets you out. Otherwise you run and you take our life with you. I'm not leaving you, I said, and felt the truth get claws. You will if I say, he said. You don't get to tell me. I do, he said, not raising his voice. And the fight died because he had placed it in the only room where it could be small. You gave me that right when you decided I could teach your hands to shoot. Don't revoke it when the bill arrives. God, you're insufferable, I said. Accurate, he said. Insufferable and right. I breathed in, I breathed out. I forced the tremor to move through so it didn't calcify in my wrists. Fine, I said, but if now happens, you better be the one running behind me. I am not carrying your arrogant ass down a decorative staircase. Understood, he said, and I almost smiled because the image was stupid and delicious. And this too was love. The jokes we allowed because fear needed somewhere soft to sit. Noon. Drills and lies. Tasha took me to a warehouse where the sound of my breath could be measured against metal. Not the range, this one had corners. Props. A car with its doors removed and its trunk full of foam bricks that looked like obligations. We ran scenarios until my hair stuck to my neck, and my palms logged every texture in the room. Door push, grip rough, glass slick, the hum under your feet when a generator has started to believe in its own divinity. Again, she said, when I stuck in a doorway because a plastic mannequin had been placed closer than a human body would stand. I would have thrown an elbow. I said. You would have died, she said, not unkind. Again. My legs learned not to telegraph. My mouth learned not to gasp. At break, I sat on a crate and drank water that tasted like the inside of a hose and watched the slice of daylight under the loading door. My phone vibrated once. A text from Mr. Brown. He's good. He's loud. He's persuasive. A photo followed. Rowan hunched over his robot, eyes narrowed, tongue out, the world reduced to curve and lie and correction. I saved it like a sinner saves a gospel. Why do you do it? I asked Tasha. Because if I didn't feed my brain something other than fear, it would eat me from the inside. Do what? This, I said, sweeping an arm at the warehouse and the world. She shrugged. I'm good at it. You could be good at pottery. Pottery doesn't shoot back, she said. And I like honest opponents. Dimitri honest? He's honest about wanting to own the river, she said. That counts. And Calder? Tasha smiled without warmth. Calder's honest about liking the sound of his own betrayal. I thought about the glass room and the maintenance hatch, and the moment our fingers had held a life between them, and then deliberately let it belong to gravity. Is he alive? I asked. For now, Tasha said. He'll be angry about that until it becomes useful. Oh, how long before Dimitri cuts him loose? How long do you think a man like Dimitri tolerates a violent detail removed that already cut his hand? She said. We'll hear the splash. I finished the water and set the bottle down like a promise. Tonight, I said. Tonight, she said. Wear flats. Romance is dead, I said. She grinned. Romance is shoes you can run in. Dusk. The city puts on its teeth. I went home. I showered. I dressed in black that didn't read as event. Hair up like an apology. Rowan sprawled across the couch, feet on the arm, the robot sleeping open on the coffee table like a metal flower. He glanced up, reading me the way he reads code fast. Unsentimental, alarmingly accurate. Work? He said. Work, I said. You'll text, he said. Half a question, half a command. I'll text. He rolled to sit, pressed his forehead to my chest with the ferocity of a child who doesn't care about your ribs. I hugged him until the house got quiet enough to hear the heat move in the pipes. He leaned back. Bring me. A cool rock, he said. A rock, I said. From wherever you go, he said. So I know you were really there. You weird creature, I said, caressing his cheek with my knuckles. Done. He considered the terms, nodded, and then, because he is mine, added, not a pebble. Not a boring one. Like one with a stripe. Oh, I will find you a rock with a stripe, I said, and had to laugh because a promise that stupid felt like the only one I could keep. Lucian waited at the door with his coat open, and his impatience zipped to the exact height of his throat. He looked me over. He did not touch me. He did not need to. Our work moved with us. Outside, the city wore wet light like eyeliner. The river threw back a slice of moon. The SUV hugged the curb, purring like a large animal that has chosen to be domesticated for now. We slid in. The driver nodded once. Tasha's voice crackled in my ear. Lines green. Wind east. You've got 20 minutes of manners before the knives come out. Copy, Lucian said. Copy, I echoed. We drove along the river's edge, past couples leaning into wind, past a saxophonist staking out a section of night with a song he hadn't finished. The boathouse rose out of the waterline like a floating wedding present white wood. Fairy lights strung along the railing. A ramp leading down to a dock polished to a treacherous shine. It would have been beautiful if I hadn't known the ledger on the lower floor was taller than any cake. Stay with me, Lucian said as the car rolled to a stop. I know the step, I said. He looked like he wanted to say something else, if, now, run. And instead he opened the door, and the cold slid in, and the city breathed. The Battersea. Water under words. Kolya met us at the top of the ramp, hands visible, smile invisible. He was wider than Lucian, shorter, the kind of man who invests in his neck. The air around him smelled like cologne that wanted to be pine, and cigarettes that had decided to be memory. Evening, he said. His accent rolled the vowels like a car over cobbles. You brought your assistant. Partner, I said. Kolya's glance slid over me and came back with a small notch of respect he tried to hide. Welcome, he said. Thank you, Lucian said. The word was a placeholder. Inside, the boathouse had been split by class. Upstairs, fairy lights, and a bar built for men whose hands look better holding crystal. Downstairs, cement and the low arterial thump of water moving under money. Dmitri had chosen midway a glass-walled room cantilevered over the dock, the river gliding under its feet. It was staged as a parlor. Rug, decanter, chairs upholstered in a gray that wanted to be respect. The window to the water felt like a dare. Dmitri stood at the far end, hands in his pockets, expensive wrongness in every line. He was not handsome. He had the face of a man who made other men handsome, by paying them too well to care. His suit matched the river in mood, slick, dark, reflective. Lucian, he said, spreading his arms like the scene welcomed the actor it had been written for. Dmitri, Lucian returned, not spreading anything. And Arya, Dmitri said, turning his attention toward me with a softness I did not trust. The city whispers. Cities gossip, I said. I prefer witnesses. He smiled like a man testing a blade against his thumb. Good. We will witness. Kolya closed the door behind us. I did not flinch. The room had more exits than they thought. I had memorized them in the hallway with the instinct that racks up debts and saves lives. Drink? Dmitri offered. No, Lucian said. Yes, I said, just to make him look. I took the glass and set it down untouched. He noticed. They always do. Calder is disloyal, Dmitri said, as if discussing the weather. He served both of us poorly. I have released him from the ledger. Meaning, I said. Meaning he floats, Dmitri said, and made a small motion with his wrist, a flick, as if shaking off water. I see you're trying to impress me with metaphors, I said. It's working. I'm terrified, Kolya snorted. He also flinched the tiniest bit, a misfired laugh that warned me where he'd be slow. Dmitri watched us like a man in a theater, who suspects he might be in the play. I don't want a war, he said. It is expensive. You prefer colleagues, Lucian said. I prefer inevitabilities, Dmitri said. My boats will move. Your trucks will arrive. Money will be folded and refolded. The river doesn't care what we call it. And where do we write Arya? I asked, because I might as well put the word on the table before he did. In the small column, Dmitri said, smiling toward me gently, a lion pretending to purr. The one labeled incidentals. Lucian's stillness didn't change. The room around it did. No. Dmitri cocked his head, amused. I haven't set the terms. You just did, Lucian said. You said you want my trucks and your boats and a ledger that doesn't list the price of touching what is mine. The word bit the glass between us. Dmitri's eyes brightened the way men's do when they find the pulse they want to press. You can't protect all your nouns forever, he said. Eventually, one of them will be priced for you. Try. Lucian said. Learn the cost. Kolya shifted behind us. A floorboard at the door whispered. My hand found the rail of the chair nearest my thigh. The river voiced itself under the room with a wet slap, as if reminding us that gravity is not a metaphor. You brought the girl to bargain with, Dmitri said, 19th century dripping from his lips. Brave. Or stupid. I brought the girl to witness, Lucian said. Brave. Or accurate. Dmitri looked through me like a mirror. Then, finding only himself, lost interest. You will pay for Calder, he said. No, Lucian said. You hired him, Dmitri said. You believed him, Lucian said. Two men who speak money are just conjugating verbs. I watched their mouths and listened for the sound behind the words. Dimitri's hands stayed in his pockets. That was wrong. Men with money like to show their rings. Men with knives like to free their fingers. My phone buzzed one long vibration, not my usual pattern. Tasha in my ear. 2 outside. 1 under dock. 1 on-ramp. That. Copy. I murmured, and Dimitri's gaze flitted to my mouth, and away the way dangerous men catalog everything. He smiled, thin. Back up? Always, I said. Kolya, he said without turning. Our friends are impatient. Kolya's stance widened. The door handle clicked. Something heavy moved on the ramp like a man rearranging his religion. Lucian flicked a look at the corner where ceiling met river glass. I followed it. A small black bulge behind the molding camera, microphone, or bomb. Probably 2 out of 3. Let's skip to it, Lucian said. Voice gentled down until it sounded almost kind. You cut Calder. You return what he took. You stop aiming men at my windows. You move your boats out of the East Pier. I stopped teaching your crew how to miss. Dimitri laughed, delighted. You think you're still the gravity in this city, he said. You are a weight. I am the drop. He stepped forward. So did the men behind the door. Now, Lucian said. I did not wait for go. I went. The glass of water flew into Dimitri's face in a bright arc. He flinched men who never flinch, always flinch for water, and then the room was motion. Me, low and left. Lucian forward and precise. Kolya grabbing for my wrist and learning about regret. The door burst. 2 men shouldered through in a choreography that had worked on smaller opponents. Tasha came out of the hallway behind them like an apology that arrived too late for someone else. Her elbow found a throat. Her boot found a shin. The first man gurgled into his own decision. The second swung and hit air because she wasn't there anymore. Dimitri blinked water out of his lashes and reached, not for a violent detail removed, but for a button I couldn't see. The river glass shivered. Under our feet, something clicked. Trap, I said, and dove. The floor panel near the window slid 6 inches, then stuck, like a mouth that wanted to bite and changed its mind at the last second. Dimitri's face twisted. Kolya, he snapped. Kolya, who had my wrist an instant ago, had both hands full of Lucian instead. Lucian's forearm laid neatly across Kolya's elbow. Kolya's face supplied with a new idea called pain. He grunted. Lucian's knee made a point against his thigh. Kolya thought about sitting down. I rolled, came up on a knee, sighted. The man at the ramp leveled his weapon at Lucian's spine, and I inhaled and aimed where his habit lived. The shoulder, the angle, and squeezed. The crack ate the air. His arm snapped back. His violent detail removed clanged. The river caught the sound and swallowed it. Tasha's hand slid the second man across a table like a badly written note. He lay there, heaving. Her breath didn't change. Dimitri's hand came out of his pocket. Not a violent detail removed. A remote. His thumb went for a second button. Lucian's fingers closed around his wrist with that gentle precision that never stopped surprising me. The remote popped free and skittered. I kicked it under a chair. For a beat, the room was decision. Water printed light across the rug. The fairy lights upstairs buzzed. The city moved, oblivious and faithful. Dimitri looked at me. It wasn't lust or contempt or even calculation. It was confusion, like a man who has studied the map and arrived at a road that insists on being new. You, he said, almost curious. Why are you here? Because, I said. I refuse to be an incidental. That's not a role you get to choose, he said. I just did. I said. Do you want to argue with me or the river? He smiled then, the first honest expression I'd seen on his face. I like you, he said. I'm taken, I said, and fired at the camera in the molding. The loud pop thrilled my petty heart. Kolya snarled and shoved. Lucian flowed with it and let him hit the glass. The pane didn't crack. Tempered. Smart. I filed it away in the drawer in my head labeled Numbers I Trust. Enough, Dimitri said. And there it was. The inevitable petulance of men who think they should own the air. He put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. Under the floor, the dock answered. A low mechanical whine. A motor awake. Under, Tasha said in my ear. I bolted for the side door. Lucian shoved Dimitri into his own chair without ceremony and followed. We hit the corridor at a sprint, shoes slapping the pretty boards into honesty. The side stairs blew cold up our sleeves. I took them 2 at a time. Tasha ghosted ahead, a shadow with knees. On the dock, 2 men were already halfway into a launch, lines half-cleated, a duffel tossed to floorboards with the disrespect you save for objects you intend to betray. Arya, Lucian said, and his voice had changed. Darker. Wild what happens when his plan and the world agree on a risk. Stripe. I didn't ask. I looked. The dockboards were a zebra of tar and treated wood. Near the mooring post, a rock had been wedged as a shim, under a plank small, gray, perfect white line through it like a promise. I grabbed it. Something in me laughed because the day is a poet when it wants. I pocketed it and moved. Go, Tasha said. We hit the cleat, kicked the line free, sent the launch half out into the slip with a heave that made my ribs complain. One man dove to catch it. Lucian's hand met his wrist mid-air and changed his mind about gravity. He hit the water with a curse in a language the river didn't care to interpret. The second man went for the throttle. Tasha's boot went for his knee. It was educational. In the parlor above, Dimitri pounded the glass. I turned to see him just once, and made the mistake of meeting his eyes. He didn't look furious. He looked intrigued. Like a scientist who has found a species he thought extinct. You're wasting time, Lucian said behind me, not unkind. Right, I said, and the 3 of us dragged the duffel up onto the dock. It was heavier than money, lighter than a body. I wanted to open it. I didn't. Later, Tasha said, and I let the word hold. We moved. Back through the hall, out the side, the ramp doing its gleaming, violent detail removed, attempt under our shoes. The driver had read the world and repositioned. The SUV idled with its back open like a throat. We slid in. The door slammed. The car leapt. Casual? The driver asked in the mirror. Festive, Tasha said. I braced my hands on my knees and breathed in air the car had stolen from outside. The stripe rock pressed against my thigh like proof that promises can be stupid and still matter. Lucian's hand found the back of my neck and settled there. Warm. Quiet. Not ownership. Orientation. My breath synced to something slower. You okay? He said, very low. No, I said, honest. But I will be, he nodded once. Good. Me too. We didn't look into the duffel until the car's tires learned the safe house driveway. On the kitchen table. Not cash. Not guns. Not the tidy monotony of drugs. Ledger's old, heavy leather spines that smelled like mold and penance. And under them, a hard drive in a plastic case, labeled in tidy Cyrillic, and a smaller pouch. Tasha opened the pouch, tilted it. 2 keys slid out, one brass, one matte black, each with a tag. Pure E and Cold Room. Calder took, I said. Dimitri wants us to know what was taken, Lucian said. And that he knows we know. And that he expects a return, Tasha said. Or an escalation, I said. Silence did its thick trick. The refrigerator hummed. Upstairs, Rowan's door thunked as he flung himself around in sleep like a storm in a small room. I put the rock on the counter next to the keys. It looked humble and magnificent and deeply stupid. I loved it on sight. A stripe, I said. Lucian's mouth did the small, unpracticed thing. Good, he said. You kept a promise. So did you, I said. We stood there, 3 wolves circling a pile of paper, and I felt that dangerous, tender, terrible rise. Hope. It tried on my ribs like a dress, calculating where to let out and where to take in. Tomorrow, Lucian said softly. We end this. Tomorrow, I said. We try. Tasha stretched her shoulders, a cat uncurling. Sleep, she advised, like a doctor who has assessed the wound and decided it's survivable. I washed my hands at the sink because violent detail removed, and river and nerves leave residue. In the glass, my reflection looked back with a new tilt to her head. She didn't look like a woman waiting to be written. She looked like a woman holding a pen, and a violent detail removed, and a stupid rock with a stripe, and a boy upstairs who thinks science is a religion, and a man beside her who is learning faith the hard way. Lucian stepped behind me and didn't quite touch. The way we do when touching would be a risk we can't spend. Say it, he said. What? That you want me. I met my eyes in the glass. My mouth lifted and steadied. I want you, I said, and I want us alive more. Good, he said. Me too. We turned off the kitchen's hotel smile. The panel blinked green with its patient loyalty. We climbed the stairs like people who had decided to trust their own feet. In my pocket, the rock warmed. In the hall, the house forgot to creak. In my chest, the engine idled, ready. Tomorrow would ask for the rest. Tonight, I kept what pieces I could. My breath, my boy, my yes, and the man who had finally learned to say now, only when he meant go. A chapter 15, When the River Spoke. Dawn. Counting breaths. Morning arrived like a held breath finally released quiet first. Then the city coming alive in layers. A bus heaving at the curb. A siren 3 neighborhoods away sobbing at something it couldn't fix. A jogger's shoes whispering across wet pavement. The safe house remembered to breathe with us. Vents exhaled. The panel blinked its polite green. Yes. The refrigerator muttered to itself like a suspicious ant. I woke to the small weight of the striped rock in my palm. Sometime in the night my knuckles had closed around it, like a fist begging for power. Now my fingers uncurled. Stiff. And tender. Proof, I thought. Of what? I didn't let myself answer. Down the hall, Rowan muttered to his dream. Laughed once. Rolled. In the kitchen. Ceramic against stone. The small violence of toast. Lucian's voice. Low. Instructing the morning to cooperate. I dressed in the color of intentions. Black. Pulled my hair up. Slid the violent detail removed. Into the notch my body had made for it. Soft shirt. Hard edges. My reflection in the bathroom mirror practiced stillness and failed. Then decided to be honest about the tremor and went downstairs anyway. Eat, Lucian said. I did. Scrambled eggs, buttered toast, coffee dark as a verdict. He watched my hands the way we watch new bridges, admiring the span, checking the bolts. Today, he said, spreading the night's homework across the island. Maps, names, 2 keys on tagged rings, the leather ledger whose spine cracked like an old secret whenever you bent it. Tasha had annotated in a tidy hand that didn't waste ink. Pier E morning. Cold room late. Watch cam 6. Kolya. Dimitri always leaves twice. Pier E first, he said. We return the key to its hole and see what crawls out. Then the cold room. I said. He nodded. If we survive lesson 1. Rowan thudded in with a hoodie his shoulders hadn't caught up to, hair attempting revolution. He stopped in the doorway, mouth opening on a demand, and saw the maps. His shoulders came up. Down. He rearranged his face into something older than 14. School, I said. Then lab. Mr. Brown texted. He's bribable. I sent him a picture of your robot and my soul. Bo, your soul is not very impressive, Rowan said, but he was smiling, and the smile hit me like light through a dirty window. He laced his sneaker. Missed. Cursed. Tried again without the curse. He poured cereal like he was conducting a minor flood. You'll text, he said. I'll text, I said. He glanced at Lucian, tried to make his voice casual, didn't quite land it. You'll come? Yes, Lucian said simply. Cool, Rowan said. He shouldered his backpack with a explicit content removed. Carry me. No, I said. Rude, he said, and left. And the door gave us back cold and silence, and the sound of the city chewing. Lucian leaned both hands on the counter and looked at the ledger like it might ask for forgiveness, and he might give it. You carry today, he said, nodding to the violent detail removed. I know, I said. My mouth was steady. Somewhere under my ribs, a small animal scratched at its cage. He reached, paused, set his palm on the back of my neck, warmth threw a rope across the panic and tugged. You don't owe me for this, he said. You said that yesterday. It's still true, he said. This is the only part I want for you that you don't have to want for me. I swallowed against the press of tears. Stop being good at the minutes before war. Never, he said. Pier E. Keys and teeth. The river wore mourning like a scarf. Gray, soft, angry if you tugged. Pier E was a rectangle of wood and iron with a bright new sign that said, Authorized personal only, and a brighter old smell that said, Crime prefers tradition. Gulls assembled on the pilings like a jury that has already made up its mind. Tasha waited by a stack of crates pretending not to be empty. She gave us both a nod, gave the river a glance, gave the pier cam a look that said, I see you, Cam 6. Koya? I asked. 2 blocks off, pretending he likes bagels, she said. 4 of Dimitri's boys at the end of the pier, 1 at the gate. He owes his shoes an apology. Plan? I asked. We return the key and disappoint everybody, Lucian said. We walked like we had weather to check, and a right to check it. The gate guard's mouth opened on a lie. Lucian handed him the brass key with the tag Pier E and took the lie out of his throat with the simple precision of action. The guard looked from the key to Lucian to me like we were a math problem he had been writing down wrong. At the end, Lucian said, and the guard stepped aside because some bodies remind you of the law, even when they aren't the law. We moved along the planks. The river breathed under us, a big animal asleep with one eye open. The men at the end of the pier did not adjust their hands, which is how you can tell they have guns but aren't planning to draw first. Tasha peeled off to the right and became a gull-shaped shadow. A padlocked box lived flush with the decking near the last cleat City approved, corrosion-resistant, all good intentions. Lucian bent, inserted the key, turned. The lock opened with that cheap little triumph noise all locks make. Inside, not cash, not dope, a palm-sized relay switch and a receiver homely, dangerous, the kind of thing you use when you want one boat to tell another boat to stop pretending it's innocent. Calder took this, Lucian said, lifting the relay with 2 fingers like a delicate bug. Dimitri wants us to know the hole exists. Tell him we can see it. Tasha said into my ear. What did he control with it? I asked. Gates. Pumps. Winches. Lucian's eyes tracked the lines along the pier, the small metal hatches every 8 yards. And 3 emergency shutoffs that haven't been emergency or off in years. We put it back? I said. He looked at me, and in his face, I saw the argument he was losing with himself. Ruin it, and your enemy bleeds. Versus fix it, and you earn a peace that might last 2 days instead of 1. He put it back. The padlock bit shut. He turned the key and removed it. Tasha's sigh reached me through the wire. and warmed a piece of me I didn't like admitting needed warmth. Now what? I asked. Now we disappoint them further, Lucian said, pocketing the key. We don't steal what they expect us to steal. We go to church for sinners. Cold room, I said. The guard at the gate tried to look at our pockets and failed. I wanted to tell him to change jobs. I wanted to tell him there's more money and honesty than people think. I wanted a life where I didn't care what happened to men like him, as long as they weren't in my way. We left the pier. The city audience resumed not watching. Kolya sent a text from a block away to someone who wouldn't be comforted by it. Tasha merged with us at the corner. You just ruined 3 men's afternoons, she said. Small mercies, I muttered. The cold room. A catalogue of sins. The cold room was a room that had once been many other rooms. Warehouse, meat locker, a rehearsal space for bands that never played live. Now it was concrete, painted clean, and a door with a keypad, and a camera that had swallowed a dozen faces and promised not to remember any of them. The matte black key with the cold room tag fit the pad like a confession. I inserted. Turned. No alarm. No theatrics. I felt faintly insulted. After you, Lucian said. Inside, a long aisle of steel shelving that looked like a factory had married a library. Boxes, crates, labeled in Cyrillic, English, the occasional bored French, temperatures low enough to keep secrets from spoiling. The hum of refrigeration, the smell of damp cardboard and intention. What's in what? I asked. Everything civilized people pretend isn't, Tasha said. Go left. We went left. Ledger piles. A box of uncut bills and a currency that had a dictator's face on it, and would again. A crate of watches all telling the wrong time. A library banker would weep to be allowed to organize. And on the third shelf, with the casual arrogance of expensive things that have never been mishandled, a black velvet pouch. Inside, a flicker of gold. I poured it into my palm without thinking, and hated myself for wanting. A necklace like a threat, slim and deliberate, the pendant a sharp teardrop that had learned to be a spear. It looked familiar. It should have. I had seen it once around a woman's throat at the bar. A woman who looked like old money pretending to be new trouble 2 weeks before the shelf fell. Recognition? Lucian said. She came into Halo, I said slowly. She smelled like grief and the river. She left too generous a tip and took a photo near the window. She was cataloging angles. Name? I shook my head. A first name that wasn't hers. A laugh that didn't belong to anyone. He took the necklace, turned it, found the tiny engraving at the hinge. 2 letters. CK. Calder's gift, he said, disgusted. Kolya's cousin. Or his daughter. Collisions, Tasha muttered. If that belonged to somebody who can move men, it's bait. 1. We're not taking it, I said, closing the pouch like a mouth. I put it back. Exact position, exact fold, exact lie that we hadn't touched it. At the far end of the aisle, a black case sat on a folding table under a work light. New, important, too much presence for a box. I went to it because I am not wise. Lucian swore under his breath. Tasha didn't, which is how I knew curiosity had her by the throat too. The case had no lock. Inside, rows of plastic tubes and foam, the kind of packaging you use for sample vials or small, valuable things with barcodes. This set wore labels printed neat. Dates, initials, lot numbers. A row at the end was empty. Under the foam, taped with the obsessive neatness of a man who thinks organizing absolves him, a laminated sheet. I peeled it up. It was a donor list. Organs, I said, and nearly lost breakfast in my mouth. Black market. Matches. Couriers. QR codes. Tasha's voice went glass. Dimitri's buying donors like batteries. Not just him, Lucian said, jaw-locking. He violent detail removed a finger at a column of initials, CK, and a date, and an address that belonged to a clinic I had once walked past on a Tuesday that smelled like Lysol and fear. Koya's cousin, I breathed. Not a necklace. A kidney. The world narrowed. The cold room lived up to its name. The hum grew teeth. I was 2 seconds away from breaking things I'd never be able to fix. Aria. Lucian's hand found my wrist, squeezed. Not to stop. To steady. We end the man, he said softly. We crate the proof. Then we open every door you point to. Promise, I said raw. Yes, he said, and this promise felt like a key turning in a good lock. We photographed the sheet, the vials, the labels, the shelf with its absence and its presence. We did not load everything. We took the sheet and 3 vials and the drive from the duffel. We replaced the case. We wiped the table for prints, like we had walked there with cloud hands. At the door, the panel above the keypad blinked once, and remembered it was a camera. Lucian lifted his chin and gave it his clean, lethal profile. Let him see, he said. Invitation, Tasha said. Accounting, he said. Outside, the alley cut wind. The sun hadn't decided between winter and spring. Gulls laughed like mean girls. The city took a breath to push traffic into lunch and held it. The moment expanded and tried to burst. Lucian's phone vibrated. He glanced. He didn't look surprised. He wants to meet. Where? Not where. When, he said, and his eyes found mine. Now. The river. Again. How things end. We drove in silence that wanted to be prayer, and was not. Tasha called 2 other cars. They took up positions that didn't look like positions. The driver sang to himself under his breath, something Russian and sad. The city arranged its teeth. Dmitri chose under the bridge, because of course he did pilings like columns. Water slapping a sermon, shadows braided into rope. We parked 3 cars back and walked the rest, because walking is an announcement. We're not afraid of the last 10 yards. He stood where the light chosen by God filters dirty and heroic. Kolya at his shoulder, eyes bruised by a night that had not forgiven him. 2 other men pretending to be fences at either side, hands empty and ready. You returned my toy, Dmitri said. I returned your problem, Lucian said. Dmitri's gaze flicked, cataloging our hands, our pockets, our air. You took things from my cold room, he said. We took evidence, I said. You took hope, he said, and forced a laugh to show he didn't care. Return the donor, I said, and the word donor burned my mouth. Return Kolya's cousin, or whoever you stole to make yourself feel like God. You think I keep inventory on my person? He said. You think this is a fairy tale and I can tear up a contract with my teeth and the river will clap. Return them, I said again, and stepped forward into his air. Kolya's hand twitched. Tasha's hand twitched back with her violent detail removed in it. Lucian didn't change expression. He did change his angle. Half in front of me, half a dare. Dmitri's smile hit a wall it had not expected to hit. I see what you did, he said to Lucian, almost fond. You taught her to be the bullet and the mirror. You taught me to be the rope, I said. Return them or I pull. Or you what? He spread his arms. He was a man in a painting, begging to be ruined. Shoot me? Throw me into my own church? Cut my boats loose and watch me bargain with river rats? You're too good for that. I'm not, I said. I'm just busy, he laughed. Kolya didn't. Kolya watched Lucian the way a student watches a human theorem. Calder floats, he said in his accent that forgot to be quiet. You waste talk. Do not interrupt, Dmitri snapped, without looking. You like inevitabilities. Lucian said. Here's one. He held up the laminated donor list, edge glinting. The men at the flanks flinched the way the uneducated do when confronted with paperwork. Every initial is tied to a ledger. Every ledger is tied to a name. Some of those names belong to your clients, and some belong to your handlers, and some belong to men whose wives are better enemies than you will ever be. Dimitri's face cleared like glass, admitting a view. And you brought it to show me? He asked. I brought it to give you a choice, Lucian said. Violent detail removed this. Now, cut it at the source. Close the room. Return 4 people who will otherwise be numbered until they die. Or I light it in 5 courtrooms and 4 newsrooms and 1 church. You will not enjoy the attention. You'll burn too, Dimitri said. You always do when you pretend to be righteous. I learned how to burn where the flame does not show, Lucian said. Dimitri's mouth went thin. I don't respond to threats. You do, I said, stepping in again, because the river had started to speak under my ribs, and I wanted him to hear it. Because this one is not about money. It's about women who will come to your house in daylight with cameras and make the world watch while they write your name on their grief. He paused. He looked at me directly and did the thing that separates boys from kings. He calculated his fear. Name your price, he said. It was soft. It was ugly. Return them, I said. Cut the room. Sign a paper with your lawyers that closes your peer relay on a city server I own now. Stay off the East Pier. Pull your boats when he says pull. I tilted my head at Lucian. And stop pointing at my windows. He laughed again. It was shorter and less true. And in return? In return, Lucian said, I don't teach your church how to drown. Kolya shifted, irritated. Boss, he murmured. We don't... Quiet, Dimitri said, with a hand. He stared into the shadow where river meets concrete. He looked 40, then 60, then 18. He looked like a man who had tried to play priest and discovered the sacrament made him sick. 4, he said. And the room closes for a season. The boats breathe differently. The windows remain uninteresting. And Calder? Tasha asked, conversational, because she enjoys cleaning up. Dimitri performed a small shrug so depraved it almost didn't count as a gesture. He is a disappointment. Alive? I said. For now, he said. I like some problems to keep my muscles. Return the 4, I said. By noon. By midnight, he said. Noon? I repeated. And he flinched, and beneath our feet the river slurped, impressed with my audacity. Noon, he agreed, almost reluctant to hear himself. You have your own church. Enjoy being priests. Lucian held out his palm. Dimitri looked at it, as if expecting a blade to arrive out of thin air. Lucian put the laminated sheet in his hand. Dimitri's fingers closed around it. His knuckles went white. I saw, for one sharp instant, the boy he had been before he discovered the math of bodies. This is not peace, he said. It's a receipt, I said. He smiled, showing his teeth for the first time. Then keep yours, he said, and walked past us toward the light. Kolya slipping behind him like a shadow with a grudge. The 2 flanks peeled away into the city that loves men like them until it doesn't. The 3 of us stood there under the bridge and didn't speak for a breath. 2, 10. Then Tasha said, well, and I laughed. A stupid, hysterical bark that sounded like it belonged to someone who had seen too much and decided to buy flowers anyway. You did it, she said to me. We did something, I said. Lucian stepped close enough that his heat salted my cold. He didn't touch. He didn't need to. You moved him, he said, like a verdict and a thank you. I wanted to. Violent detail removed him, I said. I wanted to put him in the river and watch math do what it does. You did the harder thing, he said. Don't make me noble, I said. It doesn't fit. It does, he said. You just hate the tailoring. We walked to the car, each of us hearing different sermons from the water. The city opened its mouth for us and let us in. Noon. Deliveries. Tasha tracked the 4 by numbers and rumor. 2 hospitals received anonymous calls and instructions. A free clinic 2 neighborhoods over stilled its breath. A van with a rusted panel rolled to a door it usually passed. At 11:53, the safe house camera blinked. A message came in. Nurses. East door. We were there before the knock sounded. 2 women stood on the stoop with faces arranged carefully into neutrality. One wore scrubs with cartoon animals. The other wore the expression you grow when the world asks too much, and you decide to do it anyway. We were told, the first began. Yes, I said. Here. The vestibule swallowed them. The panic room opened its mouth. We did what you do when the river returns what it took. We made a bed and a soup and a place to lie still. We promised not to ask names until names wanted to be said. Rowan peered over the banister, eyes wide. What's happening? People are coming home, I said. Go to the lab. Make your robot sing. He hesitated. Can I bring a blanket? 2? I said, and he ran, returned, arms full, heart larger than his body. He set the blankets on the landing and looked at me like I was the kind of hero books have to lie to include. I shook my head. No. He shook his. Yes. Then he went because good boys know when to leave heroes alone with their uncertainty. By 1, 4 were sleeping. 2 in the safe house, 2 in a clinic down the block. 1 with a mother who arrived with a explicit content removed, hushed into prayer. Dmitri had kept his receipt. This time, Tasha leaned against the counter, stretched her neck until it popped. You want a cigarette, she said, not offering me one because she knows I'd take it. No, I said, and wanted 3. Lucian stood at the window, tie loose, mouth quiet. He looked younger. Not young. Just less betrayed by his own life. He turned, and his eyes did that thing again. Soft, bright, wrecking, and I wanted to climb into them and sleep. We did it, he said quietly. For now, I said. For now is the only unit that exists, he said. Tomorrow doesn't take our cash. I could have cried from the accuracy. I didn't. I picked up the striped rock and turned it until the white line caught the afternoon light. Regionals, I said. He'll be furious if we're late. Then we'll be there, he said. With charisma. No suits. Oh, God forbid, I said. Afternoon. The way small things save you. The gym smelled like old orange slices and ambition. Tables lined the walls, laptops blinking like nervous birds. Teams wore matching t-shirts and different levels of sleep. Mr. Brown wore a tie that had given up. Rowan wore terror and delight, and a grin too big to fit on his face. He spotted us. He didn't run. He did that boy thing where you walk fast so no one sees you sprint. He stopped, just shy of me, eyes asking more questions than mouths can answer. You came, he said. Surprise and relief and accusation and hope. Always, I said. He pretended to hate being hugged. I pretended to believe him. He set his robot on the starting line with a reverence I reserve for dangerous choices. The judge cleared his throat. The crowd did that near silence that contains 1,000 prayers, and none of them to God. Go, the judge said. The robot went. It hesitated once at the first corner, where the black tape made an angle that is not kind to machines, and then it lied exactly enough to believe the world was more certain than it is, and that truth guided it the rest of the way. It took the S like a dancer. It wavered at a chicane and thought better. It crossed the line. A beat of silence, like a held breath. Then the room remembered how to clap. Rowan didn't fist pump. He exhaled like a man saved from the ocean. He turned his face toward me, toward us, toward the version of the future where this memory anchors a piece of him that life will try very hard to dislodge. I clapped until my hands hurt. Lucian clapped, slow, unable to disguise pride, which means the room deserved to see it. Charisma? I said under my breath. Applies, he said. We watched 3 more runs. We drank bad coffee that I swore was good because it was made by earnest teenagers. We let the day hold us up like a fragile bowl, and didn't break it. After, outside on the steps with the smell of hot asphalt and cheap victory in the air, Rowan shoved his hands in his hoodie and squinted at Lucian. You look weird, he said. I look tired, Lucian said. You look nice, Rowan said, wary, like the admission might cancel itself if said too loud. Lucian considered this with the seriousness the compliment deserved. Thank you, he said. Rowan looked at me, decided to trust his life again, and leaped into a hug that stole my breath. We're okay, he said into my collar. We're okay, I said, and for one treacherous second, I believed we were safe forever. Evening. Receipts. The house was quiet when we got back. The clinic had sent messages. The 2 women slept. The panel blinked its green sermon. Tasha texted a photo of the peer relay wired to a city server that would tell on the man who tried to lie to it. Receipt returned, she typed. Baptism complete. On the kitchen island, where the ledger had been, Lucian laid out 2 sheets of paper like a priest. One was the donor list. The other was a contract that said nothing, and everything ports, gates, insurance, guarantees, as if language might keep men honest if it used enough vowels. Lavier? I asked. Mine, he said. Yours if you want him. I want a world where we don't need him, I said. Fantasy, he said gently. I will buy you a smaller dream first. I laughed. It surprised both of us by sounding like relief. We ate pasta, because the day demanded a ritual. Rowan accidentally spilled Parmesan on the floor and fed the robot a strand like it might grow a conscience. The house took all of it and didn't complain. After dishes, after the boy had performed resistance to bedtime and failed, and was asleep in a tangle of blanket and miracle, after the city had decided to glamorize itself for the night, we stood at the window again. It has become our confessional. The river glinted, exhausted and permanent. Say it, he said softly. Mouth near my ear, warmth wrapping promises around the animal in my ribs. I want you, I said, and I didn't need to be brave to say it, which is how I knew it had become true. The way violent detail removed is true. He made a low sound that always sounds like a man who rarely gets to be given anything without paying a tax. And I want you, he said. And I want our life. You have it, I said. Today, that is all there is. He said. He turned me in the frame of his arms. The kiss wasn't urgent. It didn't pretend to save us. It was a receipt. Here is what we bought with our fear. Here is what we owe now that we have chosen it. It was our most honest thing. When we came up for air, he rested his forehead against mine. I am going to try to be a good man, he said. You already are, I said, and watched the word bruise him in the exact right way. I have done terrible things, he said. Me too, I said. Today one of them wasn't becoming you. Don't, he said, half laughing, half hurt. It helps, I said, to say it out loud. We stood like that until the city changed songs and the river changed light. The phone on the counter buzzed the old number I should have thrown into the river. I didn't move. It buzzed again. Lucian did. He flipped it. Read. Handed it to me with his eyes quiet. A video, 10 seconds. The view from a 3rd-floor window. A church that is not a church. A man limping, bandage dark, climbing into a car with a door that has decided not to shut properly. Calder, a streetlight blinking like a bad conscience. Under it, text, "I swim." I felt nothing. Then I felt pity. Then I felt the failure of a world where pity for a man like that still had to exist. I typed back, "Learn to breathe out, or the next time you hold your breath you will not get to take another." There were no dots. There was no reply. Maybe the river had finally taught him a lesson he could understand. I turned the phone off and put it in the drawer. I put the striped rock next to it. I closed the drawer gently. "Tomorrow?" Lucian asked. "Tomorrow," I said. "We live like we deserve it." He nodded. "We build small things," he said. "Breakfast. Regionals practice. A new code for the panic room that doesn't invite teenagers to hack it." "Rude," I said, smiling. "Accurate," he said. We turned the kitchen light off and let the house hold the dark. Upstairs, my boy slept. In the hall, the panel yawned its green ascent. Against the window, my reflection stood with a man whose edges had been used like knives and were trying to learn the delicate work of keys. I went to bed and did not sleep fast. I listened to the river. I listened to the breath beside me. I put the rock on the nightstand like a talisman and a joke. When sleep came, it came like a friend who forgives your lateness. Morning after. The first quiet. The city made its usual noise wheels. Horns, shoes, a neighbor on a phone call that wanted to be a play. The safe house yawned. The panel blinked green with the arrogance of good locks. The coffee was bitter and perfect. Rowan stumbled in, regarded us both with an expression I could not decipher and didn't need to. He poured cereal, missed his mouth, missed the bowl, then found both. He ate 2 spoons, paused, looked at the rock on the counter, frowned, and picked it up, like it might need saving. "What's this?" "Your cool rock," I said, with the stripe. He peered at the white line with scientific reverence. "It's perfect." "I know," I said. He tucked it into his hoodie pocket like a saint into a boy's chest. "We're okay," he said. "We are," I said. "Today." "Good enough," he said, and left the room whistling a song that sounded like a line curve finding its truth. Lucian slid a mug toward me. "Breakfast," he said. "Always," I said. Outside, the river didn't stop for anybody. Inside, our life began again, as if that had ever been guaranteed, as if it were not the hardest and most radical thing we could choose. I chose it. I chose him. I chose the boy who is better than both of us at believing in what he can build. I chose the rumor of safety hiding inside the work of vigilance. I chose the sharp, necessary love that doesn't ask to be easy, only honest. The city kept its teeth. We kept our receipts. And somewhere between the two, a house learned our names so well that breathing in it sounded, for a whole minute, like peace.